Perry's in the house. What up, Perry?
You need to turn your webcam on, bud. Bud, you need to turn your webcam on.
Oh, for your side.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I got
This is a two-way street, dude.
I got you.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay, there we go.
All
looking
right.
pretty, looking good.
Thank you. I got my Riku yellow on today.
Nice. I'm wearing a shirt that is Chain of Memories, very specifically. So.
Oh, okay.
Prepared, ready, because this is Chain of Memories art. You can see they're holding cards. So.
So it can only be. The chain.
Yeah. It is the Chain of Memories. I thought it'd be appropriate.
Yeah.
Also, Kopi, thank you for the subscription. Oh, and Trix, thank you for the subscription. Dude, and Kitsune Sam, me too. Wow. Apparently, I'm quiet on your side. If you have your desktop audio turned down, I'm going to be quiet.
Well, I guess it's turned down compared to my microphone for sure, because obviously everyone's got to listen to me and not this game, you know what I mean? Like when I'm playing the game, you know,
right.
It's like,
yeah,
we have to prioritize, you know.
He seems fine to me. And look, if I sound okay, that's all that fucking matters.
Hold on, let me go. Oh. Is that better?
Is it better? Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Had a Dragons in the house. What up, Pat?
Strix, thank you for the subscription. Oh my god. Shannon, it's been 84
Blade,
years.
Kit Kat in the house.
Thank you.
What's up, Blade? Dupus is here. Hey, Dupus. I'm catching up.
Dupus. Hi, Dupus.
I am certain that I've missed a bunch of walk-ons. Please, don't be mad. Just gather your torches and your pitchforks and come see me in chat and let me know, and I'll get you one. Don't worry.
Yeah, you can yell at both
Don't worry,
of us
I have your shout out right here. I have it.
Yeah.
I have it and I'll give it to you. I'll give them to you, I promise.
I'm nice. I'll get it for you.
All right. Gemstar, I missed you. Gemstar's in the house. What up, Gem?
Hi, Gemstar.
You got double. See that?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I am seeing that. We'll use matches and dessert forks instead. So kind.
Earthbound.
Little pokes.
What's up, Earthbound? There's so much happening. There's your chat. There's my chat. There's music.
There's music. There's a shared hype train. Very exciting.
It is chaos. Calliope Queen's here. What's up, Calliope?
Gimme.
Gay NK.
Oh my god, thank you, Perry. Gank. Thanks. Thank you. You know, you admit you know anything about League of Legends one time. And by anything, I mean played it for years, so very embarrassing for me. I need to move my chat. I was like, this will be fine. And scooching it over just a little. It's better. I did not
turn up Niku. It's had. I did. Is Niku still low?
Am I still? Hello? I put my mic even closer to my face. Does that help? Does this help you?
Is this
Should I eat it? Is this better? Hey guys. Torture for Graven specifically is I smack into the mic for like 8 hours. Yeah. Where's my water? Oh, thank God. Never mind. It was just in a different place. I also brought with me.
The music is louder. Hold on. We could turn the music down.
So
I'm not against this.
Yeah, because it's all filtering through desktop. Because it's anything you would hear on your computer.
My music, I have like an audio just.
You have a separate feed. Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah. No, I know. I've been streaming like
almost
10
a
months.
year. Yeah.
Okay. So let's not try to just talk down. Okay, Niku, please.
Okay. All right. Okay. Look, my mistake. All right.
Kingdom Legend in the house. What up, Kingdom Legend? All right, pro streamer, pro gamer, pro papa.
Hi, cat.
Gimme!
Niku, I found you from the last Power Hour and have pretty much consumed all of your VODs since
Aw.
then. This is for ensuring my brainworms haven't starved in the past 3 months.
Oh, wow. Rolling Hells, thank you so much. That's so nice. I'm so
Rolling
glad.
Hells. Bam!
With a lot of bits. That's for fucking sure. I appreciate that so much. I've had like multiple people go like, oh, I find one video and then I went through your entire catalog of VODs. And I'm like, wow, okay.
It's a lot of work.
Hey, it's all
Rolling
there.
Hells
I'm
for the
doing this
win.
for free.
Rolling Hells for the win. Thanks,
Yes,
Rolling Hells.
thank
for,
you, Rolling Hells.
for showering Niku with all of the much earned praise.
Yeah, yep.
And Flo is in the house. What's up, Flo?
I'm definitely loud enough, almost peaking. Well, okay, I did put my mic like 2 inches away from my mouth. So, you know. You create powerful autism fuel. I'm here to provide, okay? I'm here to talk about one thing extensively for like...
That is the description, right? That's
Yeah.
just right in the description.
I'm pretty... Yeah, it says it on the tin, I'm pretty sure. Assume Niku VODs will grinding my Rechain of Memories card collection. Hell yeah, no. Look, happy to be of service. Anyway, look at my Nominee plush that I have because I love Nominee. I adore Nominee. And now you know who she is. Isn't that exciting?
I know who Nominee is.
I know,
Does the Nominee plush have an interchangeable hairpiece?
Yeah, really. like a wig or something?
Yeah,
You know,
like if you take
not
that blonde
quite,
off
no.
and you can put like say like red or something instead.
Like just for fun, just to try a new color or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a doll, right? That's what dolls do that
Yeah,
normally.
I do have the little figure of her too. She has her sketch pad. Don't focus on me. Focus on her. There we go. And like on the sketch pad has Castle Oblivion. It's pretty cool.
That's a figure. That's like
Yeah, it's a
posable
posable.
figure.
Yeah, it's a posable figure. I have her sitting on my computer tower over on the side, so she's just sitting over there
Nice.
drawing.
That's your little Riku
Yeah.
companion, like mine.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I love Nominee. She's definitely like... She's like my third favorite character. The first two being, surprise, surprise, Sora and Riku. Pretty easily, those two are...
That's okay.
They're kind of the 1 and 2 at the same time. Pretty
It's
equally.
a Figma. Is that a Nominee Figma?
It's not a Figma. It is... Square Enix has like their own line of figures.
Okay.
Because they're allergic to letting other companies touch their stuff for some reason.
Sure.
Until they made like the Nendoroids, and then there's like a bunch of like Sega produced plushes
Gimme!
because they do a lot with claw machines and things.
Do they do stuff with Bandai Namco? Is Bandai Namco, are they all one conglomerate now? Like, or no? Am I completely off base on this?
Bandai Namco is not like, I think they're separate from Sega, at least as far as I'm aware. But Bandai Namco does like a million billion things, so
Yeah, but because I still don't know my way completely around. like,
apparently
all
the music
figures
is
and
really
stuff.
loud on your end. They
I
said the
turned it
music
way
is
down
very
already.
distracting. Turn music off. Check your YouTube, bro. You boss music loud. Turn on some lo-fi or something. I think whatever is playing is a bit much, perhaps.
I was too hyped with my music choice.
I guess so.
All right, fine. We'll fine. See if I care, chat. We'll do this instead.
Ooh.
That's better. We'll put on our post game music when when I come out of a long gaming session and I can't stand any of the music.
Yeah. Anywhere
I
you
put on
really need to
the
come
most
down.
relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
What a blessing! Sorry, I thought I was matching the energy of the hype train,
Of being so
which is
excited.
level 7, by the way. Thank you guys so
Is it?
much for all the hype.
I did get a hype. I didn't open my chest. I don't know what I got. I have no idea.
It's not
What a
over.
surprise.
It's not over. It's almost over.
On my end, it told me it was over and I got a chest. So I don't know.
Oh.
I think Twitch
Mine
doesn't
just
work all
shared.
the
It's
best.
still going. It's 99%.
Look, I'll take it. I'm not gonna be upset.
We did it. Hamuel Jackson's in the house. What up?
Samuel Jackson.
What up, Hamuel?
That's pretty good. That's a good name. Graven's shirt is giving Riku vibes. That, I believe, was on purpose.
Is the point.
That is the point. That famous Riku yellow.
I'm rocking my Riku yellow. I got my Riku blade on too.
Dude, nice. I'm not wearing mine. Oh, no. Uh-oh. I left it upstairs. Bubs,
No,
my darling, my
fail.
partner who can definitely hear me, please bring
End
it down to me.
stream.
Gimme!
Yippee.
Yippee.
That
Aw,
sounded
thanks,
like
Trix.
Curiosity Flosity. What's up,
Necklace.
Flosity?
Necklace. I forgot my necklace upstairs. You gotta wear Sora's Keyblade for the Suriku vibes. Look, mine are together on one chain, as they should be. A chain of memories, if you will.
A chain of recollections.
Yeah, exactly.
Cenarian's here. What's up, Cenarian?
Today you aren't wearing a necklace? Well, I'm about to be. Don't worry, that mistake's gonna be fixed.
Cage Caroline is here. It's Casey. What up?
Thank you. Hee. See, I have mine.
And that's
ready.
Mia's here. Hey, Mia.
Bada bing, bada boom. One chain,
Ooh.
one
One
sky,
chain to
one
rule them
destiny.
all.
Yeah, that too. Hold on, let me fix my mistake. Yeah. All right, all better.
Make
We
the
got it.
Keyblade smooch.
Yeah, they're already doing that.
Yeah.
They're just literally like stuck together at all times. So,
Pseudo
What
in the
aren't they
house.
doing?
What up, Pseudo?
Pseudo. Oh, my dear friend Pseudo.
Is the
We're
music
pretend
still loud,
loud.
you guys? I can turn it down more, I guess.
Truly, what's happening is everyone just wants to hear me unabated. Like nothing
That's
in between.
Fair enough.
Niku ASMR, or I jingle my chains.
Wait till the dawn is here. What up, Tuda? I see you. I missed it, didn't I?
So true.
Boss
Niku.
is here. What's going down, boss? Hey, boss. You gotta say it. You gotta put
You gotta put
big
the
O in
stank
there.
on it.
You gotta
Boss.
put the boss.
Yeah.
It's got
balls.
the
The Big O.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Big O, the show?
No.
It's such a good show. Big O. Big O. Big. It's a big, like, kind of a mech anime that was kind of made geared toward a Western audience. And it very much is stylized in the way of, like, Batman the Animated Series. So it looks so good. And it's really cool.
It's styled
I really
in
like
that,
Big O.
like, Batman, that's more of a Western style. the
Yeah.
Batman.
Yes,
Okay, so
and
it has
so
like
it-
a Western art style, and it's
Very much. Yeah.
nice. It's called
It's
Big
really cool.
O.
It's called Big O, yes. It's called Big
right.
O, and it has this really big, cool robot that it's like it's also, but it's a big, cool robot that's like very weighted down with the physical reality of being a giant mech. So when it's just like, you know, and it's really cool. I love Big O. Big O was great,
What?
exactly.
It's from when? Is it like an old one, or is it like
It's definitely older now. It was like the was it early mid 2000s?
2000s?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gotta love the
fish.
2000s. Cosmic Cringe in the house. What up, Cosmic? It was on
2000s.
Toonami. Nice.
Yes, it was on Toonami. And at one point, I acquired the whole series because I had only seen it, like, you know, here and there. And I loved it. And then I watched through all of it. It's good. It's a good time. It's a great feast for the eyes, that's for sure. English dub is
Tennille's
great,
in
too.
the house. What's up, Tennille?
Dearest Tennille. Who was up late with me last night till, like... Look, I didn't mean to, but I didn't go to sleep until like 5 in the morning. because I was getting screenshots for a document for a certain today's stream. So, and
Okay.
Tennille was helping me.
Nice.
So
Nothing like the all-nighter the day before the test, huh?
yeah. I'm experienced and good at that. I guess.
Nice.
Forcefully. I've had to get good at that, I guess. It was mostly just stuff, so I'm like, I remember exactly. Like, most of this stuff I can just recall off the dome, right? Where I'm just like, I can talk about it, but it's a lot easier when I can go, and then this person says this right here, you can see it, and then, like, speak on it, right? It's just easier to keep things straight and make sure I'm not forgetting anything if I just kind of have it a little organized.
You could get a passing grade, all right, winging the presentation, but
100%.
It could be better.
It could be
if
better.
You're prepared. That's, it's a reasonable thing to say.
Yeah, I just wanted to at least have notes this time around. So, and it was literally just me, like, last night. I was scrubbing through your stream to, like, because I just kept finding bad video, like, things where they're like, but we don't want to show any of the cutscenes from any of the Disney worlds. And I'm like, this is what I need right now, So I had to go to your stream, and then I had to hop around because it would be like, okay, and here's where Graven spends like 5 hours just killing things in Monstro, and I'm like trying to find the cutscenes in this like huge chunk of time. And then I was like, oh, right. And then you fought Larxene for most of your stream. That tracks. And then...
Yep.
But I have to hand it to you, after you got your ass beat for like 5 hours, you came out of it just being like, I love Larxene.
Yeah. I came out of it with a big smile on my face, and nobody was surprised. Yeah.
Yep. And you know what? When I was watching, I was just like, yeah, same. She's just so good, is the thing. I love her.
Larxene's a great heel, like a great,
a
villainy villain, right? A very evil, loves being evil, a villain who likes to have fun, right?
Oh yeah,
who's enjoying themselves. That's like, there's a place for those villains. You can't I think the series seems to do ReCom is the first time where I'm introduced in the series to like, to a cast of villains. It's kind of, I don't know. I don't even know if you consider the organization to be villains at this point yet. They're villains in ReCom, but like, we don't really know much about their motivation or their structure, or even who all of them are yet, and stuff like that.
And are they even that organized? Who knows?
If they're even that organized. We established that it must be really awkward to get them up on their chairs.
Yeah. Which you're really gonna see. You're gonna see that full-fledged and be like, what? How the hell did they get up there?
So, but now that there's this kind of cast of villains, at least for ReCom, I appreciated that they all like, they weren't all kind of one character, they were all like very different personalities had their own inner clashes and stuff. That was fun to see, and makes it interesting and dynamic.
Yeah, oh for sure. That's something too I think you'll see as you go forward, and like you just see like as it's like, the cast kind of expands and whatever, and like especially with like the organization, every character is very distinct, as well as like all of their fighting styles. They all have like their own kind of element, etc. They're all very distinct and recognizable for them. There are other reasons too, like there are like direct Final Fantasy ties to being like, these are hearkening to job like classes in Final Fantasy, which is like, this is really neat. You wouldn't have to know that, but like if you know, you're like, that's the Dragoon. Like you'll see stuff like that that's like really cool. And when I actually have the full breadth to be like, here's all of them, I can show you like what they all are and what they're based on, and it'll be fun. But it's just like, there's a lot of like thought put into these characters that like, for characters who all wear the exact same outfit, they're all very distinctly different.
Yeah. And I'm glad that they managed to pull that off, given that they have a uniform,
Yeah.
It is also not too common. Maybe maybe I'm speaking too off the top of my head that all the villains have like where there's a uniform for the villains. It's
Yeah.
not.
I mean, it's definitely
They are an organization, which
they
means they
are.
really do need
That's
to be
true.
organized as
They
like
have
one of
their
their guiding
whole
principles.
outfit.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
When you
definitely
join the organization, you go get sized up for your cloak,
yeah. They measure
and
you out and
you get to
everything,
pick
and
your hair dye color like first up.
yeah. Yeah, and then Vexen was like, "Can my sleeves be extra long so only my fingers poke out?" And you're like, "I guess." Sure, man. My hands get cold in the lab, you know.
My hands get cold. Can my cloak just be one size too big? That'd be great. Thanks.
Can we just size me up? I know I'm like
Yeah.
6'7" or whatever, but can I get just a little bit up there? I like it to be roomy.
Hey, Troopage, thanks so much for the raid. I saw it. Jinx Sparrow with the resub 5 months, Sparrow. We have a couple of Hamiel Jackson with the resub 5 months. Bree with a community gift. Thank you, Bree. Pseudo with some gifts as well. Thank you, Pseudo. Ventus Venitus, 2 months with the Prime resub. Rolling Hells, it's been 4 months, Hells. And Trash Can Task with the resub, 2 months. Thank you guys so much. Willmeister also 3 months, Willmeister. All right, I think that's all the subs and the resubs. Thank you guys.
Playing a little catch up.
Yeah, just had to quick make sure I get those shout outs, you know, because everybody's everyone's hyped and there's a lot going on. And
Kobe,
I'm certain
is it your
still that I've
birthday?
missed many walk-ons. I'm sorry. If you want to just like keep dragging me on in the chat until I catch
Yeah.
your shout out, I will give it to you.
Yep.
I'm very sorry about that.
The only thing that makes you look at chat is seeing a wall of ignored coup, and then you go,
Ignored
"What did
coups,
I
yeah.
miss, guys?" And then you look away, and right when everyone's explaining.
Yeah, the second everyone tells me what I missed,
Yeah.
I'm back at the game like, fine, don't tell me. I don't care.
Yeah.
And then
I don't care. You guys hate me. I get it.
Dearly beloved. Dearly beloved's in the house. What's up, dearly beloved?
I will say a proper happy birthday to Kobe. Happy birthday, dude.
Happy birthday, Kobe!
Woo! Wait, where's my... Hold on. There we go.
Nice.
My little funny noisemaker. I've got a few
Queen's in
of those.
the house. What up, Queen? Do you have a little pouch on the side of the desk with like kazoos and slide whistles and bells and stuff?
I wish I had a pouch, but I have a couple slide whistles. This one's down here. I've got my funny little
different
noisemaker.
ranges.
I have wait. Hold on. I don't know where it went. I have a kazoo that's shaped like a trumpet, and I don't remember where I put it.
That actually is pretty awesome. Just the sound of that. That sounds great. Nightlight's in the house. What up, Nightlight?
I definitely set it aside somewhere, and I don't quite remember where I put it. So that's, you're just gonna have to take my word for it, but I do have one.
I believe you. And also,
you.
I think that's awesome. Undiscoveries is here. What's up, Soul?
It's gone forever. You missed mine, says Azure Crystal Drago.
Azure Crystal Drago in the house. What's up, Azure? Sorry I missed it. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Please don't kill me.
Please.
I may have to. So I haven't streamed basically at all since since we played Armello. Actually, we played it the one
really?
time, and then because
We've been having a nice holiday break.
Basically, because I had the holidays, and then after that, I very immediately had my trip up to Vancouver. So I was just, nowhere near a computer for a little while.
Explosive Nat's in the house. What's up, Nat?
I had to free them from their
Spooky
bond.
Smallies is in the house. Spooky, please. I'm sorry. Spooky's here.
Spooky.
Everyone say hi to Spooky. Hi, Spooky.
Hi, Spooky. Don't remember if he said maybe? I don't remember. Dude, I don't remember. They don't have computers in Vancouver? I know. No computers up there. It's crazy. Canada is living in a cave.
Yeah. They just
a cave
have
in
trees.
the mountains.
That's it.
Yeah. They just have trees
just
and
trees
a beautiful bay and
syrup.
snow. And yeah. Big Sariku threatening to cut funding if Graven ignores people. That is true. I will cut your funding. It's me. I'm Big Sariku.
Troopage in the house. What up, Troopage?
As someone from Canada, I can confirm we live in a giant cave with a bay. Yeah. Well, I know because I was there. Duh. So.
That's right. I witnessed.
And built into the rock wall is a Tim Hortons.
Nice. Gildrop in the house. What up, Gildrop?
Hi, Gildrop.
I love Vancouver so much. Can we just gush about Vancouver for a quick sec?
Absolutely. I love anywhere that I can walk around downtown. It's crazy.
I love the kind of downtown area. I love that. Well, we always stay. I've worked in Vancouver a lot, and actually, the very first time I ever left the country, the first time I ever got on a plane, was when I did Look Who's Talking Now when I was 8 years old, and we shot that in Vancouver, and so Vancouver was like a really kind of like fundamental like first travel experience for me, and I had a really great experience as a kid going there.
Your little 8-year-old passport and everything.
Yeah, got a passport, like flew to, had to go through customs and all of that, we where they always put you up is I forget off the top of my head, of course, the hotel that everyone stays at when they work in Vancouver. It's always the same, but like you'll be there like shooting a whatever you're shooting, and there'll be multiple productions and actors like staying there, and it's literally like it's in that downtown area, and then right around the corner and you go down the street where it's at all the restaurants, and then it just goes straight out into Stanley Park. It's just phenomenal. It's such a beautiful place. I love cruising around there. And then since then, like I did a pilot out there. A pilot is a TV show that they're pitching to get picked up for series. It never got picked up for series, so it was just the one episode. And I went out. It was shot in Vancouver. I got to work there as an adult, so I got that kind of like full circle experience.
Right.
And we stayed at the same hotel, and I kind of got to like relive that experience again. And it's such a beautiful city. I love Stanley Park. I love the I love the like weather out there and everything. It's like it's such a great place to be.
Oh yeah, we didn't go, like I didn't get to go to Stanley Park this time, but we did drive through it, and I was just like, we're in the city, and suddenly we're in a huge forest.
Suddenly,
I was like, oh.
We're lost.
Suddenly I don't know where we are. It was like, oh, it's Stanley Park. And I'm like, oh yeah, I could see that because I was staying with my friend who lives in downtown Vancouver, so getting to see from the building and just like look around at all of Vancouver. It was like, and that's Stanley Park over there, and there's all, and then down this road is all this, and so I got to do a lot of walking around. It's not. And then
there's the
time,
island.
But
what's the island? There's like an island. There's like a little district. But there's like a district down there that has like shops and restaurants and stuff, and I'm trying to remember what that was
Granville?
called.
Yeah, there we go. Granville.
Granville Island.
I went to Granville the last time, not this time, but the time before.
It's been a hot sec. I could not remember, but yes, I think it's Granville. Yeah.
Yeah, we went down there because it very much it's like a big market, you know what I mean? So you really get to wander around, and we got really good tea from Granville that we still were like, man, we should go get more tea from the Granville Island Tea Company.
That sounds really good.
Yeah. It's really cool. Had a great time.
I've been having a on a personal note,
Yeah.
since we're just we're having a little
The warm-up chat?
ADD bounce around here.
Yeah.
My most recent hyperfixation has been tea. Like Shauna and I have been like really digging down into our tea obsession, and I'm already tea obsessed enough. Like we have a nice like little cast iron kettle.
Nice.
And you know, Shauna brings me tea. We have a bunch of like nice loose leaf teas and stuff. But I've been consuming like content around like the traditional Japanese tea sets.
Oh,
with
yeah.
with the Kyushu, like the teapots with the side handle and all this kind of stuff. I want one so bad. And so like I'm eventually I'm gonna get like I'm gonna redo. I want to have a little Japanese tea set, and then we want to have like a traditional Chinese tea set.
Are you gonna get your little matcha, little whisk and?
Well, Shauna has all that stuff. Shauna's been drinking matcha for like a hot minute. She's been into that for a long time, so she has the whisk and the little matcha bowl and
the little like, bowl that you
she goes
like
through. She knows how to do all that stuff. But for me, I want like the distinct, because like the Chinese tea sets and the Japanese tea sets are just they're different. The pots are different, the trays styles are different and all that. And I want to get the different sets for the different teas that we drink. So I've been like, that's been me on the side, like outside of stream. I've been consuming like tea content lately.
tea content, yeah. Cosmic says Graven Tea Party stream when?
I mean, every day.
Do you want to get like a little table? I'll come and join you, and we'll sit at a table that's too small for us, and then we'll have, but like nice tea.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, that sounds
of course.
good.
I want what Shauna and I want a little, so for my set that it needs to fit right here. You know what I mean?
Right,
like
the perfect little tray size.
So that I still have a little room for my mouse, right? But I can still have tea right here, and so I want like a small Japanese set with the Kyushu pot and a little tray, you know, my little tea for one here when I'm streaming. And then what Shauna and I want for the Chinese tea set, we want one of those larger trays. They're called like tea tables.
Yeah.
And they're made with like this trench around the edges. So you steep the tea once and then you dump it out like right on the tray. And then you drink your second and third steeps. But what they make are these little, they're called tea pets. And the artisans who make the teapots will make these little like clay animals that you put on your tray, and then your first steep you dump them on the tea pet as like a little, like you give it to them.
That's
and then
cute.
It's this whole
I love
like
that.
And so Shauna's like, I need this. I need tea pets. And I was like, yes, we do.
Yes, Shauna.
Yeah. We've been going down this like tea rabbit hole lately. It's been fun.
That's fun. I love that. I've never heard of tea pets before, so that's
me
really
neither.
cute.
But now we need them.
I had to have a tea room, and he has a turtle tea pet. I love that. As someone who is tea obsessed, I have my own Chinese tea set. Dude, hell yeah. I had a manatee. That's cute.
A manatee. That's perfect. Yeah. That's so good.
Rabbit tea pet. Damn, this is a whole. The world is so big. There's so much out there.
There's too
like,
much.
No idea that this existed.
But I love that I'm the kind of person who hyperfixates, because it just means I get to bounce around and like and get all these little experiences. I love to like. It's one of my favorite things to do is to just like find a new thing to get excited about and just go
really
explore and get all the toys and experience that little piece of culture or whatever it is,
Yeah, we also live in such a wonderful age of information that you can just be like, you go to YouTube, just find something you've never known about, and then suddenly you're like, there's a whole everything about this, and you can just dive in,
Yes, that is me. I always take the dive.
Oh, yeah.
It's very difficult for me not to.
That's like, it's almost like a sport in my house where we're like, all right, we're pulling up YouTube on the TV and we'll just like try to find something we've never known about before, you know, and just be like,
Yeah.
okay, well, more about this obscure
Yes.
thing, you know?
Find the next thing. Okay,
Yep.
go. Yeah.
Yeah. I like my offer of knowledge is that I've discovered that there's something called Tom and Jerry cheesecake one time, because I was really watching a bunch of videos that was like just baking, like in like here's a bakery and here's how we bake thing, and it was just like Korean bakery or whatever, and so you're just really watching the process. I'm like, wow, so cool. And eventually it was just like this video about Tom and Jerry cheesecake, and it's literally like cheesecake made to look like cartoon cheese, but it's cheesecake. So it has like very much this outer layer of molded, like, I think it's white chocolate that they have, and then it's like pressed to have like the big cartoon cheese holes in it, you know? And it's just like they're like, it's Tom and Jerry cheesecake, and they put it in the truck with Tom and Jerry on it, and I was like, what?
That's the novelty.
White chocolate ganache, yes.
We have a Holla Queens in the house. What up, Holla?
Holla!
We have the we have a little Japanese bakery in our neighborhood that we love to go to once in a while. I've had their pastries and stuff on stream before, and like and they have those like little novelty pastries, the ones with like little cute little animal faces and little, you know what I mean? They do all that kind of stuff, and it's like it is so funny to me that there's a little cottage industry of like cute snacks.
Cute
you know what
yeah.
I mean?
I mean, it's something too where like, even for me, like baking and like cooking and stuff is like a nice alternative kind of creative outlet that it's not drawing, because that has like, I have to do that to make money, you know what I mean? So sometimes I'm like, I really want to make something. I don't want all this with the baggage. I can bake. What if I can make some cool thing with that? So like it in itself could just be creative expression for its own sake, you know what I mean? But like, and then people are out here and they're making, it's like, look at this perfect, it's a mango. Just kidding. It's a pastry. And I'm like, wow, I'm gonna destroy it anyway.
Twizzler Striders, what up, Twiz? In the house. Hey, Twiz.
I sense the ADHD is strong with these ones. Look, we're like we're allowing it to happen, okay?
Listen, we're just warming. We're having a warm up, okay? We're just bouncing around, okay?
Anybody who complains and then sits around and still watches us, don't get to complain anymore.
It's your fault.
You chose to be here. My question is, if you had a tea place, what would you guys call it? I don't know. Look, we already have Niku Riku Power Hour. I think that's about as good as it's gonna get, because I know Graven's really good at naming things, so.
The Niku ReCom ReCap Power Hour.
Yeah! ReCom ReCap Power Hour S in parentheses.
Yeah, the Power Hour is definitely the inside joke. Part of it.
Yeah. The amount of time, anytime I'd be like, the Power Hour, and people would be like, hour? And I was like, z.
Yeah.
Hour, z. Niku and
with a
Riku's
question mark at
Tiku.
the end. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Also, hi, Gabby. I know Gabby's walk-on played, so.
Gabby?
Yep.
Are you in the house? Gabby's here. Let's hold hands. Hey, Gabby.
Let's hold hands. Need Sephiroth's theme playing right now. That's okay. It was so quiet.
Twiz,
I
thanks
didn't
so much for
clock
the
it.
resub 5 months. And Gaelic Princess with the Prime resub 7 months. Thank you, guys. Falsus Rex is here. Hey, Rex.
Has the dissertation started yet? Just got off work. No, it has not. This does help a little bit, because I had multiple people just in my own Discord. Thank you, Gabby, for the subscription 14-month Niku anniversary. But I had a lot of people being like, I'm at work when it starts now. Whether it was like by 1-2 hours, sometimes like even 4, and I'm like, I can't do anything about that. But having a slight buffer time of talking about stuff that doesn't matter, like you do every time on your stream anyway. You know, what makes this one so different?
That's what the first hour is all about, all right? Everyone's filtering in. People got to get here. We all got to put our stuff down. You got to put your coat up. You know, you got to find a seat. It takes a second, you know. And then we get into the real business of
talking about video games.
About?
What is the Kingdom Hearts, I think? I'm pretty sure.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it.
I think so. Correct me if I'm wrong. You know, I'm pretty sure it's about at least Kingdom Hearts. I don't know which one, though.
All of them, and none of them.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Like the conceptual.
A very Kingdom Hearts answer to give.
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. You gotta shoot the shit with chat. You gotta. You have to. We're doing crowd work right now, as they would call it.
It's crowd work.
Uh-huh.
Oh, jeez.
Y'all yapped yesterday, and so we can yap again. In fact, left to our own devices, I'm sure we would yap a lot longer than that.
Rainfall and Aqua, it's right. Did I miss your walk-on ride?
I think so. I saw one.
I'm going to assume if you post an ignored queue that I missed your walk-on, okay?
Yeah. Astral, thank you. Thank you for the
Italian Gemini, what's up, Gemini?
Gemini. Okie dokie, though.
Thanks, Rye. I appreciate
You got the blessing.
forgiveness.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Recommunicate. Hi, Dax.
What's up, Dax?
Oh,
yeah, Stevie's in the house.
What? Don't lie.
Thanks, Stevie.
Queen. Don't lie. Stevie. See this also, there is no world in which we would be able to immediately talk about a thing without constant interruptions for all 400 walk-ons that are going to play. We have to buy time.
Our walk-on crew is strong, and I love it.
Yeah,
all right?
And I'm not even in it. My walk-on
cool,
every
though,
time.
That, like, I didn't expect the walk-ons to become like such a strong, you know, thing that we would have the walk-on crew, you know, like we do. But what's so cool about it though is that like everyone's got their sound effect or their clip, right? And it becomes like a part of their you know, their presence in the community, you know, in the streams.
Yeah.
And that's really like it is a cool idea. I think it's like it's a really cool way to kind of like
And now forever whenever I hear where's everyone going? Bingo, and I'm like, oh, Perry.
It's Perry, yeah.
Oh, it's Perry.
Perry's is strong. One Sky, One Destiny in the house. What's up, One Sky?
I'm assuming Niku made the cute matching purple backdrop for Graven. I did. Because I was tired of looking bad on Graven's stream. So I made him sit down and I was like, take this picture. Put these in it.
We did it. And of course, I mean, you guys weren't there for it, okay? But trust that it took a long time because we were busy yapping about all sorts of other shit while we were trying to set up my my purple stream border, okay?
Yep.
But yes, now the Power Hour is reached its final form, maybe
more or less, probably.
Where we now
it's better
match
than it was
and stuff. So
yep, absolutely. And
Flame's in the house. What's up, Flame?
It's ready for any time we also watch an event together, I suppose. It may as well.
And Bone Nappers is here too. What's up, Bones?
Reminds me of Niku's, but it's purple. Yeah, well, it's literally my setup, but I made it purple, so... That's it. I just took my one image and I was like, oh, cut boxes out of it and put in, and then purple gradient. Boom.
Nice.
So
it,
easy.
It matches my aesthetic really nicely. I like it.
I'm glad. Niku ReCOM ReCap Power Hour 2 Electric Boogaloo.
2 Electric Boogaloo, yeah.
No wonder Gravenside looks good for once. He wouldn't be able to do it on his own.
Listen, okay, I don't shy away from the fact that sometimes I need help, okay?
Look,
all
we
right?
all need help sometimes. We all need a little assistance.
I'm man enough to ask for help, you know?
Yeah, well, you didn't
It's,
ask this time. I just made it happen.
It's true, I didn't ask. I'm man
Yeah.
enough to accept help when I need it.
There we go.
At least.
Anyone else see Graven's eyes gloss over when Niku explained how they made the background? I don't know.
My
I
eyes
wasn't
just-
looking. They just do that.
I've been getting comments on my I got comments on my announcement the other day about Kingdom Hearts 2 that like what's wrong? He looks like he was crying, and I was like, what?
He's looking
Like, I watched it back and I was like, do I look weird? Like,
You're
all
just
right.
really emotional about starting Kingdom Hearts 2.
I'm just really
You're
I'm
really
just
choked
really
up about it.
happy. Yeah.
I'm just so happy. The video that haunts my notifications with your face.
Yeah, the video that haunts your notifications.
Yeah.
I've been liking all the comments. It's a full-time job at the moment.
Yeah, it sounds really exhausting. No, for those who don't know, because I made a comment at all on Graven's like Instagram video announcing KH2, in my notifications, Instagram is like, we have to show you like the first frame of the video so you know what we're talking about. And it's just Graven's face just like
It's
right
just me.
in my phone all the time. Like really locking eyes, you know? And it just keeps coming up and it's so goofy looking. Yeah.
I
that
also get
emote
emotional
exactly
when I
just-
start Kingdom Hearts 2. I play a lot of randos. It's a constant battle for me. I hear you, Dax.
Who doesn't get
Thank you
emotional
for
over
your
Kingdom Hearts
thank
2?
you for your hard work. Out there fighting the good
Everyone
fight.
go like Niku's
the
comment right now.
randos.
Yeah. Just so you can make it show up in my notifications. Oh, great. So awesome. Here it is. Right there in my notifications still. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Boom.
I am here to haunt your phones. That is my job.
It was so like I'm
Part of
looking
my
into your
job description.
eyes. It's crazy. He's just like right there. I'm gonna leave that there as a fun little reminder. Haunting my Discord forever. Dad's first Facebook 2009 profile picture. I mean, if
Listen.
that were the case, it'd be like tilted. Well, maybe no, 2009. That's like webcam. For a second, I was about to go into phone tilted a little like undershot because you're like taking a picture like that.
Yeah, looking down at your phone.
There's like more ceiling than face, you know?
It's from the bridge of the nose up, yeah.
Yeah. YouTube apology. That's why you look like you were crying, because it looks like a YouTube apology video.
Oh no.
I'm sorry for starting Kingdom Hearts 2 in 1 week. That has to become an emote. I'll like screenshot. Oh wait, I already did. A screenshot, and then we take the small version of it and we just make that the emote. Or a sticker, so it's really big. Perfect.
Oh my God.
Excellent idea, you guys. I'll get right on it. Graven's Sariku Shill ukulele apology video.
god, that's such a meta.
I know,
Like,
there's so many layers for that one.
There's so many layers to that.
We're venturing into unfound territory. Oh, Flame's walk-on got ignored. Photoshop the eyes to be big and watery, yeah. Like the crying cat. He has to apologize for Riku pilling and lesbian maxing, and the plaid today not helping your case, sir.
What's wrong with my plaid?
Nothing's wrong. You're just lesbian maxing.
Oh, that's right. Guilty, yeah. Guilty is charged as usual, yeah.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm really sorry. Listen, half of my closet is
cultural appropriation, okay? My good man.
So I hate to tell you guys, but I'm gonna have a real hard time if I can't wear my flannels at least half the time. Okay.
Yeah.
You're really restricting.
You'll break out in hives if you don't wear flannel at least once.
I will. I really will. Omega Clank's in the house. What's up, Clank?
Oh, that's the... Oh, okay. That's fine. That's fine. It's tiny. It's quiet. Doesn't matter.
Flame, I caught flames, didn't I?
I don't know if you did. I don't remember. I am not the person to ask.
I'm pretty sure that I gave Flame shout out. I did it. Yes. Okay, good. I did. Okay, I'm not crazy. Flannels are the move. I agree.
And are glad to share our culture with you and your 4 Oregon Trail lesbians. You're coming to Oregon to get your Subaru. I'm so happy for you.
I'm on my way.
I'm on my way. Get here.
I can't wait to finally reach the West Coast, Best Coast, and pick up my Subaru. And live the dream in the Pacific Northwest.
Yep. Where all the rain and trees are. Very
just
exciting.
Just nature, surrounded by nature in my flannel as God intended.
Yep. Oh yeah. You got the beard and everything. You're ready to be outdoors, your favorite activity.
It's right. Clearly, what I love to do more than anything is to be outside.
I hear you're a real active guy.
Clearly, it's where I belong.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you look the part, so obviously.
My Nissan Altima. That's right.
Yeah. 4 lesbians.
I have my animate out Nissan Altima. With Kyrie, like a big Kyrie laid out on one side, and what else with the cat ears? All right, maybe a big nominee on the other side just to balance it out.
Just to really lean into that type of car. Just
in the classic, the trucker girl on the mud flaps,
Yeah. It should be Larkseen. I think Larkseen should be a part of this.
Larkseen would totally probably sign up for that. Yeah.
Like, it's not even like she's still just wearing full cloak and everything, and she's really mean to you about it. But like, it's like you can still slap her on the car.
She's wearing a smile that says "F you." She's also brandishing her throwing daggers, but but everyone loves
kill
it,
you.
Obviously.
But we are having a good time.
But we're having fun. Yeah,
absolutely. I think we've
she's flipping you off. Yeah.
I think ads hit, so I guess it's been like an hour, I think, since we started.
Yes, our ad break, actually, I think ads just ended. Maybe they just started. Maybe they just
It was
ended.
I saw somebody mention no ads. It's okay. I don't think they missed anything too important.
No, we're still just splashing around, okay? In the kiddie pool, the shallow end. Yeah. Ads just ended. Okay, everyone's back. That's what I thought. I looked up at my timer and it was at the top of the hour, so the ads should be over.
Yeah, I'm literally like a minute away from being in an hour, so.
So you're gonna hit your ads?
No, I had those turned off a while ago because I was really bad about actually paying attention to it. So now I just play ads when I like go on a break, which is typically frequent enough because I have IBS, so plenty of opportunities to play ads.
There you go. So you just you kick ads on when you step
Yeah.
away.
When I step away, usually is when I just like
And then do they
automatically
play until you come back, or do you have like a certain
I
couple
think they
minutes
play for
set?
like they play for like a minute. I might be able to set it to play some more, but even doing that, like then having played those ads will stop like pre-rolls from happening. So it kind of, but I might change it back. I don't know. Either way, I'm not beholden to the ads as much as you are. So
No, I mean, I wanted to, well, I set it up when I first started. I kind of looked up like what the, I don't know, the meta was for creators, small creators, like what's the best kind of like way to set that up so that it's the least annoying and out of the way, but and kind of like new viewer friendly and stuff. And they did, and the advice across the board was just get rid of pre-rolls because that kills people
the pre-rolls,
coming
people don't want to sit through them.
in. So I just have it set to the minimum like recurring ads that turns off.
Yeah, like
pre-rolls.
on
And I
the
was like,
hour,
there you go,
basically.
So I
Get
get
a
a
bunch
little
of
bit of
ads
ad
then.
revenue. It's not, it's nothing. It's not what Twitch keeps asking me to set it to. I'll tell you that. And then, and it turns off the pre-rolls. So when you guys come in, you don't just like slam into ads unless you have really unlucky timing and you just come in while they're already on.
Yep. As has happened.
Yeah, I feel bad when someone raids like right into ads. That's
right.
like,
you're like,
that's kind of the worst.
Sorry, guys.
But yeah, and then only when I hit partner Twitch, kind of like there was a little bit of a push in my emails and on my Twitch page and stuff where they were trying to get me to crank up ads, and I was like, it's fine. It's fine. Twitch, chill out.
I remember when they like implemented it, and I was like, yeah, I guess I could do this, so then people don't have to deal with like the pre-rolls. And then it was usually like I would just be talking because my stream would just be like all me talking for hours, and so I'd be like right in the middle of something when the ads would come up. And it would be hard to stop and then like start it up again from where I left off because I would just totally lose my train of thought in between. So then I was like, okay, I just have to keep powering through. But then people were like, I just got out of ads. What did you say? And then I'd be like, okay, hold on. Yeah. So eventually I was like, this is not working out for me currently. I'll just have pre-roll, whatever. And then once, you get past that, then you're just good. So it was like, it works out, but it is something where, like, the pre-roll does kill people just a little bit. Because even when I go in and I'm like, and I have to, like, sit through somebody's pre-roll ads, I know it's going to be over, but it's annoying.
Yeah, I at least appreciate that Twitch gives you control over the duration of ads, like, and that the community all gets the ads at the same time. People who watch ads kind of all go in and out of them at the same time. That's much appreciated. Yep. I don't know how it works on the YouTube side. YouTube doesn't give you that much control over your ads. You just turn them on or you turn them off. So like you need them on so that you can generate income on that platform. But then like it's not, I can never tell while we're live, like if everyone gets the ads at the same time or if it's all depending on when they come in and then I don't know. I can't turn off ads when you when you join the stream. But YouTube also is a platform where ads are just kind of more baked in. People are used to it also more. I mean, when I consume YouTube, there's ads. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. It'd be nice if there was some way to sync all that stuff up so that the community on both sides can kind of be on the same page with that stuff and the same cadence, but I'm not going to hold my breath for something like that,
Yeah, I feel like streaming on YouTube is very like secondary compared to, what YouTube does first and foremost. So there's a lot of stuff where there's like
just more like curated content first and then live streaming.
You can also stream if you want. And so it has a lot less of that finesse of control that like where Twitch, it's literally what the whole platform is about. But
yeah. I've been appreciating the difference, the strengths and weaknesses of the different platforms as I've been learning, and you appreciate it more trying to make content than you do consuming it. It's because you kind of have to, you bump up against it more, like the differences.
Streaming on YouTube is mostly just so I don't have to make a second channel to upload VODs. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I still do that anyway, Dax. I still upload
Yeah.
the VODs because also my YouTube, because of the way that I consume YouTube and gaming content, because I also love gaming content, and I wanna make sure that I make the kind of gaming content accessible the way that I like to consume it, so I
Yeah.
still cut out, like, the just the gameplay from when we start playing to when we finish a particular game, so if we play 2 games that day, I make 2 VODs that are separated out, so
Mhm.
that people who wanna follow Kingdom Hearts can just watch those videos and they can catch up, and or if you wanna watch Blueprints or whatever else we're playing, like, you can just focus on those VODs and not have to scrub through long streams and stuff.
Yeah.
And I do that because that's what I expect when I watch content on YouTube. So I
Yep.
still like go through the effort to like make sure that that's all there for the people who watch my content, you know?
For accessibility. Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's I
It's
and just,
nice.
it's like I said, the standards that I expect I want to deliver
Mhm.
from
Mhm.
my content channel, you know? Channels, and I still haven't gotten around to making that old school YouTube Let's Play content that I keep saying I'm gonna do, and I am gonna do it, but I have not
Uh-huh.
managed to
I'm gonna
carve
do
out the
it. Who
time, and
knows
so I'm
when, but it's gonna
yeah, it
happen.
at some point, it's that
Mhm.
just like how I'm totally gonna, you know, uh, get a logo, for my channel and put up
Right,
a
yeah.
banner on Twitch one day. It's
Well,
gonna happen, okay? Don't
you
worry about
know, don't worry. They're working on it, okay? It's getting worked
it.
on. It's
It's
cooking.
all gonna happen. All right? We keep circling back to all the different things that I'm gonna do.
Still hoping for the Twitch YouTube combined chat overlay for the stream. Yeah, I know
Oh,
a
the
lot of
overlay. Yeah, a
Mhm.
lot of people ask me to put chat
Yeah.
over the stream so that the YouTube side can see the Twitch chat. I haven't, to be honest, I know people want me to do that. I haven't looked into what my options are, the different strategies people use to do that, and so I need to spend some time to look into what my options are so I can do it in a way that I'm happy with. I don't want to just kind of slap the chat right over the content because I find that annoying when I'm trying to watch gaming
Uh-huh.
content, especially if I'm watching like following a game series. Like I don't want something all over the top of it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. It's something that I'll figure out at some point maybe, but I've intentionally kind of put it off.
Please, you need chat overlay. The feet poost joke was lost forever. Feet poosting. That I know
Well,
that you looked at, laughed at, and then like we know what was read, and then you did not say it out loud, so nobody knows.
Sometimes, chat, I look at what you say and laugh and don't repeat it on purpose.
Sometimes
Yes,
there's a
it's
reason.
funny. Yes, I don't want to repeat it. You know what I mean?
I followed a tutorial to get my chat horizontally scrolling at the bottom of my screen so it's not intrusive. Very interesting, actually. Because that's really like, yeah, because it really, you have to like designate a whole, like I have a chat on my screen, at least I'm pointing to it on my side. That's just like, I just sit like slightly aside from it. Because it does help for the, as I found that like, even though I'm talking to chat, if I don't read it out loud, people don't know what the hell I'm responding to. So I was like, oh, I can just have a little something up there. And the people tend to like that hi Niku's chat box overlay. Showing up live on stream.
Cute Girl Myra asks me on YouTube, can they even read the YouTube chat or are we on a delay? Yes and yes, Myra. I can see YouTube chat, but yes, YouTube is on a delay. So often by the time I check out YouTube chat, what you guys are asking about is has passed a bit. So
Yep.
the delay does get you sometimes on YouTube. But I can see the chat. Niku can't see my YouTube chat, right?
I
No.
pulled it up. No, I went.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Yeah.
Yeah. So both of us can see YouTube chat. Yes.
Yep.
And what's up, YouTube? By the way, I'm sorry if I haven't. It's been a little bit of chaos, and I didn't jump in and say what up to YouTube chat. But what's up? Thank you guys very much for coming through on the YouTube side of the pillow. Appreciate you guys too.
There we go. Now they know. Now they know I can see them.
So where do you want to start?
Okay.
Where
So we're
shall we
finally
begin?
starting. Okay. I have a slight outline that I think we can start with simply talking about your thoughts on the game, as well as some other things that I was like, oh, you know, what's your favorite this? What did you like? What didn't you like? You blah, 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 blah. And then from there, we can move into people's, like, direct questions, I feel like, that I have all kind of tallied up, that my wonderful mod Rosie went and wrote out for me, and how many people asked the same question and everything, so it's very nice and organized.
Nice. We're organized.
Yeah, enough. A little bit.
Hell yeah.
Uh-huh.
I like that.
Yeah. So what I have here is, for starts, are just simply your thoughts of, you know, my first prompt is for you to recollect the story from your memory. For you to go, okay, and then we show up at Castle Oblivion and blah, 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 and, like, what you kind of remember.
Let's the
this will help
the
build
age-old
the memory
the age-old
pathways.
dilemma of recapping a Kingdom Hearts game.
You don't have to go into just the broad strokes, okay?
No, the broad strokes, right? So Sora and the gang, they roll up to Castle Oblivion.
Yeah.
Looking for Riku initially, right?
Mm-hmm. Riku and King Mickey.
And they encounter first the organization, and they know something is kind of off with the castle. They don't really understand what it is. They open up a door into these worlds that they had just visited, presumably 5 minutes prior in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah.
You know,
they had, like,
5 minutes
just
before
done.
Sora, puberty slapped Sora across the face, just before they walked in the door. But it's clear that the worlds are not the actual place, that they are fragments of the place, and they learn that that the castle is kind of sapping their memories, both presenting them with their memories of the worlds that they have visited, but also stealing their memories away from them. And so as we play through the game, we learn who the organization is. We learn a bit about the organization, Organization 13. We do not meet all of the people involved. We start off, it's just in the beginning, Axel and Larxene, if I remember correctly. And then the hooded figure that we don't know who it is, which I think in the end is Marluxia, correct? Who
you got it.
Reveals later.
And the beautiful pink hair comes flying out.
Does that mean that Marluxia is the unknown fight from the first game?
I will tell you this, no. That is not Marluxia, and later it will become very clear who that person is.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool.
I did even have a note of being like, clarify that Marluxia is not that guy. But I was like, Griffin might figure it out by himself in my note.
Thinking about it more critically.
Yeah.
The unknown fight, the move set from the unknown fight is not Marluxia's move set. So that's the first, I guess, clue that that's not Marluxia, right?
And that's
because
very
we would have
much
seen his
the clue that
or his rose petal effects or something.
Yeah, very much.
So, and the unknown fight had that, what would you call it? Like a time power, like a time dilation power? Or is it gravity powers?
It's
There's
like, I would say a little bit of gravity. Like, there's a lot of weird, I don't know how you would describe it. Cool looking.
It is cool, though.
Sith Lord. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's like a lot of like lasers and shit.
Yeah, okay. So then that's not Marluxia, but we're introduced to Axel and Larxene and then Marluxia, and we know that they are trying to get control of the Keyblade Master, who is
Yep.
Sora,
Yep.
because they want the power of the Keyblade for them,
Mhm.
for the organization, in the name of the organization or something like that. Or maybe personally they want it because the
Yeah.
organization also seems to have like conflicting motivations between them, which
Yes.
is also a cool setup for a group of villains.
Yeah.
Um, and then as we go through Castle Oblivion to the different memories of the different places on the different floors, we then and Sora and the crew are slowly losing the details of their memories.
Mhm.
They then become obsessed with the memory of Naminé, who up until this point, if you're like, I have never heard of before, in that
Right.
having played only one and then ReCom, right? So
Right.
I was unaware of like how, like why they were suddenly so aggressively defensive about Naminé. They wanted to protect her, to save her. You know, she was an important figure in their lives, and that really
Mhm.
that's the big red flag that the game gives you, because um, you know, if you're playing the games in order, then you don't know who Naminé is.
Yeah. It's very like
They
even just in
do,
that context, you're like, huh, strange tone shift, you know?
yeah, they do encounter Riku, but Riku unsurprisingly, also has uh, a bad attitude about protecting Naminé, and that he
Uh-huh.
needs to protect Naminé. And again, it all feels kind of awkward and out of place because you've never heard of this person, and suddenly everyone is like at each other's throats about
Yeah.
Naminé. And then through the organization side of the story, we learn that Naminé is a prisoner.
Yeah.
That they are holding a young girl that they have prisoner, and her powers relate to the manipulation of memories.
Mhm.
So she is the one controlling the uh the dispersal of the memories in the castle. She's also the one responsible for sapping the memories of the heroes, and this is all done under duress, under pressure from Marluxia and the organization, so that they can manipulate Sora and take control of the Keyblade. And then what we learn kind of maybe 2/3 of the way into the
Mhm.
story is
Mhm.
that the Riku that we've been encountering is actually not Riku, that it
Yep.
is who we affectionately call Repliku, who is not,
Yes.
that's not an official designation, correct?
No, but
That's
most
just
people
the,
call, yeah, I think it's
yeah,
easier to say than Riku Replica, though in the series they will call, they're like, "Oh, yeah, Riku Replica." And you're like, "Sure,
Riku
yeah."
Replica. Repliku
Repliku
needs
is
to
a
be
lot
adopted
easier.
officially.
I think
That
so.
is my stance. I think
Yep.
Repliku is incredible. I love it.
Yeah.
And I will continue to use it. So and so then that kind of explains why Repliku is so angry and obsessed with Naminé. You're like, okay, well that's not Riku, so that kind of
Mhm.
makes sense. But then we get more details about how Naminé is kind of like forcing this upon everyone, including Repliku, who's also a victim of this like manipulation.
Yeah. Yes.
And then we meet Vexen, who is the fourth organization member that we meet on the upper floors.
Mhm.
Vexen, of course, is a scientist. Also, perhaps Gaston in a wig, maybe.
Right,
That's
yeah.
just a little
Because
theory
he's
I
so
have.
huge, but his hands get cold in the
Um,
lab.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. He eats 5 dozen eggs
Yep.
in the morning to help him get strong.
Yep.
And
Roughly the size of a
what
barge,
else?
all that.
Yeah, yeah. The important details. And then we what happens, I think the crutch of the story is that Sora decides, given the information that his memories are being stolen
Mhm.
and that Naminé is a planted fake memory, Sora pulls maybe the most Sora thing I've ever seen,
Yeah.
which really, really makes me love him even more. Where
Mhm.
he says, "I don't care if these memories are fake; they're real to me, and
Yeah.
so I do
Mhm.
want to protect you, and I will protect you." And that is like that moment, maybe one of my favorite
Mhm.
moments of this. Probably, actually, my favorite moment honestly, of the Sora story from
I
a
love that.
from a character development,
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
writing perspective.
It's so telling, like, to his character. You know what I mean?
It is a beautiful Sora moment.
Yep.
Maybe the best so far that I've experienced playing the games of a Sora moment where, like,
Mhm.
I don't think I know of another moment that is so Sora, that is
Yeah.
just so
Yeah.
Sora coded, where Sora just says, with full knowledge that he's being manipulated, I don't care. It's real to me, and that matters. And I'm gonna
Yep.
do the right thing, even if I know it's like fake and it's a trap. I don't care.
Yeah.
And that is maybe the first time across the two games. I really enjoyed the first game a lot. I really
Mhm.
enjoyed ReCom. I think I'm definitely in the camp that ReCom gets more hate than it deserves, even
Yeah.
though it has a very steep learning curve that is acknowledged. The learning curve
Mhm.
for the combat in ReCom is tough.
Yeah.
I You guys know I'm a bit of a masochist with that stuff. I
Uh-huh.
like steep learning curves. I like kind of banging against a fight and like overcoming, I'm stubborn with my games in that way.
Mhm.
But I really do think, I've said it a bunch and I stand on it, that that once you get the hang of the ReCom
Yes.
fighting system, it's very satisfying.
Very
It's
much so.
enjoyable, but only after you get the hang of it. The
Yeah.
process of learning it is kind of miserable. It's really tough, and it's punishing. It punishes you. It kicks you when you're down, like, a lot in the beginning. And if you don't have a tolerance for that, or if you played the game when you were really young, I totally get why people go, "Ew, I hate that game.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
too hard.
They're just like,
It's convoluted. The
not for me,
combat
you know?
sucks." I
Yeah.
totally get that. Once you acclimate to that fight, to the card system, though,
Yep.
and you get those wins, God, it feels
It
really
feels
good.
so good.
It feels so good.
It's
So, like,
so nice.
I think that if it's probably worth revisiting what if you didn't like it as a kid and you've blown it off this whole time, I think it might be worth revisiting
Mhm.
if you're still playing the games and you love them and you've been gaming a long
You
time
just
now
need
and
something to
you're
do,
older.
just anything, just
It's
like,
something that I think the juice is worth the squeeze in the end. You know what I mean?
yes. Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. I think
so
so.
so that's maybe my hot take about the game, but definitely probably my number one favorite Sora moment of the two games up until this point
Favorite
was
one so
Sora's
far.
decision to protect Naminé regardless of being manipulated. I think
Yeah.
that's an
Yeah.
excellent Sora coded moment. It was goaded,
It was
and
goated with the
I
sauce, all
love it.
that's
Um, so,
Mhm.
and then of course Sora makes that decision,
Mhm.
leans into being manipulated,
Yeah.
and then is victorious in the face of is it victorious from inside the manipulation, right? Like, he's
Yeah.
strong enough to fight his way through the manipulation and win anyway. You defeat, we defeat Axel, but Axel clearly is not dead. We
Yeah.
defeat Larxene. Larxene could be gone forever, maybe. We defeat Marluxia, who could be gone forever, maybe. These are
Mhm.
maybes because, somebody like disappears into
Yeah.
ash or whatever, and who knows if that's a permanent situation in a game like this. They could do whatever they want, really, with that
Mhm.
kind of death. The same thing with Vexen. Vexen is defeated. It feels like that's permanent. That one feels the most permanent because even the organization talks about how killing him was shocking and kind of cruel.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
and so in the end, Sora is victorious. He defends even Repliku. He defends Naminé, and
Mhm.
then in the end, he is put into a cocoon, into a chamber of some kind where his
Yeah.
memories will be restored,
Like
and
the
that's where the
pod,
main
yeah.
game kind of ends. Um,
Mhm.
and then we experience the Riku side of the pillow,
Yeah.
where Riku also, the real Riku, enters Castle Oblivion from the basement, which I think is a
Mhm.
cool thematic kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
instead of
yeah.
working your way, um, in the main game, we're not working our way. We're working our
We're
way up, and then
Yes.
from the basement, we're going down.
No, so they're both working their way up. Riku is like working up to basically the ground level, where Sora is working his way up to the top.
Okay, yeah, okay,
Mhm.
that makes sense.
Yep.
So you're working your way up from the basement so that Riku has the opportunity to be manipulated in the same way to be given these worlds, but you never once think to yourself, oh, he might run into Sora because he's in a different part of the castle.
Yeah.
And then we have Riku, who also kind of butts up against the organization, but he butts up against different members of the organization, being Lexius, who is a brick shit house. He's that huge, freaking
huge
massive
monster man.
monster of a character, which is cool. Has a very cool like visual aesthetic.
Mhm.
And then Zexion, who is a Zexy guy. Okay,
Who is
he's
a
just
Zexy
a Zexy guy.
Yeah. With his emo hair.
Guy
who just walked out of a Hot
like
Topic,
anime coded, hair over the one eye, kind of thing. More soft spoken, more manipulative in his fighting style. His move set is more about manipulation than like strength. So that's cool. They're kind of like two very different fighting style characters for the organization against Riku. Do we also fight Larxene? We do, right? We also fight Larxene and Axel on the Riku side, right?
We don't fight Larxene, because Larxene is very much
No, Larxene's completed in the Sora side. Okay.
Yeah.
We just see them in the cutscenes.
Yeah, you see other parts of it, because like both of those like lines are kind of happening, like Sora's side and Riku's side are kind of happening concurrently. So when we go through Sora's side, we're seeing certain cutscenes, and then on Riku's side, we get to see like the rest.
We're getting
of
a bit
some
more
of those
context.
Cutscenes. Yeah,
you're getting some extra context, which is cool.
Yeah.
So we have the main antagonists being Lexius and Zexion, and Riku also goes through his memories of the worlds, albeit in a different order, and then Riku's mechanics are completely shuffled from Sora's, where Sora's is about deck building so that you build different decks for different situations, typically a boss deck, a mob fight deck, and then an experimental deck. At least that's how I looked at it. The 3 decks for Sora's side. On Riku's side, you are given a deck and you need to make the most of the deck you are given. Sometimes that deck has very obvious weaknesses for the situation that you're in. So a different challenge mechanically, which is really cool. They totally, again, I think this shows how much they cared about this game and that it wasn't a throwaway dev-wise, because there was no reason for them to build out 2 different combat systems for this game, particularly for the Riku side being a tack on after you technically finish the game. So that's like really cool that they went through all that effort to give Riku like his own mechanics. And Riku has his own set of sleights that are kind of supercharged by his like dark modes. So if you build up your dark meter, you get your dark mode, and then you mechanically, as you level up, you can extend your dark mode time, as well as your health and your power and stuff like that. Which I thought was really satisfying and cool. And then we have all the great Riku v Repliku stuff, which I was really excited to get to, because I do have memories of particularly when we did this, because this was like early in establishing that they were going to throw this curveball at me, that having the 2 characters. And so I very fondly remembered like kind of fielding that as a challenge. I was very excited about it. I looked at it as a as a kind of acting performance challenge, and I did my best to kind of make sure, like, obviously the challenge given to me was to have Repliku on his own be indistinguishable from Riku, but when faced with Riku, to establish that they were not quite the same. And so that's a very distinct challenge for an actor. And I remember
we did such a good job.
we had so it was good. But it was very carefully, like it was a challenge that was like very carefully facilitated by the producers, by the voice director, and by me as best I could. So,
Mhm.
you know, we everyone was very particular about it, and
Yeah.
so and I'm glad for it. You know, as an actor, like for me anyway, I'm an actor who really loves the collaborative part of performance. Like I
Mhm.
don't ever look at my performance in a project, any project, as like it's mine and you can't tell me
Right.
what to do. There are
My
actors that are
performance in
like
a
that.
vacuum, you know.
Yeah, it's my performance and I will decide what's best for my character. And there are actors like that, and I'm not saying that's wrong. What I'm saying is that that's not how I like to work. I enjoy the collaborative process with the director, with the producers, and I've said on stream to
Mhm.
you guys that I always consider my job to be to satisfy the director and the producers. It is
Right.
my job. I work for them,
You're
not
an
for
employee, you
you
know.
guys, not for the audience or whatever. That's kind of, you know, one step
Mhm.
removed from where my job actually starts and ends.
Yep.
And so you know, I uh I was nervous about experiencing that part of it. I was worried about having Riku kind of feel flat across the two different characters.
Mm.
And I feel like in this game, you know, because obviously there's more of that to come, and I'm sure that I have varying degrees of success across the many years that I attempted to do this. But in ReCom, I'm very happy with the way that Riku v Repliku kind of hashed out. It felt dynamic. There was a great I'm super satisfied. I made that clip of when I kind of rewatched the cutscene of
Yeah.
Repliku and I broke down his like the
I love
moments
that.
of that
I love that
performance.
part so much.
And that is, but I think better than any other content that I've made playing Kingdom Hearts. I think
Uh-huh.
that really opens a window into the way I look at the voice lines, the moments across
Mhm.
the dialogue, because when you're voice acting, all you got is your voice. I can't.
Yeah.
I've explained that I use physicality when I voice act because I'm an actor and I don't know how to. I can't hold still, right, as a
Right.
person or an actor,
Yeah.
and so. But when you're acting for a camera, stillness is so important. You really want to act on the inside. You want people to see what you're thinking through your
Mhm.
eyes. You don't
Yeah.
want to like gesture too much or like
Right.
overly you want to cut your physicality down.
Yeah.
Even though as a person I'm very animated, I talk with my
Right,
hands.
right.
You know what I mean? Like
There's
but
subtlety to people's emotions at the same time, you
sure.
know.
And that's really highlighted when you're acting for a camera. When you're acting when you're voice acting, you don't get any of that. You don't get any of that opportunity to use your eyes, to use your face, right? So you really have to. You can only use your voice to get those little variations
The
out. And
subtleties
so
and
like
yeah.
and that's why I was so happy with that moment in that game and why I wanted to kind of break it down so that you guys who don't think about this stuff maybe in the same way that I do as people who aren't actors, right?
Mhm.
Can see kind of the way that I look at across a speech like that, and I try to pull out like all of those different emotional beats, right?
Mhm.
As it plays out. Um, and I was super happy with it. I think it came out really great. Repliku was a dynamic character
Oh yeah.
for his short-lived arc in this side of the story.
Mhm.
He was evil and unrepentant, but he was also sympathetic and pathetic at
Yep.
times.
Oh yeah.
And then also very in the end landed in a relatable place where he was facing his end and trying
Mhm.
to face it with some dignity, right? And so like and wondering before then if he even had dignity to begin with, being a fake, being a replica,
Yeah.
like coming to terms with that. So like all of that felt like it was there enough for
Mhm.
it to perhaps, you know, like well up a bit of emotion in the player. And that's
Yeah.
the totally the point, and that's the stuff that I really hope for my work when I do it. I try to take it that seriously, you know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? And to imbue it with those bits, if I can. And if anyone kind of felt moved across that scene, then what I did was successful. You know what I mean? And that's
Yep.
kind of that's the goal, and that's like the dream. You know what I mean? To have
Mm-hmm.
people, and I got tons of lovely messages on that clip and across, of course, from all of you guys here in the community all the time, where you guys tell me that what Riku means to you guys, and what some of these moments in the games mean to you guys, and that means a lot to me. It really does, because that's like um that's the joy that I've always found in acting since I was a kid, you know?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people, I've also said this before, but a lot of people look at acting as like, and sometimes I would say this when I was younger, like, yeah, I get to play pretend, you know, for a living, you know.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's not what it is. Acting is not about lying or pretending. Acting is about finding the truth in s- in the story. So
Yeah.
acting should be at its best about being truthful, even though what you're doing and saying is a show, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so but all that to say that I was you know, satisfied with the dynamic nature of Riku's like shorter part of the game. I
Yeah.
felt like it packed a lot of punch for a kind of
That's for
like
sure.
a post game like tack on, you know, and I
Yeah.
really was proud of that. So I'm happy. I really do. I did enjoy my time with ReCom a lot.
I'm so glad that I figured you would have liked it anyway. I had kind of gauged, your tastes a bit, and I was like, I think you're gonna have a good time. But also, the voice acting, I think in general, yours as well as everyone else's, like in Chain of Memories, is like so top notch. Chain of Memories is so dramatic, and it's so good for it. And I think especially like some of those scenes, it's like that game, even if people don't like to play it, are usually like, oh, but I love the story of Chain of Memories. And
Yeah, I've
many of
heard
those
that a
scenes,
lot. Yeah.
yeah, and like many of those scenes, especially, particularly the Riku scenes, stand out the most to people because you did such a bang up job, to be honest. And
Thanks.
I say that not even as just like, I'm like, wow, I'm talking to the voice actor right now. You did so great. I'm like, I always like, I went through the series at one point and I wasn't like a super fan. You know, I was experiencing it for the first time, and I still thought this then, that I was like, damn, that was really good. Holy shit.
It's
It's
fun because the strangeness of the circumstance of Riku's story, like being faced
mhm.
with himself, and then having this existential struggle of self with another version of himself
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
so kind of in your face out there,
Mhm.
that like it means that even when you're young, if you experience that part of the story, it can sit with you and stand out as like
Mhm.
cool and unique, and it can, you know, I think the uniqueness of the situation lends itself to being more effective, given that we did a decent job with it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's more memorable for how weird it is, you know? How unique it is in
Mhm.
games and stuff. I mean, maybe for its time. And I don't want to lean on that too hard, because there's a million games out there that do a million cool weird things, and I don't
Yeah.
even know where the inspiration may have come from for this kind of story and stuff. You know, there's lots of other ways that it can, and I'm sure has been done. Um, but also, and I want to also take a
Yeah.
sec to stay, like, I'm so happy that I am happy with my own performances in
Yeah.
these games, because the voice acting that I'm surrounded by is so good.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
good. And like and I am admittedly a bit self-conscious going in to record the
Oh yeah.
games, because I know that I am like one of the garden variety actors that's there, and not like the
Right.
voice actors that are there doing the work around me. And like I said, voice acting is its own beast. It's its own
Yeah.
thing.
Oh
It
yeah.
takes its own skill set. It has its own nuances that is
Mm-hmm.
totally different than the instincts you build as an actor on camera. And so,
Yeah.
like, I am happy to see that I've kind of like that I adapted in ways that felt effective. Um, and and it's like, in this game, I think Quentin's voice acting really stands out to me
Yeah,
as
for sure.
Axel. Quentin, who I just met for the first time, by the way,
Mm-hmm.
in Houston last summer. We were both at NostalgiaCon in Houston, and he was super sweet to me. I went and I took my stuff early one day. I think it was early on Saturday, and I just literally like was like, I'll be back in a few minutes. And I I just kind of ran around looking for the other voice actors
Right.
and just kind of like imposed on their booth and was like, "Hey, what's up? I'm David. I'm Riku." you know?
Hello,
And
I am David Gallagher. I am Riku. Nice to meet you.
yeah,
You know.
I'm sorry, I'm not cutting your line for an autograph. I am
Yeah.
Riku. I just want to like give you dabs and say what up, like kind of
Yeah.
a thing, go introduce myself.
Yeah.
And so like um but at the time, I didn't know his work from the game because I hadn't gotten there yet,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
and so I'm actually really looking forward to seeing him again at a con and just being
Yeah.
like, dude, you know what I mean?
You
Like,
did such a good job. Yeah.
it's so
Yeah.
good, like it's so Axel's such a fun character
He
to
is. He's a
to
very
watch.
popular character too.
And I totally get that
Yeah.
because and in particular, and I've said it when we were playing, but the way they animate his face is almost with like extra care compared to the
Yeah.
other characters. He has so expressive with his eyes, and
Mm-hmm.
he's one of the few characters where I wonder to myself what he is thinking, even
Yeah.
though I heard what he said. Like, I know what he said, but I'm not
There's
sure
a
I
lot
know what he's
going on
thinking.
in there. You know.
And so like, and that has to do with the animations, but also, of course,
Mhm.
the voice acting. There's this great mystery level to Axel that is intriguing and interesting and makes him fun to watch and to follow. And so like, I'm hyped to see Axel in more games
Oh,
because
yeah.
I know Axel repeats and comes back. And so
Mhm.
like, so yeah, I mean, but across the board, the voice acting felt really, like really dynamic and good,
Yeah.
in all of the games. And then of course, famously, the Kingdom Hearts games use as many of the original Disney voice actors as
Yeah.
they possibly
Yes.
can in these games. And so that, I think, is really the Midas touch of the charm of the games, is that it's not it's not like it could have easily felt like the kind of like straight to DVD, like
Yeah.
part 6
Yep.
sequel project of such and such a Disney movie, but it doesn't. It really
Mhm.
feels like it bolts right up against these Disney worlds
Yep.
and belongs there. And that's because they really embraced the Disney side of this equation, really embraced
It's
bringing
treated
in
so
their
like
voice talent.
respectfully. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
and
It's
that to me is like so excellent, and really elevates the entire franchise to like kind
Yeah.
of where it deserves to be, you know?
Yeah, it's truly like the most respectful and like true to the source material you'll typically find of any Disney property in any adaptation, because like it's so funny how often just in the wild I will just see like people just they're like, oh, I'm going to like use my bootleg whatever, it's Ariel from The Little Mermaid, always the Kingdom Hearts model every time without fail because it's the best looking one. And it doesn't matter like where you go, it's like it's truly like they did such a good job at recreating the movies, paying attention to the details, and even going so far as to have the actual like caliber of voice actors that they do, that it's just the most like paying tribute to these movies we've all at least seen maybe once, if not just love, and is a big part of our pop culture in general. And just, it's like, wow, we're like really in Atlantica right now with my friend Ariel.
Yeah.
With actual Jodie Benson voicing Ariel.
Yeah. And that's I think that just gives it a polish, you know, and a legitimacy, and it just really elevates the whole thing. The whole franchise is elevated for it. And I'm so happy to see that Disney like committed that level to the games, you know. I think if that would have been, you know, partnering with Disney to get the franchises is one thing, you know, and licensing and all that stuff. It's a whole nother thing to get them to actually dedicate their own voice director team, like, and voice recording teams to it, and bring in their actors and all that stuff. That is where I think that's what really gives the franchise the opportunity to shine like it does.
Yeah. I see the voice actors bring such a prestige to KH, and I'm like, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah. There's pedigree in there, you know?
Yeah. And it shows, and it makes the difference. It really does. It gives it this untangible quality that is like, that makes it's a polish. That's how I would put it. You know, it gives it a polish that you just couldn't get from finding the best voice actors who could do close enough kind of casting. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's funny, there are some characters, like some Disney characters later, who like aren't voiced by their original voice actors, but it's like genuinely you would not be able to tell. Especially because Disney has such a quality control over that kind of thing anyway. So like in those few instances, I was like, I would not have been able to know that unless I had otherwise read. Beat of silence. Total silence for a moment.
I was gonna say, I think I lost you.
You lost me? You
came in there. Did you cut out, or did you stop?
I paused for a second. I was just like, you would not be able to tell otherwise unless I had read. And then like I just wasn't sure if you were like reading a comment or something. Anyway.
No, I was listening to you, and then it sounded like you cut out.
Oh no, I just stopped so abruptly, so cleanly, like a robot.
So how'd I do? Did I summarize the game?
Honestly, you did a pretty good job. You did a pretty bang up job of like, you know, having to like recall and like when characters come in. There's like one note of like the reason that they're trying to control Sora is because they're like, oh, they can pretend it's under the guise of being like, we're doing it for the organization. But Marluxia and Larxene are planning a coup.
Right. Yeah, there's the inner conflict. Yeah.
Yes, they want that power for themselves. So they want to pretty much ensnare Sora into this position of like, he will fiercely do anything for this person he supposedly cares about the most, thus pretty much bringing him under the control. And then in the basement side of things, like these, you know, Zexion, Lexius, and even Vexen, they're like, what are those guys up there doing? You know, they're like, what are they up to up there? I think they're trying to do something sneaky. I think they're trying to do something against the organization. And then they're like, well, if you're going to get Sora, we're going to get Riku. And then they're kind of trying to, they make a replica. They're kind of trying to parse these things out.
That's the Zexion and Lexius.
Yes. Yeah.
They're plotting the plot against the plot.
Yes, and then Axel is busy playing both sides because he can.
Right. Yeah.
And then he just kills Vexen anyway. And he's just like, well, in a really cool scene where he just blows him up. Woo!
Yeah, he Thanos'd him, right? He
did. He snaps him and just like
he melts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's cool.
It is cool.
And Sora's
totally
just like,
cool.
You know, he's like, what is wrong with you people?
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's great. It's full of drama. I love Chain of Memories so much. And it's funny because it was like, okay, we're starting on the recollect of Chain of Memories in the recap. And, you know, it kind of obviously veered into other things I was going to ask of like what you like about it. And then like I guess we could always go your favorite part. You know, we kind of got that covered in there.
Yeah. I mean, just for brevity, my favorite
Yeah.
part would be on Sora's side. It's definitely the Sora coded moment of
Yeah, the
deciding
Sora
to be Sora
The Sora
when
of it
Sora
all.
is needed most.
Yeah.
And then on the Riku side, it's the Riku moment where Riku v Riku's really hard and
Yeah.
the most. So
Yeah.
those are my
Uh-huh.
favorite parts. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That, you know, that makes sense. I do
Totally.
love that scene with Sora, and I love like the following scene too, where he's like, you know, Riku to like Repliku. He's like, "You take care of Naminé for me," and he's like, "You don't mind?" He's like, "You're not worried?" And he's like, "Should I be?" You know, and they're like, "Okay." Like it's really cute. I love that one. Riku's more than anyone has ever Riku'd.
Yeah, exactly.
He says it's
yeah.
Riku in time, and then he Riku's all over the place.
Yeah, those were the moments. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And those are just some strong moments anyway. Also, hi Barry. Also, my pal Kippen came in and said hi, and I didn't want to interrupt you, so I would just see and I'd be like, mental note to say hi to these people. But
I see Barry. Barry's following on my side. Welcome, Barry. Thanks for the follow.
Hi Barry. She chain on my memories until I Riku. Holla, shut up.
Oh God. Thanks, Hala. Thanks for that.
We did skip the end of Riku's side. That's true. As far as the summary goes, like Riku's narrative conclusion, if you can recall for a moment.
What?
So after
Like post Repliku's conclusion.
Yeah. And then after that.
Oh, and then Riku finds well, what comes to mind is Riku walking into the pod room.
Yeah.
So Riku discovers the
Sora in the egg.
Sora in the and Naminé.
Yeah.
And then I don't know, where does he go? What does he do? I can't. Now I'm blanking.
Okay, so no, that's okay. After you defeat like Repliku more or less, and you get to like here's the Sora in the egg room, and he tells Naminé she smells, and then like,
oh yeah, that's right.
Line is like you and Kairi
we
smell
totally
the same.
skipped in the recap the theme of scent.
Yeah, totally conveniently forgot the smelling people part of that game.
I love it. So like I love, like, I guarantee you when I hit that part when we were in the booth, I was like, oh yeah. Like that's like this
smells
now
good.
Now we're getting weird. All right, let's do it. You know, like I like that kind of weird shit for a character. You know what I mean? Like it's definitely weird, and it makes it fun. You know what I mean? And the only way to pull that off is to lean in. You know, you can't be shy about it when you're presented with a weird character moment like that. You know?
Yeah. You just kind of gotta let it be what it is and just go with it. If there's anything that Kingdom Hearts is the best at, is just going full tilt into its own like scenario. And it, you know, and sometimes for better or for worse, mostly better. Sometimes you're like, and now we're smelling people, and then they just don't do that ever again in the rest of the
Ever again?
Never happens again. Like
it is known that but every time Riku walks in, you know
he can smell it.
He could smell everybody. Everybody in that room, they have been smelt.
Yep.
And he knows.
He just got like really embarrassed about it. Like he was like, "That's weird to say to people. I'm gonna not do that," you know. And then he just stuffed that one away.
That's so funny. That is totally like an iconic weird part of this game that I left out of my. It's unintentionally left out of my summary.
He learned to keep some thoughts to himself.
But I do love it though. I think it's weird, but when you're playing the game, it allows for some great laughs. It's funny, you know what I mean? And and
it's harmless, you know what I mean? It's fun.
Yeah, it's I dig it. I didn't find it like awkward in a negative way. I found it
Mhm.
awkward in a fun way. So,
Yeah, yeah, and
you
I think
know,
that's most of what happened. Like, there's a lot of people who are like, "Oh, Kingdom Hearts, it's embarrassing," and it's like people who don't know how to have fun so often.
yeah,
Because
I
like
mean,
that's the worst it ever gets. Is you're like, it's just funny, and then the rest of it is just really good. So I'm having a
yeah.
great time.
If you want to take your drama hyper seriously,
Yeah.
then maybe the whimsical Disney adventure game is not for you.
Right.
But like, um, but I don't know. I like I said, you know, like I said, I like the weird eccentricities of the story and the
Mhm.
characters. I think it's all part of its charm,
Yep.
and as I said when we played through the first game, I love the way that the game bolts up to the Disney franchises as an equal and not as
Yes.
like a
Yeah.
hang on, you know,
Mhm.
not as like an extra thing that shouldn't maybe be there, but as
Yeah.
something that deserves to be there. And if you're going to do that with the Disney films, it has to have some of that whimsy and some of that
Yeah.
like to that childlike wonder to it. It has
Mhm.
to have some innocence. You know what I mean? Like all of that
Yeah.
stuff is there and it belongs there.
I think
I
if you
think it's
shied away
well
from
done.
it, it just wouldn't be as successful. Like it just
No, I
wouldn't.
don't. It would be awkward if it
Yeah.
took itself more seriously than that, you know?
Like I think it like especially as like one can kind of tell immediately like playing Kingdom Hearts 1 how much you're like, oh, like regardless of how your feelings on like a Disney brand of like, you know, their pantheon of things or whatever, you're like, wow, this game feels like magical and like there's so much wonder and like fun to be had in it, and like it really captures this feeling in a bottle because it really just takes the premise it is and embraces it wholesale. It does
Yeah.
not shy away from it, you know what I mean? And that makes it good.
That is part of its charm. That is an
Yes.
important, like, integral part of what makes it successful and charming.
Yeah.
And, you know, and sure, like,
Oh,
you
ads,
can
by the way.
watch the, oh, that's right, we're in ads. Yeah, I mean, you could totally like look at the smell subtext and cringe
Smelly
or whatever.
smell.
Like,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
if you're that, but like, you know, what.
If
Why
you're
are
no fun.
yeah, like, you know, it's I think that if you're at that point, you're kind of looking at it the wrong way. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it deserves that kind of whimsy, that bit of silliness. That's part of it. That's what it's.
Yeah.
That's the intended tone. You know, and
Yeah.
so if you're taking a more serious tone from it, it feels like a misstep in a way. You know?
Yeah, and it's like
I mean,
serious
enjoy
is
your
not
games
even
however you like, but
it's not the like taking it more seriously is not necessarily like sincerity either. Like it's completely sincere in what it is doing, because sometimes people will like conflate the two of being like, well, it's not serious, thus that means it's all goofy and doesn't matter and it's stupid, right? But it's like, no, it's very sincere and like emotionally earnest, and like that's its strength versus like something that's like super grounded and serious, you know what I mean?
totally.
It's not
Yeah.
like you know, Arcane. it's
I see you
just
guys
a
in
total
chat.
different.
Queen, what did I ignore, Koo? I know we're in ads. We're just staying here right where
Oh,
we were.
ads also Graven
Um,
keeps talking.
Yes. Well, we're not going to sit here in silence while there's ads, you
I
guys.
think we should
We're
just
still
sit
gonna
here in
talk,
stony silence and look
but
straight
we
into
are.
the camera.
But we're just staying in this spot. We're not moving on to a new subject until everyone's back. But did I miss something?
I don't think you missed something. I think it was just that ads were playing,
Diz.
and then
Oh, I missed
oh yeah,
Diz.
Diz. Yeah,
in
yeah.
in the recap. There you go. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Diz. Diz. I think I have questions about Diz. We'll
Okay.
hold for a sec because we're about to be back from ads and we'll wait. But
Yeah.
yeah, that's a good place to go from here.
Yeah, I think so.
Disbelief. Yeah.
Disbelief.
I'm in disbelief.
Stare into the camera like that. Instant notification. Yeah, exactly. Just really, you know. New phone. Who Diz?
New phone. Who did? Stupid. Oh no, that got me. Okay. I laughed at that too much. Okay. Sorry.
I mean, I thought it was funny, so that's why I read
It's
it out
funny.
loud.
It is funny. God, I love a cheap joke so much.
Well, because
I
that's
love
what happens when
a
you
cheap
become a
joke.
father.
I love a cheap joke. I love a dad joke. I love it.
Yep.
And it is my right, okay?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you earn that once you have children. That is
Yeah.
just like, you inherit it, you know, from the universe.
Yeah. I always Shauna often gives me shit for like for saying something stupid and then laughing at myself.
Right.
And then and I remind her all the time that I am not in the business of making other people laugh. I am just trying to make myself laugh. That is all I want to do.
I'm just here to have a good time.
I am trying to have fun, and if I can make myself laugh, I will. Okay, this is my right as dad. You know.
When you check out of the hospital, they give you a card. Actually. Silliness is important. I agree. Dude, I laugh at my own jokes all the time. So, like, I'm not one to judge here.
We're back from ads. What's up, everybody? We didn't move on from the end of ReCom. So Diz is where we as Queen reminded me, we forgot about Diz in our recap. And I think I want to know who the hell is Diz? Because he comes out of nowhere, right? He's at the very end of the game. And then of course, with the way that his name is like stylized.
Yeah.
Then I would assume as a player that Diz is kind of a Disney representative figure somehow, representing the Disney multiverse, representing like Walt Disney somehow, representing something about Disney, the broader picture of Disney. But then he has like the belts on his face and the weird mask and he looks like a dark kind of like foreboding figure. And I'm like, that maybe that's not right. Like what I thought I was going to get from seeing the character's name is not the character I met. So
that's fair. Really quick aside.
What is going on there?
I saw like 3 people at the same time say Diz nuts and I started laughing.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry.
It's low-hanging fruit, chat. Low-hanging fruit.
Are we sure low-hanging fruit is the one we want to use for that?
That's Diz nuts. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, hold on, let me face D tomato for a second.
I need to be more careful which chat jokes I repeat. Right? Clip. Yeah, of course. Thanks. Thank you, chat. Thank you very much. You're the best. Come on. Thank you.
Perfect. And scene. Great content farming today, boss.
Yes, excellent. Thanks,
we
chat.
really did it. High five. Okay, so questions about Diz being like, yeah, I understand. That's really interesting, actually. I totally see how you see, like, Diz, and you're like, yeah, the Disney part. And it's like, not even. It's not.
No, not even. It doesn't feel that way at all. As soon as you meet him, you go, oh, that must be wrong.
Yes, I have to be wrong about this.
but my impression was that he was going to somehow represent the Disney side of the universe.
Yeah.
But from the outside, because it's very meta, right? To be named for the corporation that all of these worlds fall under. So like,
yeah. Well,
and
I can
it
tell
seems
you,
like he is named for Disney. But again, it doesn't seem to fly with the kind of character that I ended up meeting. So, but also I know almost nothing about the character, and I'm assuming we get more. This character gets fleshed out in 2, maybe in the next game. That's what I'm assuming.
Finding out more about him, because this leads like directly into KH2 more or less. And then like when we get to 358, it covers sort of in between Chain of Memories and 2. It overlaps Chain of Memories just a little bit. So
358. That's the one. That's the fraction one, right? 358
yeah.
over
That's
2
or people will
days.
call it days. Yeah.
Days.
That's the one that people go like, are you gonna play that one first? We are not. It is not happening.
Right.
That is coming later. But
So
it
it
is a
goes,
prequel.
release order goes Kingdom Hearts 1, ReCom or
Memories.
Chain of Memories,
Yeah.
and then
2.
2, and then Days.
Yes.
But Days is a prequel to 2, and it nestles between ReCom and 2.
Yep.
Like
Exactly.
chronologically in the story.
Yep.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. Got it.
So yeah,
got it,
it's a really nice like peek into kind of behind the scenes a bit after you go through Chain of Memories and 2, and then you're like, what were these guys up to? And then that's what 358 pretty much is going over a lot of it. And I like it a whole lot, so
Cool.
But
I love
boy,
that
what
the
was I
little
getting
games in
into
the
with that?
series, and I don't mean little like they're lesser games. I mean
Yeah,
little
yeah.
like the handhelds and the extra games that are
Yeah.
not numbered games,
Bridge
right?
games, yeah.
I love that they are so loved. I love that
Yes.
when I meet the community at cons or when we're hanging out in chat, all
Mhm.
the time I see like people's favorite Kingdom Hearts games.
Mhm.
A lot of people say 2. 2 is always in that conversation,
Oh
and
yeah,
I know
for sure.
2 is kind of like
2 is kind of the poster child of,
that is the
of Kingdom
poster
Hearts, yeah.
child, exactly what I was looking for. Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
poster child of like the tentpole games, but like
Mhm.
but that I always see 2 and it's always 2 and one of these like
Yeah,
handhelds.
one of those.
And
Yeah,
there's
yeah,
so many of them are like favorites in the community, and that's really cool.
Yeah, everybody's got, I don't even know which ones I could say are exactly my favorite, but like each game is kind of like equally as important as any of the others because they're all just like broader story entries that fill the world in, inform you about characters and things. And so like any single one weird like game could be somebody's like most favorite one ever. And they're all good games. And I know some people are going to be like, I don't know about Recoded. I think you're wrong,
Yeah,
and we're
sure.
not going to get into
Not
this.
this one.
Not this one,
is
though.
the one I hate.
Coded
Well,
is great and fun. I love it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's not geared at you. That's I'm barking at the crowd. Recoded truthers rise. Anyway.
I'm looking forward to it. And like I said, a lot of people in the community that I met in like Houston when I was at the con and stuff, and since I've started streaming for sure, I've had a lot of messages and comments on my content, and people at the cons who were like, you know, like, oh, this game though, this one's not good, or this one, skip this one. So a lot of people told me to skip ReCom entirely. And I just want to reiterate that while I can appreciate that not all the games are for everybody in the community, I don't want people to think, because like, and it comes from a good place. People say that to me because they were put off by the game, its mechanics, or its story is lackluster, or maybe for whatever reason, right? They don't like the game, and they don't want me to have a negative experience playing the game, because then they're afraid I'm going to stop playing them. Okay.
Yeah, and I understand that.
And so I get that, but to put that to rest, I have like committed, like at the bare minimum, I have committed to myself that I was going to kind of dedicate, if I was going to get on these platforms and make content and build a community and play games, you know, because I love games. Obviously, I love lots of other games too, but I was going to dedicate a portion of this effort to the Kingdom Hearts franchise and play it with the community so that I could better serve the franchise myself too, like so that I can get to know it better. I want to get to know it better. And I think that now there's been enough time that's passed where I can be maybe less awkward about watching and listening to my own work and stuff. That was always the reason why I never played the games when I was younger. I always just kind of said, well, I work on these games, so I'm not going to relax playing these games. It'll feel like work. I'll be sitting there kind of picking it apart and stuff. I don't want to do that. I just want to play games and turn my brain off. You know what I mean? And so like, I think that I've decided when I decided I was going to get on these platforms and make content, I decided then that I was going to make playing through the franchise to get to know it better, like a cornerstone of what I'm doing here. And so don't worry about me like maybe there will be one of the games that I don't like as much. Clearly, one of them will be my least favorite, right?
Yeah.
Like when you rank order things, something ends up at the bottom. But
Yes.
but that isn't gonna like put me off from playing the main games or enjoying the franchise as a whole. Like
Yeah.
I know how franchises work, you know what I mean? Like it's you can't win them all also. Like this is also like just part of life and part of working as a creative in any industry really. Like
Mm-hmm.
there's gonna be kind of highs and lows to that process, and so like I'm willing to play the games that maybe are less popular or are maybe harder to love, like ReCom seems to be, and stuff like that,
Yeah.
and still like find what I like about it and appreciate it as best I can.
Yeah.
So just so where everyone's like kind of clear on that, while I have a good chunk of the community here listening to me yap.
Yeah.
I'm very excited and looking forward to. A lot of people also ask me like, do you really like the games, or are you doing this for clicks or for money or whatever? And it's like, well, I've decided I want to make content, as like clearly I'm doing this
Right.
now at a full-time pace, and that involves making money doing this as like, and treating it kind of like work and stuff like that. But I don't want anyone to kind of mistake that effort for me like not liking games or enjoying the
Yeah.
games with the community, And I try to be. That's why I remind you guys often that like the way you guys feel about Kingdom Hearts, that's how I feel in my heart about like Zelda. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because when I was 5 years old, Zelda was my first favorite game, and I played the shit out of it and didn't even know what I was doing, but I loved every second of it. And so like
And it holds
I
a
grew up
special place in there,
I grew up adoring that franchise and
Yeah.
getting breathlessly hyped for the next game when it was announced, and all that kind of stuff. And I still feel that when a new Zelda game comes out. So like I totally get it. You know what I mean? And like
Yeah.
just because the Kingdom Hearts games isn't that for me doesn't mean that it's like
Not yet.
that I'm not like enjoying them and
Right.
coming to them from a good, honest place and like having
Yeah.
fun playing them with you guys. I'm really enjoying the games. I think they're good. I think one in ReCom, because that's what I've played. I think they're good
Yeah.
games, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna die on this hill about ReCom.
Thank
You
God.
guys are gonna hear this from me for a long time. I think ReCom's a good mechanical game that has a serious bitch of a learning curve,
Yeah.
And so like, but once you fight your way through it, I really did find the card combat satisfying and rewarding. And so like, like and I didn't know that about these games. So I'm going to learn this stuff as I go with you guys in real time,
Yeah.
But I want you guys to know that like, I'm not trying to come at this cynically or like, I'm humoring the series that I don't really like it and stuff like that.
It's
like
a
I try to be like
time to humor something. There is way
totally.
too much
There's a
Kingdom
lot
Hearts.
of games, It'd be one hell of a slog if I wasn't enjoying the games for sure.
Absolutely.
But like, but that's not what I'm trying to do here. What I'm trying to do here is get to know the community that loves these games that I'm a part of, and to give you guys the chance to get to know me as like a person and an actor and a content creator and like have fun, you know what I mean? So like I'm trying to be as transparent and like about that process as I can be, and I don't want it to feel like cynical or disingenuous, you know what I mean?
I don't think it's ever felt that way. I mean, I think people are sometimes just afraid of like, or are used to, unfortunately, getting hurt. I think in the larger internet sphere, Kingdom Hearts is a really easy punching bag just because of like what it is. And it's strange because like that's what I had come to know the series for a long time, until as an adult, I was like, time to just engage with it and form my own opinion. I'll just go through all of them and I'm just going to make my own opinion. And then I came out the other end going, everybody lied to me. This is really good. And I'm kind of pissed about it. Yeah. And so like a lot of people can get really kind of, like, I think they're, sometimes people approach it differently because people are scared you'll drop the series because you ran into some resistance with Chain of Memories, or they're scared that like you're just kind of putting on a show while you don't actually care about it, because a lot of people are just kind of used to being like, I like this thing, and people are going, oh, it's so stupid and what, it doesn't make sense and that's dumb, and it's just a lot of people are used to that.
That's why I try to make the point that like I don't love the games like you guys do. For me, that's the Zelda franchise. That's what I grew up with. A lot of you guys, this was your first big franchise that you loved as a kid and stuff like that. And for me to relate to that, that's the Zelda games.
Yeah.
And so, but that's okay. I don't have to be obsess over it, and it doesn't have to be my favorite game of all time or whatever. For me to like have fun and with the community, learn about the games as a player, to come in from the other side and like, and then to say like, hey, these games are great. You know what I mean? Like,
wow, these are really good.
They are.
I like
really
them a
lot.
It's something to like. I think, as it was said
earlier, you can't
earlier,
inject nostalgia into a first playthrough. Yeah, that's really true, Franzi. Yeah, exactly.
Like
so I'm not trying to like fake that with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm trying to I'm playing the games, and you guys are just seeing my normal first reactions to it and the things that I remember about recording it. Again, when we record these games, maybe I spend a week, like 3 or 4 days in that week working on a game, and then I'm done. You know what I mean? So like, what do you guys remember about Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of a week in June, like
November,
from 2006?
Yeah,
you know what
exactly.
I mean? Like, what do you remember about that? Nothing. You know what I mean? Like, and that's like kind of what it feels like having when I look back at the work. Now, that doesn't mean I don't remember nothing about it at all. Like, I remember some of the lines stand out, some of the moments, some of the challenges of the work stand out to me, and I remember them. But, a lot of that's all jumbled and stuff. That's why I'm calling it a blind playthrough. And I really am like learning the whole story for the first time, because they don't sit down and tell, like, there's no script. You know what I mean? Like, they don't send me a movie script and then I read Kingdom Hearts, the movie script, and then we go record the game. That's not how it works with a game. Maybe that's how it works with a game like Red Dead or The Last of Us or something. You know what I mean? Like at that level, but that's not how it works typically for recording game content. So like, I show up, they go, hey, what's up? We have a coffee and I make a tea in the waiting room and we have a chat, and then we get into the booth and I go, okay, well, they go, all right, here's the first cutscene. We watch it. They give me some context. We talk about it a little bit, and then we record them one line at a time, and that's it. So like, I just want to make sure that the experience, that you guys understand that the experience of me playing the games with you guys is, I'm trying not to like turn it into hype or build it up or turn it into something it's not. I'm trying to just have fun, like learning the games as a player, as someone who loves playing games. Yeah. And get to know it,
I mean, see, I use my example of like, I came into this series as an adult. Like, I always knew about it and I had friends who really liked it, but I didn't have a PS2. I didn't have any means to really play any of the games, but it always haunted the periphery of my life for a long time until I was like, time to sit down with this. And I remember going through and being like, people lied to me. It's actually really good and it's not that confusing if you're just paying attention to the game at all when you're playing it.
No, I don't think playing through it has been confusing. I may be speaking too soon, of course.
Oh, no, you didn't even say that. Games. But like, it's not even that as much as just like, you're going through the games and then like, I came out being like, that was good. I look forward to Kingdom Hearts 3 and whatever. And then it was like, its claws were like hovering around me. You know what I mean? And it was just like, just wait. You're thinking about it, aren't you? Kingdom Hearts was pretty cool. Do you want to listen to that song again? Maybe a little bit, and basically it just sunk in, and I don't get to be normal about it ever again. So I think sometimes when people are like, oh yeah, it's so important to me because it's so nostalgic, it was a part of my childhood. And of course that is true. But it's like, I think there's something about it that you're like, wow, it's a good game series. It got me when I was a whole 27 years old. It was just like, guess what? This is your life now. And I was like, oh, all right, sure. And now here I am, and I have Chip and Dale from Kingdom Hearts sitting on my desk. All I'm
Chip and
saying is
Dale,
that
who I never loved for any of their films or content
No.
or cartoons, and now
but now they're little
right on my desk.
engineers,
Yeah.
and now I have them.
That's funny, yeah.
So that's something where it's just like, just you wait.
And I think that's awesome that like the best kind of fandom are the ones that are kind of open for new people to come in
Oh,
and
yeah.
enjoy.
New
And I've had a
people are
really
coming in
positive experience.
all the time.
Yeah, and I've had a really positive experience stepping into the games with the community that's built up here, and with you and with other creators that love the games and stuff. Like I've had such a cool, positive, fun experience over the past year, and I'm like very much looking forward to like bringing it home and kind of doing like playing through the rest of the games and stuff. It's made me like at first when you guys were like, "Oh, are you gonna figure out a way to play this game or watch the cutscenes?" And at first I was like, I don't know. I'm like, we'll see. Like, I'll probably just do what's easier. Now I'm like, no, I want to play them. I want to play them because I've had such a great experience with the first two games that like I don't want to skip over a good experience like that and kind of miss out on a step in this journey. You know what I mean? So like I do intend to get my shit together and get some kind of hardware working so I could play through the games that aren't quite remastered and stuff like that,
Yeah. I mean,
I think
I'll
that's
help you.
the best way to go.
Because I genuinely
and I appreciate that, Niku.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll get you set up because it won't be too difficult, but like I genuinely like I just went through the series, right, all in one go with like what is in the collection and everything, and I watched 358 the movie, and I had a very different impression of 358. Like I was not crazy about it when my only context was watching the movie. Much later, because, I'm sitting here and I'm trapped at the bottom of the Kingdom Hearts Ocean. My leg is stuck under a rock. I'm never getting out, right? And I was like, okay, I need things to do. And so I was like, I'm just gonna find the copy of 358 I know we have in the house because my partner had one from when they were a teen, right? And so I was like, cool, my turn now. So I finally sat down and played it, and I was like, this is so much better. Like, this is a good game. It's really nice, and it's so much more worth, like, playing it than only watching it. I think the movie itself has a lot of because it has scenes animated and voice acted that you do not get, in the game because it's more limited. It's on the DS, right? But like, so I think it's still worth looking at, but it's something where it's like,
well, and I need to watch the movie so I can go back to ReCom and get the rest of my damn cards. Don't think I forgot about that. I'm glad. Going to. I am stubborn. I am going to complete ReCom's card set. Chat.
And I love that because it's more for us to watch and just like eat, But it's something that I think that will be best experienced being like, and then we play the game because it's definitely worth just engaging with that game for what it is, where it is, what it gave to us. And then as a fun treat afterwards being like, okay, now we can watch the movie with that context. And it makes it a way easier. It goes down a lot smoother, that's for sure. And it'll be like a fun, like, I think that's the order of operation. That should be like, I'm personally thankful that you're like, we should just like go and engage with all of them actually, because that's more fun, but also you're just going to get a better experience in general with like the story of the series and be like, wow, this is sad.
And at the end of the day, like at the end of the day, I love games. I'm a gamer. This is the hobby I've had since I was a kid that I've always spent my free time with. The one hobby that has never left me is video games. And so like I want to play it. That's how I'm going to know if I like it or not. Watching the movie is, I'm sure, a good way to get the cliff notes of the story if you're trying to get yourself to the next big game. But I'm not in a rush to get to the next big game. I want to play the different games. I'm also just curious
with every little piece.
Yeah, and I'm also just curious about how the mechanics of each of these games are, the little games are the opportunities to be experimental. I think ReCom established that. And so like I'm just super curious with how they're all mechanically different, you know, and in what new cool weird ways they decided to play with the game part of it.
Yeah.
So like
Oh yeah.
that's what I'm looking forward to it, you know?
Yeah, there's stuff in 3582 with like how you equip things that a lot of people were like, I don't like this. It's so annoying. And I went through and I was like, that was really fun for me. I don't know. And I think you're probably also going to enjoy it. So like the signs are looking good, you know?
Yeah, good. I think ReCom was for me, ReCom was kind of the test.
It was the
Because
litmus test,
I know
think.
Kingdom Hearts 1 was the game I kind of knew the most about
Yeah.
mechanically. I did play it a little bit when it came out. I knew, you know, the broad strokes of that it was a, you know,
Yeah.
a live action adventure game and stuff set with it. I knew I had the most knowledge of what to expect from that as a game.
Yeah.
But going into ReCom, especially with a lot of people telling me that they didn't like it or that it was too hard or that, you know, they were worried about me playing proud mode when I started it. They were that I was going to bounce off it, all that kind of stuff. And then me coming out of ReCom going, actually, I really like it.
Yeah.
That's kind of
great
that established. That's what established for me that I do want to put in the extra effort to kind of engage with the smaller games, you know?
Yes. Yeah, no, there are so many things where I'm like, I'm excited for you to see things moving forward, whether it's just like, this is like a fun thing they included, but like, that was one of the things that really like also pulled me through, because it's like, I love video games. I love engaging with mechanics and like having fun with like a well-designed game. And Kingdom Hearts has that in spades, as well as a really well-told, sincere story with a cast of characters you grow to love very much. And I was like, wow, the 1-2 punch of I am never leaving. And so it's I'm very excited for like just mechanically, like Kingdom Hearts, especially now that we're past, you know, 1 in Chain of Memories. Kingdom Hearts has a lot of like super bosses and things that are like really memorable and notable and really fun, and I think that you're going to have a good time throwing yourself at the wall, because I sure did. So
Yeah,
I'm looking
you know I'm
forward
into
to
it.
that. Yeah, there's a lot where you're gonna be like,
totally into it. Yeah.
and it's gonna turn into like you get to there, and then it's gonna be another like 5 hours of you just like fighting this one guy. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I can't wait.
I'm here for it. I'm ready.
It has it all.
For the,
Kingdom Hearts has it all.
for the 4-hour boss fight. All right.
Yeah.
Chat
Oh,
knows
yeah.
I'm not scared. So we'll do it.
Oh yeah.
I will get it done.
But it is true. The liking Chain of Memories and being like, not just like, oh, it was okay. You're like, it's good actually. It's hard, but it's good.
It's good.
Like, you're gonna have a great time the whole time. I don't think there's any one thing that's really gonna throw you for a loop and be like, I don't know, guys. You know,
Good.
I think
I'm glad to hear it, because
Yeah.
and you know, this is like, it's for me, like I feel like anything less would be like I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why I would bother like shortcutting my way through the series. You know what I mean? Like it just seems like,
well, that's
like
how
it's-
often people get like this. It gets that you know, reputation of like being really confusing, is that like people will skip entire like chapter entries basically when they're like, oh, I don't want to play that
Right.
game, or I didn't get to play this or whatever, or like, oh, so many people are like, don't play Coded, it's just a rehash.
Yeah.
It's not. It's something where it's just like people will just skip chapters, get to a point and be like, I don't know what's going on. You're like, well, that's what happens, you know?
Exactly. Yeah. And I think I don't know that the story's too, and again, I might be speaking too early on it, but I don't know that it's too complicated necessarily. I just think it suffers from the same thing that a lot of anime suffers from, where like, because of the philosophy of the way the story is told, and it's because they're very loose with the definitions of some things, like heart and
like
light,
some, like a
and
metaphorical
darkness.
thing. Sometimes
It's all
a
very
real
metaphorical.
thing.
It's all very it all kind of is kind of wishy-washy and elusive on purpose, intentionally, so that you can maybe dig out your own meaning from it in a way, and it can mean slightly different things to everybody. I mean, that's an intentional choice in the writing style, and I think that it doesn't necessarily mean that it's hard to follow, but it definitely does mean that it's hard to turn around and explain it to someone who hasn't experienced it.
Yeah.
And anime, it's like that all the time when you're someone who loves anime and you're trying to get someone who doesn't watch anime to watch one.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, what's it about? And you're like, shit.
Uh,
And then you have to kind of like recap it and you're like, it's not going to sound cool when I put it like
right,
this. But
yeah. When
you
you
know what I
remove
mean?
things from that like built context, like this is
Yeah.
true for like any story. If you go like, okay, and you start at like the base premise and then you jump about 30 chapters in and you're like, who the hell is that talking? What is this weird element of some MacGuffin we're trying to get? I don't know what is this, and like that's kind of true of anything, but especially when you're like, wow, we can span over the course of 20 some odd years of like multiple game titles, and you jump from KH1 to like Birth by Sleep, and you're like, where is Sora? And you're like, what is happening? Who is this guy? Like, a lot of this stuff is gonna get strange, and like, when you have to be the frog getting boiled. You have to just lock in to the slow boil of the added context of being like, I know this because it's built on a thing I already know, instead of going, and then wait, some big, larger concept of something that hasn't really been, you're like, this is really important, I promise. But like, all you know is like, this really basic thing, and so like the connection there's nothing, you're just like, what are you talking about? What is happening?
Yeah.
What is going on? Naruto's ninjas, what do you mean there's dinosaurs and aliens involved now? Not joking, by the way, not kidding. Dinosaurs have showed up, aliens and chakra and all, it's wild. And you're like, I mean, when you're going through it, you're kind of like, okay, yeah, we got here, I guess.
Yeah.
But like,
You got to be strapped in at that point.
yeah, you
to
gotta let yourself get
understand the
boiled.
ride you're on. Yeah, you can't just like hear about it on a whim and think that, oh yeah, I get that. No, it's not how it's happening.
Listen, we don't bring up the dinosaur and the aliens. Sorry, we're talking about the dinosaurs, but it is really funny.
We don't talk
okay?
about the dinosaurs.
What do you mean there are dinos now? Look, there are, okay? And I say this as somebody who's like on the outside, but I see it and I go, I'm sure that's makes sense to somebody. I don't know. Just leave it alone. But yeah, anyway, it's something where like Kingdom Hearts is I will say it definitely gets more complex because it builds upon itself as it goes. But it's something where like if you're just start to finish, you're on the ride, just like, I'm reading things one at a time. You're like, all makes sense to
all
me,
the beats are there. And as long as it's a well-told story, then I don't think following it is challenging. But again, that doesn't mean that it's that it's easy to summarize in its totality. And I think that's what people confuse with it being a bad story or a story that's hard to love or whatever. And it's not necessarily the case when you're being led expertly through a well-told story. It doesn't, it's and so far I think the games have been well told. Their characters have been interesting. The themes have been interesting and dynamic. There's been there's a lot of like inter-character struggle with the themes, which is a great way to deal with themes when you're writing a story that, you don't want all your characters to be on the same page. You want them to have different opinions about the theme and then approach it differently so that you can get different perspectives and sides. And Kingdom Hearts does all of that. So far, I think the stories are well told, and I haven't found it to be like confusing, even though I do see how the philosophy can be a little fast and loose.
Lost. Yeah.
And so, but again, I, as a creative in this space, I understand that that's done intentionally so that there's room for interpretation and things like that. You want to leave that room for people so that they can get their own thing out of it.
Yeah, and that's something that even, like, Nomura has very explicitly said, that he's like, I want to leave room for people to, like, chew on something. And that, like, he complained that, like, as a kid, I'd, like, read a series or something, and then they would answer too many questions. And it was just like, and this sucks, and I don't want this. So, like, there are some things where it's like, this is supposed to be, like, oh, what could it have been? How
You're
can we read
supposed to have
this?
an
You know?
opinion about this
Yeah.
that is different from your friend's opinion so that
Yeah.
you have something to talk about. You have something to discuss. You
Yeah.
have something to debate. That is not the mark of a bad story, but a good one. And so
Yes.
like you want to be able to you want the story to have something to say, but you don't want the story to tell you how to feel about it.
Yeah.
You
yes.
want to have room
You don't want
to
Persona 5 sad music kicking in right now. Oh, we're sad now. Oh no.
Persona 5 sad music telling you exactly how to feel. Oh,
Yeah.
shit, chat, we're upset about this conversation all of a sudden.
Oh,
The
no, it's sad.
music
Hold
has
on.
started.
Guys,
Oh god,
it's
I hear the
serious.
beach music.
Yeah. No,
Oh god.
no.
We're going to the beach. No. No, god, no.
Oh,
That's
the
funny.
sad violin started.
Yeah, you don't want to be led by the nose through the
Yeah,
story.
yes.
You want to have the room to interpret and stuff. And
Mhm.
that's a good that is a perfectly valid and excellent way to tell a good story, you know?
Yeah. Yep. I agree.
And it's clear from how dynamic the Kingdom Hearts community is that there's plenty of room to argue about stuff in the
Yeah.
games, and I like that. I'm happily wading into that so that I
Mhm.
can join the fray and form opinions about it and stuff, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot to be said for like the fact that like Kingdom Hearts is also just kind of like a mystery in the way like I feel like it's so funny sometimes to compare Kingdom Hearts to like a telenovela where you're just like, oh, there's like drama, there's like interpersonal character
Yeah.
drama, and then also there are like mystery, like twists coming in, you know.
Mhm.
And so there's a lot of stuff too that like some people are like, I'm confused, I don't know what this is supposed to be, and I'm like, nobody does. It's the mystery part. We're gonna
That's
learn.
why-
Don't worry.
When we were playing, I did it a lot on ReCom, but I was
Uh-huh.
like, previously
Yeah.
on Kingdom
Yeah.
Hearts. You know, like, well, it's the
Yes.
different parts of the story, you know? It's like
Yep.
we get back into the drama cutscenes, you know?
Everyone shut up. My favorite telenovela is on.
Yeah. Exactly.
And when you just
Exactly,
gotta lean into it,
Cloudcaster.
you're like, I'm just gonna let it just, what's happening? Oh, he's so upset. Oh my god. Oh, what's that? You know, just ride the ride. You know what I mean? Strap
Yeah.
in. Let it take you where it needs to go. Yeah, sometimes people forget Kingdom Hearts isn't a finished story, which is also true. But I was like, I'm gonna bring up the questions really quick just to prepare it, and I open it up, and some of there's some like check boxes to be like, and we answered this, yada yada, and somebody's been checking them off already, as I'm like, we did talk about that. Rosie, are you checking off questions while we were talking about it? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it all the same.
That's a little inside baseball there. It's behind the
Yeah,
scenes.
yeah.
Okay, that's how the sausage is made.
Yeah, exactly. Because obviously we've talked around a few things, and even so, like my little leading of like, okay, recollecting the story, what you liked about it, your favorite part. I do have a question of simply, who is your favorite new character that was introduced? I have a feeling, but
My favorite new character. So that would be
yes.
nominate organization characters, Diz.
I think Repliku counts.
Repliku counts?
I mean, he's new for the
Yeah,
game. He's his
Repliku
own
does
person,
count. If
you know?
Repliku counts, oof, that makes it hard. It wasn't hard until you said that.
You could just say Repliku asterisk, and then aside from him,
then,
you know.
And then Axel. I think Axel, of
yeah.
the organization, as much as I love Larxene,
Mm-hmm.
I think Axel's my favorite organization character because Axel has some more like layers to the character. And again, because I don't know what Axel is thinking or planning at any given time, I
what's he got
don't
going on?
exactly. I can't pin Axel down as good or bad or like the motivations. I find that more interesting. Whereas Larxene is kind of pinned down. You kind of know who Larxene is right away.
Kind of know what she's
Larxene's
up
a
to.
really fun character, and
Yeah.
I like I said, I like a villain who has fun and is
Mhm.
enjoying themselves. But it is less dynamic from the perspective of like what is this character gonna do next?
Yeah, well,
Right?
Axel has like
you
a
kind of
depth
know.
to him that you're like,
Yeah,
what are you up to? What are your
and
true
so
motivations? Larxine's
in
very on the sleeve. You know what I mean? We know what
exactly,
she's
yeah.
up to.
Larxine's more on the sleeve. Some Lexius and Zexion and um the- are. I feel like the other organization characters were
Uh-huh.
not fleshed out in the same way, and
Yeah.
so I think from the organization, it's Axel who I think is the
Yeah.
clear kind of like most interesting character. I'm excited to see more from Axel.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but Repliku, selfishly is definitely like one of my favorite additions to the story
Mm-hmm.
because and especially given that coming out of the other side of the game, I'm really like happy with the way that it shook out. I think that the it's all the things that I've already said, but
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah.
I'm very pleased with the way that the Riku v Repliku kind of dynamic ended up, and I'm happy with Repliku's arc and like conclusion that felt
Mm-hmm.
kind of where he ended in a kind of in a sympathetic way,
Yes.
and um so yeah, I mean I think those would be the answers,
Yeah.
if I could leave it there as opposed to like if I had to pick someone, then
Yeah, I mean, I
then
think it's a sufficiently answered, question of just like,
yeah.
yeah, Repliku for obvious reasons, but like otherwise, new additions is like, what's that Axel guy up
Yeah.
to?
I
Love
think
that
Naminé was
guy.
a
Hmm.
a decent character. Naminé did kind of fill the damsel in distress position for
Yeah.
most of it and didn't get as much um like development beyond the idea that they were not only so Naminé was a damsel in distress, but also had powerful magic,
Yeah.
but also was riddled with the guilt of her own power.
Hmm.
Like her power, when used against her will, made her feel responsible and guilty. And so there was
Yeah.
definitely some depth and some layers to Naminé, and I think Naminé was well done.
Yeah.
But Naminé in particular was definitely a character that was mechanic driven. And what I mean by that is that like Naminé was like a tool by which they can set up the crux of the
Oh, for
game,
sure.
which was
Like,
that
and I guess that's narratively like what they're doing to her anyway, is that they're like,
yeah,
hey, you have to make yourself the princess to be saved. So Sora cares so much that he won't do anything else,
yeah,
So like, because even like Larxene, like, because I know this because I was like also like refreshing a little bit as I was scrubbing through your VODs to find some screenshots, and Larxene is really playing up the like, oh, she needs to be saved, and she's like, but I'm a bad guy, so you have to go through me, and it's really like
yeah,
this very like hammered in like. There's even imagery of like a little Naminé doll in like a bird cage. Like there's stuff like that where it's like she's very much
uh-huh,
like trapped to this,
yeah.
in a
So,
way that
so
you're
that
like,
would be the dynamic that keeps
mhm,
Naminé, I think, from becoming a more of a standout character for me is that
mhm,
Naminé serves more of a specific narrative purpose as a
yeah,
tool, and as opposed to whereas a character like I said, like Axel, who
right,
also serves a purpose in the story and decisions Axel makes are critical to the way the story progresses, like when he kills Vexen and things like that, he kind of trips up the organization from the inside.
yeah,
But I still am left wondering about his motivations and
yeah,
his next
yeah,
move and like what happens now, why is he doing this? Like I don't have those answers,
hmm.
and so I'm
So
left
there's
thinking
intrigue.
about him more. And
Yes.
so that's kind of the difference for me.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And I mean, yeah, there's very much like an open door where with like Naminé, it's like, yeah, there is like now she's like, well, I gotta fix Sora. He's in the egg. I gotta fix him. You know what I mean? And so you're like, I'm sure we'll see her again, but like there's no like secret like motivation made. It's just kind of like. I think she's a very interesting character. This is not me trying to convince you. I just like talking about her. I think she's a
No,
really
sure.
interesting character in the way that like I love that there's this part of her that like still holds out hope that Sora might pick her over like getting his memories back, where she like gives him the option. She's like, well, you know, you can get your memories back and I could put you back how you were, but you won't remember this castle, you won't remember me, yada yada, you know. And so she's like, you have to choose. And so he's just like, put me back how I was. And you can see her and she's just like, oh, of course, anyone would choose that. Yeah. Yep, okay. And it's just like, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, it's something where you're like, yeah, it makes sense. And she knows that that's how it should be. But, like, there's a part of her that wants, because she's so lonely. She's so just like, here I am, and I'm forced into doing all of this. And, like, yes, they were forcing me to use my powers, but part of me really, really wanted to have, like, a friend and, like, have somebody care about me, you know?
And have someone save me, which is why I think that Sora moment hit so hard, because it was clear that Naminé was forced into the position to be saved as a trap, right?
Yeah.
It was
Yeah.
Naminé was the bait of this trap that was set, and then Sora willingly stepped into the trap to save her.
Yes.
And that made Naminé happy. That's what that was in a way what Naminé wanted. You know, and even though she had the full context of the manipulation, right? So I do think Naminé was a cool character. I still feel very vindicated about the Kyrie in a wig theory. I think that still has legs.
I think you should definitely hold on to that.
I'm willing to bet that I'm onto something, okay? But yeah, it's someone in chat had said like a character that's used by the story instead of a character that influences the story or something. I'm paraphrasing. Someone said in chat, I caught it, and that is kind of a great way to kind of summarize Naminé as opposed to a character like Axel who influences the story and we're not exactly sure why or to what end. You know? Yeah.
Like, even the fact that he gives Naminé the out to be like, nobody's around to stop you if you were to leave and do something, you know? And she's just like, and she like runs off, you know? And he just is like, okay. And you're like, what are you doing? What is the goal here? Like, everything is like just getting totally upended, you know, both sides of like, we're gonna stop the usurpers, and then like he's like, let them crash and burn, you know. You're like, what are you doing? It's so fascinating. What's going on behind those eyes? It's just interesting. Like, I think the character just writing in general is just so like, ooh, so yummy.
Yeah, it is. It's a great, I enjoyed ReCom's bit of story. I liked the, you know, Castle Oblivion Naminé kind of like setup just to lay out a you know, it's also a convenient, I forget what the narrative term is, it is where it's a convenience setup so that they could then go in and reuse assets and revisit these world zones and build a new story using the content that they had available to them and stuff.
Yes.
But given that that's what it is, you know, from a dev perspective, I think they did a great job kind of fleshing out a different story with some new characters and you know, leading us into the next game. So I like it very much. I think ReCom gets a bad rep for sure.
I agree. Oh, there was something I was gonna say. I'm trying to remember. Oh, right. We need to finish. We'll finish discussing just a little bit the end of Riku's story, right? So you met Diz. We hung out with our dad, Mickey Mouse. Very exciting.
Yes,
and then,
our goth drip.
Yeah, with the cool goth drip, and Riku was like, you know, he's like,
and
I'm
then
taking
Riku
the road
chooses
to dawn.
The Road to Dawn, right.
Yes,
That's what
which is
everyone that's what you guys were dying for me to remember,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
see you, chat.
The
The
Road to
Road to
Dawn
Dawn,
is very much
one
his
of Riku's
thematic.
iconic,
Yeah.
lines.
Yep. Oh
Um,
boy. Boy,
I
howdy
feel
is it.
like and so I feel like, well, I is it that thematically the choosing the Road to Dawn that this is a theme that now, like,
Yeah.
embodies Riku's journey into
Mhm.
2, right? Into the next stuff,
Yes, it's
into the
definitely
next game.
his like overarching like theme of like him being like I had fallen to darkness, and it's not necessarily like I'm just trying to be good and it's all because the whole his whole story the whole time was like, he's like, no, I don't want anything to do with the darkness, it's bad, and they're like, no,
No,
you need to like
embracing the
accept.
dark and the
Yeah,
light,
at this.
walking the twilight line, the road to dawn. So that's I think that I think it's kind of it served narratively as like a nice kind of um like cherry on top
Mhm.
for the Riku like kind of redemption that we had in the game. But I
Yeah.
feel like I need to play through the rest of Riku's path, you
Mhm.
know, for me to go back to this line and go, "Ah, yes, iconic." You know
Road
what
to
I mean?
Dawn.
Like,
Yeah, yeah,
cause,
yeah.
cause I still don't. I feel like I'm missing some of the context that has made this line as prevalent in the fandom as it is.
Mhm.
And again, it's not that I don't think it's good or anything, but I don't. The weight of it hasn't hit me
Yeah.
yet. You know
It's
what I
very
mean?
much like because he's just essentially like starting on that path, and I think the
Yeah.
significance of it right now is that he's this is the choice that he's making where, Namine had offered, she's like, I can lock the darkness away from you for you, you'll forget all of these things that like kind of made you fall to darkness. But like it'll be sealed away tight. And he's like, no, I need to deal with this myself. And so then he goes and he fights Ansem, who is still kind of lurking inside of him,
Right.
just constantly threatening to be like, I'm taking your body back, he's just hanging
I'm
around.
still here.
I'm still, don't forget,
Don't you just don't
but
you go
like,
through that door. Okay, go through the door. Ah,
yeah,
you're
yeah,
listening.
yeah, a bagel.
Aha. I
Yeah,
tell you what to do. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I'm in charge
Being
here.
annoying.
Yeah, yeah, a bagel. No, two bagels. But he's, hanging around and Riku's just like, I'm going to just simply face him on my own. And Mickey's like, I want to be with you. I've never seen anybody take like this path, right? Where it's usually very kind of binary of being like, well, dark is bad and
Yes,
light is
good and
good.
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, and so he's like, I want to see
Mickey's
where this
like, I'll wear
goes.
the goth drip. Let's go.
Yeah, I want to try
You know?
something
Let's
new, And
I
so
love it.
he's
I love that. I love and I loved this when we were making the games too, but and I know that Riku and Mickey as like a
Mhm.
little like kind of side duo is like it's something that continues in the series
Yeah.
and I loved it. I loved it when we were voicing it and stuff. I was always like,
Mhm.
yeah, me and Mickey,
Dude, me and
You know?
Mickey.
Me and Mickey are like we're like
We're
bros.
like
You know what I
this,
mean? Like I love that shit. I love it.
No,
It's
it's
so
great.
it is very satisfying. And it feels like a privileged position, to be like close friends with the mouse.
Yeah, with the mouse, King Mickey. You're on a
Yeah.
first name basis with King Mickey.
Yeah.
You
I
can just
I
call me
I
Mickey.
love it. I love it and I am going to lean into and meme the shit out of my bromance with Mickey as much as I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
as I
yeah,
play
yeah.
through these games. I love it.
It's very
It's super
sweet. Their
funny.
friendship is
It's
genuinely like
sweet and
very
funny,
nice. Yeah.
but it's genuinely fun for me to like
Mhm.
that I feel there's a layer of like honor to it. Like I am
Yeah.
very honored to have the like right hand to the mouse kind of position.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. It really is. I mean, you were saying this even in your stream where you were just like, wow, it's really cool to be like this is like the wayward character who made so many mistakes, and like he's the one who gets to hang out with like Mickey Mouse, you know, the flagship character of flagship characters, and like this is his best
one
bud,
of the flagship characters of the world,
of all time.
Like,
of
the entire world.
Mickey Mouse,
you know? Like it is
No
not
buts
lost
about
on
it.
me how it is not lost on me how cool it is. It is totally cool, and don't mistake me joking around and laughing about it that I don't think it's cool. It's fucking cool.
No,
okay?
It is. That's the thing where it's
Totally
like, this
cool.
is so, it looks so funny on the outside, and you're like, you don't understand, this is the best shit ever. Like, it's cool as hell.
It is cool as hell, and I'm totally into it, and it's definitely something I look forward to going into the next games, like you know, but like Mickey and Ricky, like just
Mickey,
like
Ricky.
with the matching outfits, and like
Oh,
we're out here walking the line. I'm super into it.
I am
I'm
excited.
super into it.
In Kingdom Hearts 3, which is not, it's just Mickey and Riku have like matchy outfits, and it's really cute. They really get to just like have their like your matching like Disneyland outfit, you know, you all have the same shirt or whatever, and it's like they got their outfits on, guys. They're ready. That's his dad.
Yeah, it's so good, and definitely like maybe my favorite piece of the setup for the next game, you know?
Yeah.
Like
oh yeah.
That I walk off into the sunset with the mouse, you know?
Yeah. Well,
Me
I guess
and the
dawn.
mouse.
You're going
That's
into the
right.
sunrise. Yeah.
Into the sun. Yes, you know what I mean.
Into the sun.
I'm walking the road, damn it, and
Yeah.
it's me and the mouse, and I love it.
Me and the mouse. It's gonna be so cool. Yeah, that's probably one of the, because like that's really where it like that all starts, and it's just funny thinking about it when you're like, yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 and everything with Riku, and then like the rest of the series is like Mickey and Riku BFFs forever.
Yeah, I love it so much. So cool. It's so cool, and definitely is. I will wear it forever as a badge of honor on for my career, for sure.
Yeah. Your best friend Mickey Mouse. It is funny because like all of the rest of like anytime when they release something, like I have like a cloth banner on my wall right here. It's not great. I love having merch that's kind of ugly, and so this kind of fits into that category. It's kind of like a tapestry shape, you know, and it is. As many things are, it is Sora, Riku, Mickey Mouse. Forever these three, always, and it's just like, there's Riku on top, and then there's Mickey, and then there's Sora, and then even right over here, I have Mickey, Riku, and here's my Mickey.
I am the
Sora.
glue, okay?
Yeah, exactly.
All right? I am the middle part of the Sora Mickey sandwich, okay? It's
Riku
me.
has-
I am in
Riku
the middle.
Has two hands, okay? He can hold hands with Sora and Mickey.
I have two best friends, and you
Yep.
can't make me choose.
And somehow,
okay?
yeah, I have two best friends, Mickey and Sora. I don't know about Kairi, I guess.
No, I have two best friends.
I got two hands, two best friends. One is a mouse, and the other one is Sora.
Yeah.
You know?
And I'm
how the
I
cookie
am
crumbles sometimes.
that is my happy place right there, right in the middle. I'm squeezing in the middle in all the pictures.
Yeah.
You know?
I do have this, speaking of, as people are writing into the chat, Sor Miku.
Miku.
I have this drawing I drew forever ago. That was
It's Soriku
this exact.
Mouse.
Yeah, it's this exact.
Soriki Mouse.
Hold on, I have to find this picture I drew forever ago. That was literally this exact joke. Let me find it. Let me find it. Hold on, it's older. I gotta go digging. I need you to buy time for me. Where is my Sormiku picture I drew? I can smell it. It's so close. The people, yeah, bring out the Sormiku. I'm finding it in my file. Because it's the same joke and everything. It's that he has two hands. He can hold their hands. There it is. Okay, hold on.
Are we switching to our other
we're gonna have. I have to put
thing?
my screen share on. Hold on a second. Let me turn that on first. Okay, that's off. Good. And then, yes, we switch over so you can see my picture of Sor Miku.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah. Oh, he's a little off center. We're just gonna and just gonna leave that there.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't prepared. So I drew this like it's supposed to have been like 2018 or something like that. That I drew this stupid picture with spoiler lines that mean nothing to you right now. But it's just like there you go. This is Sor Miku with like the bad font and everything. Really old Niku art.
And what does it say? I can't read the
Or not
script
2018,
quite.
2019. Maybe?
It says me and the king
Oh,
and
Riku. We can take on anything. Sora literally
take
says
on
this at one
anything.
point. And then,
And
yeah,
then what's the other ones?
Mickey says, gosh, I hope I could be part of the team someday. And then Riku says, you will. Trust me. And it's like the team they're talking about is Sora and Riku. It's like, yeah, wow, you guys sure are close. I hope I can be part of the team one day. And you're like, you will.
This is the tat chat.
This is it.
The big. This is the back tat.
Where are you gonna
right
get
here.
it? Yeah, on the back. Okay, cool. I was like,
just across the
somewhere.
shoulders.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get the gangster letters. It's gonna say "So Ricky Mouse" right across the shoulders.
Yeah. Fantastic. Here it is in all its glory, Sor Miku. I'm glad that this is where talking about Chain of Memories has led us.
Gonna do the Tupac belly letters. It's so
there you go.
Ricky
Yeah.
Mouse. You know, it's.
You could also, if you want to get real saucy with it, you could get just the font of Sor Miku and like just like a weird little tramp stamp if you want to get crazy.
A tramp stamp that somehow makes like Mickey ears with the weird tribal design.
You're so ready for this. Yeah. Great idea.
Oh, we're cooking now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can't wait.
Incredible. I can't wait to see the total nobody's going to draw pictures of this and put it up in the Discord for sure.
Absolutely not.
No
that
one's
would be
do
weird
that.
if they did.
Yeah,
who would do that?
And nobody would think it was funny.
Next Twitch follower
post
goal.
it constantly. That's not gonna happen.
So you want to do the other art now too? I could. Let's see. Let me remember. You can see now, you'll be able to see my notes that has, you can see your face is in the screenshots that I took because I was just like, I'm just using your bot. I don't care. Just scrubbing through. Let's see. I have, oh shoot, hold on. I didn't open it up in prep. I have some pictures. Since we're already looking, we may as well. I have some pictures collected that were like concept art and other things.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah. So we can see like actual like concept art for, here's Axel and his concept art. I love looking at Nomura's art because his like lines and shape, like it's just so clear in a way that it was like he's very decisive when he's drawing. If you ever watch him draw live, it's very just like wham, bam, bam. It's like comes with practice, obviously, but it's just cool to see, and like the chakrams and everything.
Yeah.
Under his eyes.
Yeah, the frisbees.
Yeah, this is like,
They're
the frisbees, yeah. I really...
They are frisbees of death.
I need you to remember forever that you are calling them frisbees, because that's gonna pay off later, okay? I promise you. I really need you to remember the frisbees thing, okay? So lock that one away.
Got it. Danger frisbees, yeah.
Yeah, just remember that part. Everybody else being like, oh... Love that.
It is ultimate and final frisbee.
Put a pin in that one, yeah. Let's see here. So there's a little bit of a difference, obviously, between just a little bit of a difference between Game Boy Advance Chain of Memories and Rechain of Memories, right? Which came out
Mhm.
after, like, Rechain coming out after Kingdom Hearts 2 and everything. So they really had like their handle on like their tools and everything, and that's
Yeah.
why I think some of the facial animation is like so good because they really knew what they were doing at that point.
Right.
So it's really nice. But like you could seeing some of the concept art, especially for like
Because
the basically the Game
some of the
Boy,
facial animations in one are a little cursed.
just a little bit.
But
Like
but,
anytime I
like
think of like
but
Clayton,
iconically so,
yeah,
right? Like, Sora's, like, big, cheesy, like, weird smile and stuff, like, there
yeah,
are
they
mo
kind
those
of
moments that
that one is
stand
at
out.
least that one's endearing because at least they're like,
Yes.
what a weird
No,
face you just
iconic.
made, yeah.
Iconic for sure, but definitely a little cursed, you know?
Oh, real lot. Like there's stuff where like I think, especially when they have to work with like
Is that the
characters with
100
like
Acre Wood?
it is. And this is, see,
Woo!
it's drawn at like this angle because it's very much like this is how you had to traverse. Like it was the way they like
Oh, right,
adapt.
the in the ReCom, like, layers to the rooms.
Yeah, and so it's kind of like that, but
That's interesting. So then they were planning, at least at some point conceptually, of having the 100 Acre Woods be a door,
oh yeah.
that functioned like the other places.
Yeah, there's
Even
wiggle.
though in the end it kind of still didn't.
Yeah, at
Um,
that point too, it's like, oh, okay, you have all
it's
of these
cool to see that
assets.
they thought about it though. They definitely, like, tried to flesh it out and see if it would work or not.
Oh yeah, it's super cute. A little rough, but for the time was extremely impressive. Riku's KH1 faces have been memed so much. Yeah, well, yeah, I think it's something where like it was 2002 and it was so early on the PS2. That like it's
Yeah.
crazy it even looks like it does because most of it looks really good. And then there's other stuff where
It
you're
does
like,
look good for its time. Like,
yeah,
and it has aged well.
yeah, it has
That
aged
is
very
not something you
gracefully.
say, like, casually about particularly PlayStation games from the
Yeah.
PS1 and early PS2 era.
And a game
Those
from
A lot of those games have
2002.
aged like
Oh, they
already
look bad.
sour milk.
Yeah,
Like,
absolutely.
they've aged horrendously in some cases. And Kingdom Hearts 1 would have been the one to suffer from that, like, era in
Yeah.
that way, and I don't think it has at all.
No, it's something that's like I remember when one of the things that finally made me go play Kingdom Hearts for the like to finally go like, all right, I'm gonna like go through it myself, right? Was actually I was watching people like do speed runs. They were doing a boss rush for Kingdom Hearts 2. And one of the things that really caught my eye was I was like, I haven't looked at this game in a really long time. And I was like, it looks like really good. Like it's very stylized in a way that it is clearly aged really well. That like you could put out
Yeah.
a product that looks like it did then now and be like, wow, what great stylistic direction. You know what I mean? Like this is something
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like if you style like the Wind Waker still looks great because it's made to look
Yeah.
a certain way and then
I
like it
say all
just
the
still
time,
looks that way.
this is one of the beautiful things about Nintendo in particular, in hindsight, is that their choice to not fight the realistic graphics battle, like, years later, has made their products age much more gracefully.
Yeah.
And their dedication to, like, to art direction instead of
Yes.
just like, oh, we can do this particle effect now and we're going to put it everywhere or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
oh, here's the latest tech, we have to put it into the game. Like, has really served Nintendo in the long run, because back when I was younger, always, like, I always had a Nintendo and I
Mhm.
always loved Nintendo because, like, it was my first game console when I was very little.
Right.
But Nintendo was always, and still is, I guess, in a way, but was always made fun of as, like, the kids' video game toy.
Yeah.
You know
Look,
what I mean?
I got
And
made
so,
fun
like,
of in middle school because I liked Nintendo things. So
yeah, and I
was
always
there.
kind of died on that hill too, and so, like,
Yeah.
but like, Kingdom Hearts has that, and a couple of, so I saw someone bring up, like, I think it was Jax and Daxter or something, and like there's a couple
Ratchet
of
and Clank, yeah.
franchises from PlayStation
Hmm.
that did lean more into art direction than the
Yeah, like a
realism
distinct like
kind of trap.
stylization. Yeah.
And so like that and that in the long term, all of those games have aged much more gracefully
Yeah.
um because of that decision. And Kingdom Hearts, it gets the win for that for sure.
Yeah, big time. And like that was genuinely like part of what I was like, I know it's like an HD remaster, so I'm sure they touched something up. And then I went to go play the games and I was like, oh no, it's literally just like an upresing of textures for like something being bigger. Otherwise, it's like this is all like stylistic decisions from the get-go, you know what I mean? And you're just like, dang, that looks good. It's really, and it like holds up so well in the way that like there's just such a strong sense of artistic direction that like is another level of polish, I think, on top of like everything else, you know, where it's just like it really kind of has it all. It looks good, it plays good, it has good characters, it has great music, you know. It's kind of got all of the things that you need. Strong art style will always age better than realistic graphics. And I don't even want to necessarily poo-poo realistic graphics, because people doing that are pushing those boundaries that are, say, needed to hit even higher highs, you know, like, and that's
that
all just
effort.
Yeah.
That effort is what drives the advancing graphics
Yeah,
in the first
exactly.
place. So like it's important that that is there. And obviously in the modern generation, it has gotten to the point that we've, you know, you play a game like, you know, like I've said, like the Last of Us games, or like Red Dead, or, you know, those games that kind
That
of
look
set the
like
gold standard.
mind-boggling, yeah.
Well, and it's incredible. It is unfathomably stunning what they are able to do with that art style now, and it's because of this long lineage of dead games that have not aged well that we are here today, right?
The
You know,
pile
so,
of
like,
corpses we had to climb on to get here.
Those games stand on a pile of corpses that are
Yep.
that have sacrificed for the games that look beautiful today.
Yep.
And there's lots of those old games that haven't aged well that I still love, of course.
Yeah.
You know, but it is one of the benefits of a strong art direction that that sense of artistic style will just translate across time better. And so you know, and Kingdom Hearts falls into that category, I think, and has that beautiful kind of strong art direction that knows what it is and what it needs to look like. And so those games still look good today, are still very playable even in their original form.
Absolutely.
You know? There are some
wanna...
old games, you go back and play them, and I can't even see. Like, you look at the graphics, and I'm like, I don't see anything. Like,
what am I doing?
I feel blind. I don't, like, you can't even, like, pick the character out of the background almost sometimes. It's so pixelated and strange.
Yeah.
And so, like, you know, or blocky or whatever, right? From different generations. And so, like, it's nice to play through the first game and feel like it really has aged gracefully. You know, it's one of its many strengths.
Absolutely. I do want to read this comment that I thought was just really a good summation of just like, a cutting edge might get dull, but it does its job of moving things forward.
Yes, totally.
I'm like, dang, that's good.
Yeah, totally and exactly. Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
You need the cutting edge to cut your way forward, right? It's that is the whole point at the time. And so and I think the industry demonstrates that easily with how incredible some of the realism is now in video games. And the only way to get here was for, like I said, that for that mountain of corpses of
all the
development,
bodies.
you know.
Yep.
And you know, but then there are, like, you know, there are Super Nintendo pixel art games you can go back to right now, and they're just as charming as they ever were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So there's a lot to that. You know, it says a lot that so many indie games, for example, that are made today are just straight up pixel art, and that art style is still valid. you
Yeah.
know,
I mean, people replicate it as best they can because it's
yeah,
so become its own kind of genre. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
it's
and I love that.
yeah. And it's cool and I like it. And we'll look at some of the pixel art for this as well, just because it's like
Oh,
it's
good.
worth just like let's just look at Chain of Memories a little bit.
Yeah,
But
I've only
here's
seen like little pictures of examples of the pixel art. And by the way,
mhm,
in the spirit of playing through all the games and making the effort to play the games that are maybe more difficult to play for streaming and stuff,
yeah.
I also do want to at some point go back and play Com
Just
in its
yeah,
pixel art
on the
form because
what is
I love pixel art and I'm very
mhm,
curious to see now that I am familiar with the combat loop and stuff. I'm very
yeah.
curious to see how that translates from like back to the original design, you know, and how
Yeah.
if it feels different and stuff. I do want to experience that as well.
It's what's gonna be useful is if you for 358, we're gonna get you like a good old yeah, wait, hold on. Suddenly I'm having a mind blank. The 3DS still has the backwards compatibility of the Game Boy, right? Or is it just the DS? Either way, it's gonna work because you only need to get one thing and then you can use both. You can Game Boy Advance game and you can DS game.
Nice. I saw
It's not
somebody had
that's what I thought.
suggested.
Okay, so it's just a regular DS is gonna handle both of those things for you.
Okay, I
Yeah.
saw somebody suggest that there
Right.
are third party like handhelds that will do it as
Probably.
well, and and so I thought maybe that would be an easy solution as well, but
We'll
as
look
opposed
into
to
it.
like getting the modded
Yeah.
Nintendo and stuff.
Game Boy
But
Player on
you
the
know,
GameCube does
we'll
work.
figure that out. We have some time. I'm assuming it'll
Yeah,
take us
we
a while
do.
to play
It'll
through 2
it'll
and stuff, so
yeah, there's a lot of things to do in 2 and it'll be fun. We
yeah.
got time.
And
We
I'm
got
in no
time.
rush, so
Just
we're gonna play
happened to,
through. We're gonna do
topical.
w- we'll treat 2 like we treated the rest of them. We'll I'm gonna go for like content completion. I want to see all the fights, the super bosses, the secrets. I
Yep,
want to
yep.
be engaged with all of that. So we'll splash around in 2 for a while, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I have this. I did not realize this was in here. This little drawing of Sora getting hit is really cute. It's something I'm just like, oh,
Those
I didn't
damn
notice it
plants.
before. Dude, the plants. These dang plants and how they don't move. Annoying. Yeah, the Castle Oblivion art is really cool. Like, it's just also when you look here, like, this is a whole illustration somebody had to draw. Somebody being usually Nomura. Because he's out here doing all of the 2D art assets as well as, like, directing and you know, having this whole story anyway. And so it's really cool to see his hand in all, like, there's so much
I
here.
love how the Hollow Bastion castle feels like a nightmare take on a Disney castle. I
Yeah,
love
yeah,
that. Like
yeah, yeah.
a steampunk nightmare of a Disney castle. And I think it's so cool. I love how it kind of nestles in as an original castle, but you know, like with that
Yeah,
flair.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I
Hollow
I really
Bastion,
like that.
iconic. That's why it's the stage in Smash Brothers. Like, that's why they were like, what are we bringing in to Smash Brothers for the Kingdom
Yeah.
Hearts stage? Hollow Bastion.
Yeah. And do they bring in the theme as well, the music?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
It's
That's
really
dope.
cool.
That's dope.
It's really fun.
I never played Sora in I've said it a bunch, but
Yeah.
I do have Smash. I got it when it first came out. I played it for like maybe a month or 2 and then I had moved on to other stuff and I never went back to Smash because
Yeah.
by the time I had felt like I wanted to go back to it, I had missed a ton of additional content and I had also converted my entire Switch library to digital and for
Right.
convenience and I only have Smash on cart, so I never like I was like, I'll rebuy it at some point, and I never did. So I never played with Sora in Smash and saw the Kingdom Hearts edition. I saw it when it was announced and I knew about it. It's very cool, but at some point I do want to check it out. I know you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
would be into that too. We'll maybe I'm sure it'll if I were to re-download Smash, would
Yeah.
I just get all the characters and stuff, or would I have to
You
just
have to buy the
unlock
DLC.
everything? No, yeah, but
Yeah.
then would it just unlock everything, or would I
I
have to like
God,
play
it's been a
through
minute.
forever to unlock it? Because Sora's dead last, right?
So the
in
DLC
the
you just
release.
acquire. You don't have to unlock them. You just by buying them, you just have them. So you don't have to
Okay.
unlock them. I'm just like, I don't remember because it's been so long since I got it. I think you unlock some of it. So like I think you unlock some of the other base characters by just doing stuff like that, as has been the case in every Smash game, right?
Yeah.
But as far as DLC characters go, like when you buy it, you just get it. So if you just bought
Okay,
Sora,
cool.
he would just immediately be available, as well as everything else that
Yeah,
comes
I'd
with
be
him.
down to do that at some point. I'm curious. It'll definitely push me to do it too if they end up doing a like Switch 2 edition for Smash, which I've heard rumors that they might. I don't know if they're working on a whole new entry or if they're gonna treat Smash on Switch 2 like they treated Mario Kart on Switch 1,
Where they just
bang
kind
the
of
old one up
brought it forward
and
and
just-
then
yeah, and
spiffed it up a little bit.
completely like bathe it in new content forever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Smash is the kind of game that would work for, but it might
Mhm.
already have too much content. I don't know if like maybe
I don't know. Yeah, there's something where I'm like, maybe if they like spiffed it up a little bit, or like
Is there a such thing as too many fighters in a game?
Yeah.
Smash is gonna find out. Yeah.
in the game where
Um,
they have Minecraft Steve next to Sora next to Sonic.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
when is enough?
I
When is
think
enough?
Sora. It's funny because Sora came last. I do remember it was like
Yes,
maybe the
he was-
very last character.
He was the very last character.
but
he was the
felt like
finale
he belonged.
character.
Felt like he belonged much better. I feel than characters like Steve and I mean Sonic kind of fits in there. Sonic's had his place with Nintendo for a long time
Yeah.
since the death of
Sonic
of
and
Sega
Mario
and
have been
Sega
you know,
consoles. That is, yeah, like
yeah
But
next to Saints
but-
Mii Fighter. Sorry,
but some of
continue.
those some of the characters like Steve in particular, I just
Yeah.
don't feel like belongs. There's I don't know. I'd have to look at the whole roster to see, but Sora feels like Smash is a good land.
That's
for
one that
Sora.
feels like that would have been like meant to be, and like he was
Yeah.
probably the hardest one to get in because of it's not just. And I talk to this company and go, hey, can we have Minecraft Steve in our game? And Mojang's like, cool, and Microsoft's like, yeah, okay, whatever. But it's like, oh, okay, we need to not only talk to Square Enix, we need to talk to Disney to get this to work. And there's like so much that, as well as like its association with everybody else that's like associated with Smash, and like the it's so much. It's like such a headache in how they got him in there, and that's part of why like
It took so long.
so
yeah.
long. And like as it was revealed, when like they revealed him and Sakurai talks about it, and he's just like, yeah, I didn't want to say it then. They had a character poll a long while back. They had it for Smash 4. It was on the Wii U and the 3DS and everything. And they were like, we're doing a character poll for like what kind of DLC character. And we got Cloud. That was a really big deal. We got Bayonetta and other things. But like this was stuff that was like realistically achievable. And during Sora's direct, where he's talking about everything, he was like, we had to keep it a secret the whole time because nobody could be normal about it. But globally, far and away, Sora was 100% the most requested character in the world.
That's so cool. Yeah.
He is the boy beloved by the whole planet. And it's
That's so
really,
cool,
really
yeah.
sweet.
And
so
feels like
finally,
a victory lap. It
Yeah.
feels like a satisfying
it was
victory
like
lap.
there was like hardly any other character more appropriate than I think like Sora Kingdom Hearts being the finale character for Smash Brothers, which is basically a love letter to the industry. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it definitely made me cry. I cried. It was so much where it was just like, that's my boy. The whole
boy of all
world has
time,
to
yeah.
look at him. Yeah. The boy of all time. God's favorite boy,
Yeah.
you know?
That's awesome.
It's a really good time. And there's a lot of like, Smash is always good about like really paying homage to the games that these characters are from. So there's a lot of really cool stuff that they did for Sora that they didn't do for anybody else. And the amount of like his outfits, like a lot of his like different like alt colors are just his straight
Oh, like
whole
Halloween
different.
Town strip and
we
stuff?
don't have a Halloween Town one. We do have one from another world you don't know yet, so don't look.
Oh,
but
okay.
otherwise,
not
they
looking.
have like all of his all of his outfits from the different games, like entirely, not just recolors, just fully his whole other outfit. So it's like he's got KH1, he's got KH2, he's got Dream Drop Distance, he's got like KH3, like full different outfits, and it's really cool. We
That's
need
awesome.
Halloween Town Zora and Smash. Would have been sick as hell, but I really like what they put in at the end anyway, so. The other glows you don't know about, because there's a lot of stuff that are nods to KH2, and so it's like, you'll see later. But
yeah, we'll get there. We'll get there soon enough. Don't worry.
We'll get there. Anyway, Smash aside,
This is the bicycle horn.
This is the honk guy. This is what I am. I'm one of these. If everybody has a little chat, little heartless Sona, I'm this guy. And
This
my
is
headphones
you?
are
Okay.
green. Yeah. I honk my little
Okay.
horn. You know, I'm missing a bike horn, which is really sad. I've wanted to have one, but I just keep not getting it, so I...
It makes the stupid bike horn noise too.
Yeah. It's great. So this is me. And I like to see this little drawing of Sora down in the corner looking at them.
And I said this on stream, and I
Yeah.
think my impression is that this is a take on one of the little creatures in Alice in Wonderland, right? Because isn't there like
You know,
a platypus with a
That might
horn
be-
bill or something
yeah,
like
that
that,
might
from
be,
Alice
like,
in Wonderland? Or am I
the
like,
inspiration.
am I having a serious
Yeah.
Mandela effect moment?
No, people are very quickly going, yes, yes, the honk swans, the goose
The honk
thing.
swans. Yeah. I think because as soon as I see it, I'm instantly reminded of Alice in Wonderland, but the image is not clear. Like I can't say, oh yeah, it was this creature from Alice in Wonderland. But it's familiar enough that I seem to remember that in Alice in
Yeah.
Wonderland there was like a horn platypus duck thing or something, and like that was what this reminds me of.
Legally distinct Alice in Wonderland creature, despite
Yeah,
the
yeah,
fact
yeah.
that Alice in Wonderland is in the game.
But isn't that also the world where they introduced this mob?
I don't remember how quickly he shows up, because I know the plants show up in Wonderland. So,
Yes.
is this where they
says
show up?
Flo.
Yeah, it is. That probably,
Flo says
yeah.
yes, and I agree.
I agree with Flo as well.
I agree. Move on. No one
okay.
say anything.
Yep. Here's a sketching of Halloween Town, which I think is really cute. And yeah, the horn wasn't in KH1, neither was the flower. And then there's like one other that we'll like get to that I always liked the design. I thought it was really cute. But I do love just seeing these little like condensed little like designs for the worlds.
Yeah, they remind me of like if you were doing a what's the
Like a diorama.
like a diorama. Yeah,
Yeah, it reached
like
into
if-
your
if-
brain and it pulled it out.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that because I was not going to grab it. But also like a stage play. Like if you were going to design Halloween Town for the stage, you know.
Yeah. Or like a dollhouse. That's not a bad example.
Yeah,
It's-
which
it's-
essentially is a giant diorama, right? That's
Yeah,
how you do
yes.
stage plays. But like but yes, totally. That it feels like kind of distilled. Not just
Yeah,
condensed,
yeah.
but distilled to its like primal imagery, right?
Yes. You really gotta, that's stuff that like you have to take some of the bigger things and then make them bigger, because you have to sell for the back. You really have to, when you say
Yes.
distilled is a good example, I think, of just like we're really emphasizing this thing
Yes.
so everybody could read it from wherever they are in the room.
Yep. and also just related to that, in the same way that voice acting for games is different than acting for the screen, acting for the stage is also distinctly different. Yes, there it is, the horn ducks
Did somebody put it in?
in mod chat. Thank you, Trick.
Oh shit, I want to go look. Hold on.
Yeah, in mod chat, Trick pulled up a picture of the horn duck. This is exactly what was in my brain that I couldn't quite like.
Yeah,
focus on-
I just watched
know?
it not that long ago too, and I couldn't like pull it. I was like, I know there's something. You're speaking the truth, but I can't pull the
Yeah.
image up in my mind. Yeah,
Maybe
these
maybe
things.
you can drag that image into the thing and we could show chat. Could you do that?
Yeah, let me. I think I could just open this.
There they are.
Yep.
The horn
guys.
ducks. This was, as soon as I saw the mob in the game, my brain went straight to this and was like, you know this creature.
You've seen this
creature-
man
yes.
before.
This creature is known to you from Alice in
Honkers.
Wonderland. But it's a great it's also a great example of the way that the Disney franchises are like used as like proper
Yeah, they're very
inspiration to so that the
influential.
world kind of feels fit into it, you know?
Yeah. I mean, they're very much like inspired from, and like, but I think that's part of like, it's so cohesive. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's very like made so that these things can fit together.
Yes.
let's go honking with mama. Yeah, let's do that. Horn Honkman, my beloved. The Heartless designs are very
but stage
Disney-coded. I agree.
stage acting
Yeah.
is also has that distinctive style that where, like you said, you perform for the back row. You
Yeah,
have to
very much.
project. There's a different approach to the performance because it is live and because you want the people who are not close up and who can't see,
Yes.
maybe like who can't look into your eyes and tell what you're
Mhm.
feeling. You have to project all of those things to the back.
Yeah.
And so that's,
And that's why
like,
theater
that's a
makeup
known
looks
kind of,
crazy.
Yeah.
Because you have to make that visible. When you're up
Yeah.
close and you're like, oh man. And you're like, doesn't matter. It's for all those people back there.
Mhm. Yeah, that's why front row in the theater is not the best seat in the house. You wanna
No,
be
it's
back
not. You want to be just a little back. Just a little,
A
get
little
a little
back, yeah.
distance. Yeah.
a little back so that you get some of the projection, but you're not like
Yeah.
it's not projecting right over you and it looks ridiculous. Yeah.
Yep. Lark scene.
Chris
Here
Sora's
she
in the
is.
house. What up, Chris Sora?
For Sora.
There's Larkseen and Larkseen's throwing blades
little
of death.
dagger, yeah.
Nice.
Yes. I just love looking at like this kind of like clean sketch where I'm just like, dang, boom, 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 straight lines, so clean, looks so good, great shapes, even like the shoulder here and how it like kind of curves and is like very like kind of pointed and big. And me, I just look at, I'm like, for drawing, I'm like, oh, I want that.
Yeah,
to be
is it
me.
because the well, I'm very taken by his portraits. His
Yes.
portraits style is so like it is I'm trying not to say
Good.
something corny, but like it is good, but
Yeah.
it's simple. Like the portrait
Yeah,
is
it's very
simple, but
clear.
it still has a it still pops even though it's
Yes.
very like feels
I
very
think
simple.
part of
and
it
distilled.
pops because it's simple. Like having it so it's not too muddied with detail. All of the shapes are very clean. The lines are very like distinctive, so you know exactly what you're looking at without having to look too hard. It's also like the man is a character designer and was doing like monster designs and character designs before he started directing his own game, right? Which is Kingdom Hearts.
Right.
So that was really, and then he continued
What game
to
franchises did he design for? Do you know?
Final Fantasy, largely. That's like a lot of where
Okay.
he started. There are other
Sure,
games he's done character
that
designs
tracks.
for, like The World Ends With You. And he's done other stuff too, where he's designed characters for like other
The
games.
World
that
Ends
he's
With
worked
You
on.
is one of those games that the community keeps telling me to
Yes,
play.
that
right?
I was
Yeah.
on
We talked
stream
about it
going,
last time,
I
didn't
really
we?
need you to play it.
Yeah.
And it's not very long, and it's a great experience. So
Cool,
I think
cool,
that's definitely one that we should add to the roster to
Yeah.
to play through.
I mean, I'm excited. I'm also excited to like
oh, Parasite Eve. That's another one.
to make my way around the other game, like particularly the Final Fantasy series and stuff
Oh,
that
yeah.
I know the community loves. And it's clear that Kingdom
Mhm.
Hearts shares a lot of that DNA, and so it's the crossover makes sense. And
Yeah.
but I also really like the idea that my door to Final Fantasy is not going to be that I grew up with the series, you know,
Mhm.
because I'm old enough to have grown up with the series, but that I'm coming in from the Kingdom Hearts side. I think that's also like really cool, you know?
Yeah, a lot of people start there because they're just like, oh, even if they're just drawn in only because they're like, oh, I like Disney stuff, and then they're like, what's all this other stuff about? And then they kind of go from there to Final Fantasy is a pretty
Yeah.
common thread. I also wanted to say that Nomura specifically is the man who designed Cloud, so he is the guy. Cloud. He did all the character designs for Final Fantasy 7, and 8, and
Which are the most
10,
iconic of the
and
series, right?
yeah. Like he includes a lot of the, and he designed some characters and things for 9. I don't think he designed all of them, but I know he designed, or at least he did VV. Whatever. He does a lot of character work, and he started as like a monster designer. Like he did a bunch of creatures and stuff, and you can really see that come through when you look at Ansem when he turns into a boat. And he's like that big boat creature, and there's like Nomura art of him having drawn this big thing, and you're just like, yeah, this is like you're in your element of drawing weird creatures.
the evil you were referring to the evil billionaire yacht of darkness.
Yes,
correct?
that one is. That's
Okay,
the one.
yeah.
Yep.
The
Handsome
super. It's a super
gold
yacht.
boat. Yeah, super yacht.
I don't want to diminish how expensive it is. It is
no,
the
of course. We did
billionaire
destroy
super
it,
yacht. The evil billionaire super yacht of darkness. That's its official designation in my head.
Yeah. But yeah, the guy's really good at designing characters, and I think that very much shows in Kingdom Hearts, where, again, you have a whole cast of people who wear the same outfit, and you're like, they are all very distinctly different. Even, like, the body shape and how the cloak sits on them, if you look at them compared to each other, they all, like, you can get to a point.
You can distinguish them.
Yeah, without seeing their faces, you can be like, I know who that is, you know, and it's really cool.
That's the mark of a character designer for sure.
Absolutely.
Like just in their posture, in their gait, or in their like in their shoulders.
Sometimes
Like
some of them just have like
tell the difference.
It's just like I can think of one where it's always funny because I see one of them and I'm like, this guy has shoulder pads, and I know exactly who he is every time I see him. So you'll see him later. He's a lot of fun, but it is just funny that like you can just kind of look at someone and be like, oh yeah, I know who that is. I know who that is actually. So
that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
so
cool.
when I see stuff like this,
that's the
I'm
mark
just like,
of a character designer.
So
for
good.
Sure.
Yeah. 100%.
Right from the silhouette, you know. Yeah.
Yep. Giant shoulder pads guy, my beloved. Everyone else knows. Mention shoulder pads, instant recognition. It's so funny, but it's true. It's true. Anyway, love Lark scene, but I just love Nomura's art. It's so good and strong. Go to the next picture. All right, we got Lexaeus and his very angular, muscly jaw. Like, not letting me move it over. Hold on, I have very dire music that just came on right now. Not fitting the vibe. Get out of here.
Lexaeus has a cool design.
He does.
I didn't quite get to appreciate it because I kicked the shit out of him so quickly.
Yeah.
I whipped his ass.
Had
and I'm
no
not
time.
ashamed to say it. But his design though is like impressive. He is a brick shit house. He is a freaking unit of a guy for sure.
And like I think it's funny because like every aspect of his design like evokes that. You know, he's huge.
Yes.
His weapon he holds is both like giant but also like blunt. It is really just like a big slab of something.
And wide.
Yeah.
It has it's everything about him just has that wide stance.
Yep. Someday. Yeah, and he slaps Riku into the ceiling like a fly. I always liked that scene a lot. Like, there's something about it that's so viscerally, like, he just flies up and just wham, hits the ceiling and just falls flat on his face. And you're like, oh my god.
Skinny calves, though. It's not too weird, Oreo. If you go to the gym,
if you skip leg day,
that's what you see, okay? It's called skipping leg day, all right? Everyone does it. Don't be ashamed. No, nobody cares, all right? You throw your pants on and you can't tell, all right? You just you work on Everyone's working on the guns for when the sun's out, you know?
Yep.
That's what
Yeah,
matters.
absolutely. Here, I'm gonna leave for just a moment. I have to go to the bathroom. So
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
gonna
We'll take a minute.
we'll just take a quick minute, and I'm gonna leave this picture of Luxeus just up for everybody to
Okay.
enjoy. Okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Yeah, no, I'll just do that. Hold on. Let me leave that going. Usually I go to a BRB screen and I'm like, I'm just gonna leave it up because the people
Do
can
you want a
talk to
BRB
you.
screen? I'll take a minute because I think Lily just got home from school, so I can
Okay.
pop out too for a
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah,
We'll
I
do
think
a
that's
BRB. Everyone can get mad at us for not leaving our chairs up.
yeah. That sounds good.
Okay.
Okay. We'll do
All
that
right.
real quick, okay?
Yep. A couple
Okay.
minutes, chat. We'll be right back.
Here. There we go. I've returned officially. Hello everybody.
Shout out to Loki in the house. Man. Shoto. I gotta read that like 3 times before I'm confident enough to say it.
You're braver than
Still not
I.
confident.
Ugh. I heard a loud noise upstairs. My partner and Canary are exercising up above me, and I think somebody just dropped a weight on the floor. So I got startled. But
That's what happens.
that's what happens, you know, in the pursuit of health. Let me get rid of Sore Miku is still there. Here it is. Still here, by the way. I forgot. I hadn't
Are we
closed out
gonna
of it.
rewatch cutscenes? I don't think so, Sefu.
Unless we wanted to.
I mean,
but
unless Niku wanted to like specifically go through
just joking.
something, but
I do have some
we have a bunch
little
of
bits
the
and pieces,
concept
but
art.
yeah, we're just kind of glancing through for the moment because we just kind of had it collected. Did anyone see Niku's list? Have we even made through the first couple of... We have largely made it through there. I was going to go through some of the questions, but we just, we're just talking about stuff. I think we're doing a pretty good, like, sometimes we're talking, like, we already talk about something that I had planned in the list, you know what I mean? And we just kind of hit it anyway, so... The list is merely a suggestion and a guide.
A guide, just a guide.
Yeah, yep. Here's Marluxia looking much less pink in the concept art, but give me
yes.
like a halfway. There we go. Marluxia for the longest
Marluxia
time
has that real 80s shag.
Yeah, has that kind of J-rock glam hair a little bit going on, you know.
It is definitely the glam band shag. I love it.
This is Marluxia's natural hair color. This is a guy who over the winter he didn't go outside at all, you know, and now he's going back out and his hair it lightens and it gets all pink and you know.
That's right.
He's just been stuck inside. That's all. I, for the longest time, thought it was pronounced Marluxia, because, like, I had only seen it written for a long time.
Well,
And,
I made that same mistake, I think, in the beginning.
I mean, I think that's a pretty reasonable, like, you look at it and you're like, I'm sounding it out, and I guess it's Marluxia. It is not. And I'm like, Marluxia's kind of easier to say anyway, so. Oh, Marluxia. I think Marluxia is cool. But is in this game, you're like, I guess he is being a bad guy. And there's stuff to read into, especially because there's further context later in the series for stuff that makes things really interesting. But as far as he serves in this one game, you're like, he sure is he's being the bad guy, and he's got a cool pedal scythe thing going on, like really cool design, but
Marluxia doesn't really make the cut for like favorite character, not because he is particularly bad or anything, but because he is just kind of the leader of the bad guys and nothing else. So that it makes him feel flatter than some of the other characters, you know. Just he's trying to get the Keyblade or get the power, whatever, you know. He's backstabbing the organization, but like we don't really know why he also is like, he doesn't seem to have any second thoughts or like struggles with his reasoning or decision making. So there's just
Yeah.
there's nothing really dynamic to the way that his uh like arc of decisions is presented, and so it just comes across as kind of flat. He's
Yeah.
more of
No.
a narrative tool, right?
Yeah.
He's the
Yeah.
heel. So he's
I
just
it's interesting because that is just where he's left at in this game. And then what's fun is that later, as the series goes on, you get to learn like more stuff like about a lot of these characters that get introduced that you're like, oh,
nice.
what's going on with that person? And then suddenly you're finding out and you're like, oh my God.
Well, then you can get some context
Yeah.
that informs some of it and gives it some more life. That's good.
Yeah. It's really interesting. He's one that I remember feeling I was like, but like later there's some stuff that I can't even like say yet because I just want it to be a fun surprise. So I'm like, even though it's not like, it doesn't really have any narrative bearing, I'm just like, oh, there's a thing to do with him that's like really fun that I liked. That's all I can say. We'll get there. We'll get there. He suffers because not only do you see much of him, but also everyone else around him in the small cast is a little more entertaining. I mean, I guess that's true.
No,
it's
true. Yeah.
He's around a lot of strong characters, that's for sure.
Well, he spends all of his narrative time with Axel, Larxene, and Vexen, who, for better or worse, is also much more dynamic of a character. And so he comes across as the kind of least interesting one and really just serves as like the guy in charge.
Yes.
That being said, his visual design's pretty awesome. I liked his
it's really
kind
cool.
of pink theme. He has the cool pedal effects. He has that really awesome pink scythe. Like, he's got a really cool design.
His very like
otherwise
flower like reaper type thing going on, it's really neat.
Yes. And the flower petals, I mean, the petals fall from a flower that has died, and the reaper scythe, and it does have there is really cool visual layers to his design. I just am not sure that that they had the time to bother with like, giving that kind of depth to his story, to his function in the story,
Yep. Yeah. Someone did bring up that his boss fight music is really good, and I have to agree. It's called "The Lord of the Castle," and it's a good song.
Nice.
That's all.
It doesn't stand out in my head, but I'm sure I would agree. I don't remember thinking that it didn't slap.
Yeah, it's something that like when I went back and like had listened to it, I was like, yeah, actually, this is really good. Like I just went to put it to play quietly in the back. There's also a lot of like when you do get to play Melody of Memory, it kind of definitely forces you to like listen to songs you may not have otherwise listened to again, to be like, oh yeah,
we get the entire music game, and then it's gonna greatest hits the shit out of the series, isn't it?
Absolutely. I mean that and then some. It's really just I like
that. No, that's perfect
songs?
Because then you really get to like go, oh yeah, and like dig into the songs and appreciate them. I like that.
Yep.
That's good. I'm all right. All right. I didn't really think about that too hard, but there you go. That's something to look forward to.
You will forcefully have to spend time with more of the soundtrack later. It's part of the game.
I am going to completely crush the Hollow Bastion watch.
That one's really fun, actually. That one has a lot of interesting playing around the rhythm a bit that I forgot when I played it again for fun the other day, and I just like stumbled all over it. I was like, oh, right. This part, that's weird. Oh, okay. It's really fun. It's really cool. I'm excited for you to see it, but I'm excited for you to see like every part. So, it only goes so far. I love Monstro, by the way. Monstro is one of my favorite worlds in the first game, partially because of, I love the music that plays there. I just think the way they decided to interpret the inside of a whale is really interesting. But also, I love everything that happens there. I love Riku's little, like, why don't you come catch me about it? Because, like, I don't care. I don't care or anything. But, like, why don't you hang out with me?
Yeah. The subtext.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Why don't you catch me? And then I'll tell you what I know. You're like, oh, okay.
I definitely, and I said it when we played it, but for me, it struck me as the influence of the Jabu Jabu dungeon from
Yeah,
Ocarina
for
of
sure.
Time was clear to
Yes.
me, and felt nostalgic, and how they
Yeah.
tied that to the imagery of Geppetto and the boat,
Mhm.
from Pinocchio the film, and so I didn't dislike it. It was an interesting, like, concept for sure,
Yeah.
and, and definitely was fine. I could see where it's considered a confusing zone,
Yes, for
but
sure.
of course, design-wise, back then, because the zones were so much smaller, making them more confusing to navigate was a way to pad out playtime and
Absolutely. Yeah.
make it harder for you to get to know your way around so that you spend more time. All of that effort is partially intentional to keep you playing the game for a more padded runtime, because it is a significantly smaller play space than what we're used to these days. So
Yeah.
games don't have to be so intentionally obtuse with their designs now, because we just have so much more space to play in a game typically.
Yep.
But like, I thought it was cool. I didn't dislike it at all, and it
Mhm.
definitely has the Riku using Pinocchio as like a
Yeah.
a handkerchief to, come get me,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
is funny, um and then also, the cage fight was kind of cool too,
Yeah, the
for a
parasite
mob
cage.
design, like the
Yeah.
boss design, the parasite cage, yeah.
Yeah. It's a fun time. It's like something where it definitely grew on me. I was just like, ah, it's so strange. I can see why this is really confusing for people. But then I was like, I kind of love it though. So Monstro is just like a favorite. And I have, where is he? I was gifted a little Monstro like plush from a friend because I just like Monstro. And they're like, you like Monstro? Here you go. I just have this. So he's
Oh, that's
he's kind of
cool.
ugly, but he's, I like that. So he's
Yeah.
kind of weird. Perfect.
Yeah, it looks more like a fish.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something about the mouth too that I'm
It's a
like,
monstro fish.
Monstro little fish guy. Oh yeah,
It's
here's the
cute.
other guy. The oh my god, what are you called? Somebody said it even earlier, and I was like, yes, of course, that guy that I know the name of, but I'm Tornado Step. There we go. I was like, there's tornado something in there. I think this guy just has such a cute design. He's just simple. He's just got two little ear arms. He jumps
Yes.
around. He spins around.
He's got a scarf on that's too long and he spins.
Yep. Yeah, but they're also his hands. It's just fun. Fun designs, great creature
It is
designs.
a cute little design for sure. And
Yeah.
all of the Heartless designs so far have been like kind of cute and memorable.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of them are good. Oh, look how cute. I hadn't looked at all of these. Exactly. This is such a cute little the signs and the shapes. Not the Twilight Town, the Traverse Town. This is not the first time I've done that.
I'm sure it won't be the last.
The last, yeah.
I'm also gonna fall into that trap, I'm sure,
Mm-hmm.
as there are
Wrong
multiple, as the
town.
world expands in the
Yep.
series.
Oh yeah. It's not anything too crazy. I think it's just the like T name. It's just, Traverse Town and Twilight Town, and so I'll just
Yeah,
say the wrong one sometimes.
and
But
it's all done to be intentionally kind of
yeah.
thematically tight
Yeah.
like that.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of tying in. But this one is super cute. I like it's again just like it's like a diorama. It's just like,
Yeah,
shrunk down, and it looks real cute.
the distillation, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
of a larger town space.
It's your favorite. He's here. It's Vexen. It's Canary's boyfriend, Vexen.
See, in the game, they gave
Uh-huh.
him the Gaston chin. He has that massive chin in the game.
He does. His
And
chin's
in
still kind
the
of strong
concept
here,
art,
but it's not. It's
not nearly.
not nearly. No.
Not nearly its finished proportion.
Right. Yeah. And they made him so tall. Like, he is so tall. It's crazy. Because, like, you look
Well,
at
you know,
Axel
tall
and you're
people
like,
can be evil too, you know?
oh, yeah, for sure. I don't want to leave them out of it. But, like, you look at Axel and you're like, this guy is, like, long and kind of lanky and slinking around, and, like, it feels befitting of his nature that, like, you're like, what is he up to? What is he doing? You know? And then you're like, and here's the scientist. He is a giant. And I'm like, sure. Sure he is. Yeah, that's fine.
What is that? Is his weapon like a shield?
Yes, it is a shield. It's a
Okay.
big, like, his whole thing is ice, and he has a big shield made of ice.
Right. Like an icicle themed kind of.
Yeah.
shield.
It's very, like, hard and cutting and, you know, cold, calculating, if you will. So he has his big ice shield, and he'll, like, hold it up like that, so. I read chat for 2 seconds, and then I lose track. Oh, cute. See, I'm having fun looking at these. This is, for me, I'm like, oh, wow. I haven't really looked at this. But you can see very much the little isometric, like, we have to put it in a square little, because we're working with, like, the pixels on the screen. We're putting it at an angle and just plotting it out.
Yeah. No, it's the concept art's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. I think that's the last of that one. That's the concept art. What else did I have? I have, oh, of course, hold on. We have some official art we have to look at. This is the art. This is the art that was like the Game Boy like cover art. This is like art you see a lot around, or just the two of them.
sure.
It's literally what's on my shirt right now. This art.
Yeah.
Where they're both holding
But the one on your
cards.
shirt it's in the dial, right? It's in the circle.
Yeah, it's in,
that's,
like-
I've seen that version of it more.
Yeah. This is just like with them and the cards and everything. You can see there's Mickey down there. Who's this mysterious figure in the hood?
Yes, the
wow.
mysterious
Donald and Goofy, of course.
mysterious mouse.
Yep. Yeah. But yeah, this I love the lighting in this. I love how like warm Sora is and how cool Riku is and also looks. But the art is sick. This is also
It is
another
cool.
little promotional with like the stairs of like we're heading up Castle Oblivion and Naminé is up there.
I don't know that I've seen that one.
This is not one you always see around, but it is cool. Go away, everything. There we go. Chain of Memories had amazing artwork. I agree. There's a lot of cool stuff in here. And I like this one. And like this imagery with like the white steps gets used a lot. To like reference Chain of Memories is like this like visual is used quite a bit, and it's cool. Very excited for you to move forward and see some of it. But now here's the art that was at the end of the game where you could list everybody, and I was so proud.
I did it.
You did it. It was so cool. Yippee. And Vexen really looking some type of way with the eyes over there. I don't know. It's crazy looking.
Vexen seems to have the most like variation in his like different like design, like in the artwork in the game and the concepts. He has, like,
yeah.
he kind of isn't quite as nailed down as much as the other characters feel.
Yeah, we'll definitely like again, most of the characters like we do get to know more about. So like some of this stuff you'll be like, yeah, okay, that's Vexen, you know, but I think it's something where like you see the concept art and it's a lot, most of it's calm. Like even Larxene is very like she is just there, you know what I mean? Cuz you're just getting a character design out. And then past that you're like, "Oh, this very much sells the attitude, like she's like leaning and she's kind of like, you know, you can like get character out of it." So there, I'm like, okay, now we have Vexen, and he's got his crazy eye.
Yeah,
that's what we know about good old Vexen. He's crazy.
He's mad, I say.
He's mad. I do love this picture of Riku. He looks so good. But I just like Riku. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm a pretty big fan of that guy. So
I like him too.
Yeah, he's pretty cool.
He's pretty cool.
I like to see him. With Mickey Mouse, don't forget, he is right here.
Of course. There
Absolutely,
is
100%.
Riku, the meat of the sandwich that is
Sor Miku, yeah.
Sor Ricky Mouse.
There you go. Oh yeah. So there is a Kingdom Hearts manga, actually. It only goes up to a certain point before the mangaka at the time was like, oh, I'm gonna take a break. And so there's like a chunk of the series that does not have a manga at all. And then they came back for Kingdom Hearts 3 and started doing some manga again. But the art that they do is really cute. I actually have all of it right here.
That's really cool. I like that. Are they still easy to find, or are they out of print, or what?
I think you can still find them. Kind of depends, but I do have it right
That'd be
here.
something I'd be interested. Are there a ton of them? How many are there?
They basically went. This is like thick. This is like an omnibus collection of like Chain of Memories specifically. They go up through pretty much to Days. And the Days manga is really good, for sure. The manga is definitely a little sillier. He gets to have fun with it, for sure. But,
is it like, are they is there one per game, or is it like serialized, like numbered?
There's definitely multiple volumes per game.
Okay. And
Yeah,
that's just a compilation one.
And then this one, yes, this guy is a big one that is all of Chain of Memories, the manga.
That's cool.
Which was like a few volumes for sure.
That is cool. I'll look into finding those, because if they're still findable, I would.
I mean, I can
even
even help you find them. They're definitely around, because I know some things got reprinted. Like I said, they did start doing Kingdom Hearts 3 for the manga, so some things got like, there was just like, hey, remember that there's a manga? Wow, here's new stuff. So now I have all of it, but I did not always. Here's Riku and here's Ansem. Very cool. Manga. Ooh. The art's really nice, though. I love Shiro Amano's work. It's very pleasant to look at. That's for sure. I have, like, an art book, too, so. There is a whole manga that I'm not going to bother putting away. But this is some of the art. Here's another one that's some of the art from, like, one of the other volumes. This is volume 2, so it's like, here's the Riku side. And there's Naminé.
That's awesome. See, like, that's awesome. I want to find. I would definitely find that, and
yeah,
have a little set. It's cool.
I think we can find it. We can give it a look around. And then this art. This is like one of my favorites. So this is the box art for Chain of Memories. Like, this is just the cover of the game. Is this art? Love it to pieces. It looks sick as hell. This art is iconic, and I have this goofy Kingdom Hearts hat. I have this hat where the bill is this art. So, let's see.
Oh, there it is. That's cool. On the underside.
Yeah. So I'll just gently, gingerly
so you will just wear it as a crown.
Yeah. Best I can. Hidden Sariku. But anyway, I love this art. Very recently, I saw somebody had tweeted about it. There was the 20th anniversary, and they had this big gallery, basically, of a bunch of stuff. So they had, like, art and things Nomura had drawn. They had, like, scripts and other stuff. Like, things that you could go look just from the production of the games. And one of them, like, in a case was basically the line art of this picture, where, like, he always draws more or less in pencil on paper and then scans it. And then finishes, like, coloring and other stuff, like, on the computer. But, like, you get to see these, like, paper with, like, the crisp pencil lines. And this art, like, somebody had taken a picture of. And put it online to be like, oh, I missed the event, you know? And I was like, yeah, the event that, like, none of us got to go to because it was, like, a lottery in Japan to be able to go. And anyway, these like one piece of paper, he drew both of these on like the same, because like you could just draw one on one and one on the other, like composite them together, but it was just like one whole picture. Oh, perfect.
That's awesome.
You get this.
I
for
really
me?
like the cover art from the first game is always like the iconic like image in my mind
Yes.
with the heart moon.
Yeah. Here it is.
And oh, that's really cool. Yeah.
It's just really neat. It's just
And he drew
the art
them
looks
facing each other.
and he did.
But then they
back
right.
to back in the final version.
That's
at the very
something
least.
that the fandom, Big Sariku would be like, well, in the original, they're actually looking at each other into
Look,
each
I
other's
think the
eyes.
fact that it exists
that's
at
why-
all. It's crazy because this does
You
get
know?
used in a way that is hilarious. In the way that you're like, I don't know what
Okay.
you got, what else
They're
you guys are
lying
trying
to
to
you,
tell
and
me.
that's why on the cover art they reverse their position. They're back to back.
Yeah.
It's all a scam.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's what I need to be doing.
Did I
You
get
have-
it right, chat? Is that
you
it?
have no idea.
Did I nail it or what? Come on.
Look, you have no idea the amount of no work you have to do to be like, damn, okay. You tell them about any of the theories? I am. And I'm probably going to transition to that here pretty shortly.
I
'Cause
know.
We're
I
burning
know.
daylight.
All right, you don't even got to tell me. All right, I know the argument. I got the cliff notes already ready to go. I know what to say.
You're prepared. You're
Awesome.
ready.
Yeah.
Anyway, I love to see his art. It's really, really good. Don't look at that too hard. Okay. Oh, right. Those guys. Okay. There you go. Anyway, love that art. It is great. Love to see it. Let me pull up.
It is really cool to see all the concept art and like and the like the original drawings and stuff. It is. It,
Oh, of course.
It
So
it
important.
underscores just like that strong, what we were talking about, that strong art direction. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. It
Aw.
very much translates. So here's
Look how
Riku's
great
happy
that
sprite.
pixel art is.
Isn't it cute? It's so nice. Like when you like, what was it like? Trying to find the art, like just being like, oh, here, like chain of memories, pixel art, and the first thing that comes up is like this image of Riku because everybody loves it.
Well, you don't see like happy Riku it's not often how he's depicted,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah,
it
exactly.
is-
It's
It
in
is
there,
nice.
but we don't get to see it all the time, so it's very limiting. Like a lot of these are like sprite sheets, so they're kind of small, but it's something where it's like even just at a glance to see kind of the different work that goes into like just the expressions and stuff. But I did have like a video set aside that was like, oh, here's like, you know, just gameplay basically of like just the game moving at all.
These
Or-
are how the pixel arts are devved, right? You put all
Yeah.
the sprites out like each
Basically
frame
on
of
one
every
big sheet,
sprite
yeah.
on a big thing, and then the game files pick it from there, and
Yep. More or
that's
less,
how
yeah.
you like load in the files. Yeah.
Yeah, they do like. Well, oh, it's down to you. It's so cute. Any bigger unless I opened it all, downloaded it all the way. You're just gonna have to deal with it being small. It's like the sprites of them like making their little pinky promise. It's very cute. Oh, Nominee. Oh, Nominee. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Oh, let me get closer. I can't. Repliku. He looks good. I promise he looks good. Take my word for it. But we do have Riku, and we can look at him standing around, swinging his sword.
I mean,
being
all
dead.
of this is easily findable using the internets, right?
Absolutely.
So you guys can look up the sprite art. It is
You
cool
just
though
send it to 'em?
how many frames there are. It's a ton.
Oh yeah, the animations are really nice. We're going to here. I'm gonna leave this really quick, and then I think where did I have GBA how it looked? Show me the video. We're pulling it up real quick. We don't really need to hear it so much as look at it, just to see, Just to see it be neat, you know. All right, figure yourself out. Da-bum-ba. Dude, classic Game Boy. Ooh, it's all chaptered out. That's really nice. Give me anywhere. Let's see, let's see, let's see. Oh, exciting, exciting Agrabah. Dude, sprites for everybody.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how the, like, world traversal works and stuff. It's all isometric.
Yes. Let me pop somewhere that's not... There we go. A little something. Dude, smack the door. And so much of it is like, you're like, this is the same. This is the same game.
Yeah.
Because it is the same game, but, you know.
It's recognizable for sure.
Give me... Jumping around. Cutscenes, cutscenes. Dude, there's a lot of... the screen. Take me to... Everybody just gets to sit here as we're like... As I am going, now hold on, everybody. Let's look at the sprites. Hold on a second. Show me every time. It's like a long play, but I want to see you running around in the world just a tiny bit. A lot of it is just like isometric little tiered running around.
Yeah, the card selection seems to be the same.
Yep, yep. And you can't hear it because I don't have the sound turned on, but Sora's voice is his KH1 voice. So, because they just used, like, what they already had, right? Was, like, his...
Yeah.
There we go. Good old Hollow Bastion. It's cute. It's cute. It's neat. It's cool to see. It sits better in the frame. Dude, I know Cloud is super crazy in this game. Like, in this version, more so than he is in, like, ReChain of Memories. But, anyway, when you see things in movement,
I mean, the summons and everything.
Mm-hmm. You have your summons. Most of it is, like, the same. Like, functionally, but Riku doesn't have duels. That was something that was added for ReChain of Memories. So that's one difference I'm aware of, but it's...
Colton, thanks so much for the resub, by the way. 3 months. Nana, thank you for the gift from almost a half hour ago.
From almost a half hour ago.
Thank you, guys. Improv with the Prime sub from a while back.
This is your time. This is the time to do this.
I thought I'd just like check real quick.
Yeah. This is we're doing our due diligence and just looking at the game at all. There's a lot more the screen like freaking out than I realized.
It's cool that the pirate ship like sways like that. Like,
yeah, it's really neat.
That's a really cool design.
Dude, Hook. Riku's hair moves a lot. Ah, good stance.
Flame, thanks for the resub. 5 months.
Hold off the music, the original Chain of Memories so well, too, considering...
Feels like
yeah,
longer.
it is very much. They do a good job, I think. I have, like I said, I'd have to go, like, redo my sharing my screen to turn it on, and then you would be hearing W. So, unfortunately, I can't really do that too much, but, like, you know, otherwise, it's just cool to see it, like, in motion.
No, I'm definitely planning on like revisiting it, and I want to play it in this version.
Yeah.
Just to, even if only just to see if it feels different. Because
Yeah.
I'm just fascinated by how the combat system, how such a tough combat system like this was designed for a game that looked like this, and then was completely re-implemented for
Yeah.
for a
Oh yeah.
like a more modern take. It's interesting.
Ooh. Okay. We're
The
gonna,
animations look good.
the animations do look really good. There's some of that classic little, it wants to load for a moment. Then we'll, whoa, what's happening? What's happening here? Who's this guy? Whoa, hold on.
The scene.
Yes, the scene. This little sprite. It's very cute.
It is a good sprite. It's got all
Yep.
the sass.
It's got all the sass. Peeking. Okay.
And it's the same
Yes.
dialogue. It's like it's
Mostly,
all
yeah. There are some
yeah.
changes between the like there are some lines that aren't necessarily included. There are other things that's like, oh, I forgot to get a screenshot. There's this one that like I really really like that is like Mickey talking to Riku. And, he's just like, oh, they can't, they'll never get you, not in a million years. And then Riku responding with that cute, happy sprite. And he's like, not in a billion years. And it's just like, oh, that's really fun. And that didn't make it into the game. But, like, I always think about that one. Mostly changed for lip flaps since the cutscenes were all pre-rendered. Yeah, that also would make sense. That you might have to tweak otherwise a similar script just so it fits, because you have to actually say it out loud now.
Yeah, that was definitely a part of the process that I am very familiar with. We
I
had to
would
do
think
that all the
so. I
time.
would think so.
And sometimes we would be sitting there for a hot minute, and they're like, maybe you could maybe like this, maybe like that." Sometimes
Right.
I would come up with the solution. Like, I'd be like,
Mhm.
"Well, what if I did this? Or maybe if I said it like this?" Which is why sometimes the delivery is a little weird. You know what I mean? But
You're kind of
that
forced into to having to,
yeah, that's us trying to do our best through translation, delivery, um, you know, respecting the original, like the tone of the original and stuff. There's all of that stuff is considered when we end up wherever we end up,
Yeah.
especially when the stuff is pre-rendered and they're not going to change the mouth. That really dictates
Mhm.
the moments that you can, sometimes they're like, okay, so when he opens his mouth at this part, you got
Yeah.
to say all of this, like this, all of this part of the
Right.
line has to fit
Uh-huh.
into this mouth flap. And you're like, okay,
Okay.
and then they're like,
Yeah.
and that's usually when, and in those scenarios, I always go to them, I go, okay, let me just let me do 3. And the
Yeah.
tactic is,
Yeah,
because
yeah, yeah.
sometimes when you're trying to do something that is awkward to time,
Yeah.
it's better to, like, try it, go, "Oh, shit." Try it again, like, right away, so that I can instantly correct the little nuances of the timing that are off.
Mhm.
Because when we try it, then we stop, then everyone talks, then they come back to me and they say, "Hey, do this and that." And then we go back in. Well, a couple of minutes have passed since I just did it, so the
Right.
little,
The
like,
little,
the instinctual, like, timing differences
yeah.
aren't right there for me to
Yeah, yeah,
adjust,
yeah. They're not like immediately because you're like you were just fiddling with it, It's now
Yeah,
you have to like,
exactly.
oh
So
boy.
so say, "Okay, let me go in," because sometimes they're like, "I don't know." So there are times where they're like, "I don't know, we gotta figure it out." And I'm like, "Okay, let me just go in and do 3 so that I can mess with it really
Yep.
quick. Let me just kinda quick and messy get in there and
Mhm.
see if I can find something,
Yeah, that like kind of
that works."
fits in.
And then
Yeah.
if that sometimes I do that and they're like, "Nailed it," and then sometimes we're like, "Okay, this one kinda works, let's start
Right,
there
right.
and now
Let's
mess with it
work off
further."
this one and then
Yeah,
tweak that
exactly.
part. Yeah, 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 yeah.
And so that process, and I love that process. That is so fun for me,
Yeah,
you
that's
know?
it's
It's because
fascinating to hear about.
it's collaborative and it's
Mhm.
and it's but it's also it feels very creative because I have to kind of you kinda gotta go in and take stabs at it. You know what I
Yep,
mean? It feels some you get happy accidents that way.
for
Sometimes
sure.
maybe you get awkward accidents that way too, and so there are different moments in the different games where people go, "What's going on with this?" I just responded this to someone posted on TikTok, like one of my lines from
Uh-huh.
Kingdom Hearts 1, and they're like, Riku sounds British in this. Like, what's the deal with that? And I like commented and was like, I
What?
don't know, man. I was like, I
What
probably was
line even? I'm so curious. I can't even think of it.
it was the alternate in Monstro. So if you go to
Oh,
Monstro,
that
but like
yeah, 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 yeah.
later,
When you do
it
it
was
later
that
and
moment that
he's
they
different,
were
yeah.
like pointing out. And I had said in the comment, I was just like, oh, sometimes we're just trying to like some parts of the line feel a little rushed because I'm trying to fit it,
Yeah.
and so that and then there are other times where maybe I fit it and I'm going like, that all right, that felt a little awkward, and they're like, we got it. And I'm like, okay, well,
But,
like let
are
me
you
just,
sure?
maybe let me just try again, and they're like,
Yeah, yeah.
okay, sure,
Just like
but we
really
got it
quick.
though. Like they're happy with this one. And I'm like, okay, but all
All
right,
right. Yeah. What can
and
you do?
sometimes and there are times where that's where it's left. You know what I mean? Like that also
Yeah.
happens because again, it's a collaborative process, and my job is to for them to be satisfied so we can move on. And like and b- but like I said, you in the same way that sometimes maybe it comes out and you're like, I guess it works, and all right, we're gonna move on, and
Mhm,
maybe
mhm.
you're feeling like it's less than ideal. But then there are other times where you're like, oh my god, I can't believe how well that worked because we
Yeah,
were
yeah,
just
yeah,
sitting
yeah.
there for 10 minutes going like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Trying to figure out how to fit the dialogue into the
Yeah.
spot. So like it's uh it's a very dynamic on the fly kind of process that I find really satisfying and fun. Like a little puzzle.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's just kind of like a puzzle to be solved at a
Yeah.
certain point, especially
Yeah,
like
yeah.
particularly with like lip flaps more than anything. Though, like most of the series is like they retool it, but even then you still have to work within the means of like when they're moving,
Sure.
how they're doing stuff.
Well, in the bigger games, like when we play when we record the bigger games, they go, "Oh, hey, they're gonna redo the mouth flap. Don't worry about the mouth flap."
Yeah,
But that
yeah,
doesn't mean that I can
just do
go.
anything you want. Yeah,
I'm still constrained by the time it took for the Japanese voice to say that line, right? I still have set like
hmm,
walls that I have to fall within for each piece of the dialogue.
yeah,
you know?
yeah,
And so even when the mouth flap restraint is removed, that you're still trying to creatively solve the dialogue within boundaries,
yeah. You're
and
still like
and
working
there's
within something.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, and
And
it's
and you and
interesting.
yeah, their beats it also because the beats in Japanese I think it's quite obvious, right? Everyone kind of intuitively knows that the beats of that language are nothing like the beats of
Yeah.
English. And so even if the translation is takes about the same time to say, and even if they're changing the mouth flaps, like the diction is different. Like
Yeah.
in Japanese,
Just
maybe the
the
emotional weight
order.
or the emotional anger or something comes in at the beginning, but then in the translation, it's at the end. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
that
It's just
so
so much of it is like flipped, even very specifically between like English and Japanese, is that like
yeah.
just the sentence structure is like reversed in a weird way. So sometimes
Yes.
there's something where like
And
this
that's
isn't
very noticeable when you're
yeah.
trying to solve this particular issue and hit the emotional beats to match
What like
the
the actions
animation,
on
the
screen.
facial
Yeah.
expressions, and you know what I mean? The
Yep. Yep.
posturing of the character. You have to kind of you have to massage it, right? Like you have to
Yep.
kind of get it
Yep.
just right. And it's sometimes it, again, sometimes it comes out, it's a little awkward, but it works.
But it gets the job done, you know?
And they're like, good. You know what I mean? And then other times they're like, wow, that really works. That's awesome. You know what I mean? Like, and so both of those, you end up in both of those places at different times, and they're both acceptable depending on how much time we have, how much work we have for the day.
Yeah.
You know, like the tolerance, like how important the scene is or that moment also makes a difference for how much they really focus on it and stuff.
Which
So
makes sense.
yeah. So all that stuff in the greater context of, we only have so many hours in a day. They pay me by the session. We're trying to get as much done in that session as possible, that kind of stuff,
Yeah. Yep. That makes sense. It is just, I just love, like, even on a personal level, I think voice acting is really interesting, and I've always just been like, I just like to know about it. So, like, this just just neat to hear about, like, just the process and everything that has to go into it. But I love that. I love knowing about that. I love the idea of, like, having to be in there and you're like, everybody just being like, how are we gonna say this? So, like, how are we gonna fit this in? Maybe if I say like this, and then we stress it here, and then we,
and all of that is worked out in real time. That's literally what we do. And I'm in the booth, and they're across the glass, and they have the switch, right? So they can open up communication where I can hear everyone in the other room.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's just the microphone so that the director can lean in and just tell me something and I can't hear the context of what's going on. And then there's times where their mic goes off so they can talk, and then they come back to me with something, right? And
not nerve-wracking at all.
Those are the moments where I'm sitting there and I'm like,
you're just like,
oof.
Okay.
But I'm always in real time. I'm doing my own thing, right? I'm sitting there going, all right, I don't think this part worked well. They're probably going to ask me to do this.
Yeah.
Or maybe if I try to, I'm still sitting there trying to do my work to solve it. So it's, but that collaborative effort is one of my favorite parts of the process.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just,
and
it's
sometimes,
just
like I said, sometimes I think I just nailed it. And then they come back on the mic and they're like, actually, we want you to try it again. We want you to do this. And I'm like, oh, okay. Shit, I thought that one was awesome. And then other times I'm like, oof, man, that felt rough. And then they're like, nailed it. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I'd like to do another one,
Yeah.
And they're always cool about letting me iterate if I feel like I need to, but it is important also to note that I can iterate it. I can do it as many more times as I'd like. They are free to choose whichever take they like best, and it's not up to me. So, so at the end of the day, it's their call of like what version of the different efforts I made goes into the game, and I have to be cool with that. That's part of it,
Yeah, that's the, like, you can do what you can, but, like, at the end of the day, you're still, like, an employee, and, like, you don't get to be like, okay, well, but this one, though. It's
at the end of the day,
it's what they want.
They are directing me, and so it's their call. If at the end of the day, maybe I like this better, but they like that better, then they go with their stuff, and that's how it goes, that's part of it.
That's just part of the process.
Also, that's not to couch any like awkward Riku moments as like not my fault,
right?
Right? Like that's not what I'm doing. To be clear,
it's just that's just how the process is. At the end of the day,
it is.
It
is just like an inherent part of the process that like I'm not making these decisions in a vacuum by myself. Like where it really is collaborative, and at the end of the day, I'm not the one with the final say over which one kind of is chosen and used.
Yeah. Yep. It's just kind of, that's something too. It's just like, just the stressing of being like, look, I'm not trying to, it's not an excuse. It's just like the reality of the situation.
Yeah, it's just
other
how it works.
People have decision-making power. I can only do what I can do. And then, it can be great. It can be like, sometimes you never know. That's just how any project is, really. But
I always am perfectly happy with feeling responsible for what ends up in the game from my character. You know what I mean? Like it is my voice, and that's why I always kind of couch our discussions about my performance with, the thing I can say with most confidence is that
Yes.
I was doing my very best at the time.
Yep.
And that I can guarantee everybody that I did my best at the time, and for all sorts of whatever reasons, some things come out really great, some things maybe
Mhm.
come out less than ideal. You know, that's part of, you kind of have to be okay with that as an actor when
Yeah.
you are performing, and and it's not too different on the screen either, right? Like when you're performing for TV or for movies,
Mhm.
Again, there's a director, there's producers, it's their call.
Yeah.
My job is to make them happy. There are also times in that situation when I was working on the show or when I was doing films where I was like, hey, I'd really like to try that again. I'm not too happy with it. And typically that is respected, and you're given more
Mhm.
shots. It's not always, but like, that's part of what the nature of the job, So but at the end of the day, like, the performance does have to come from me, and I am responsible for the way it turns out at the end of the day.
Well, yeah, of course. Like, that's not like as if you have like no part, it's just
Yeah.
at the end of the day, how many times can we say it, It's just the reality of how it goes.
I just like to give you guys that kind of context and nuance for the process, but I don't want anyone to misinterpret it as like a sidestepping of responsibility for the performances that are less than, or for the, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
that's not the intent of
I promise,
giving,
I swear.
of playing
trying to
inside
shirk
baseball with you
anything.
guys,
Yeah. Yep. We love to hear about it. It's true. I think most people are just going, wow, that's neat. And then,
I'm preempting bad faith comments, I guess.
Yeah,
But like, you know what I mean? Like, that's all.
That's being on the internet, baby.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. No, but I understand. It's just like, please don't read into this. I'm just saying. It's just how it goes. Let's see. I'm going to swerve us into, let's see. I'm going to look over some of these questions. And then I think, hold on. I think if we switch back to just our faces, because we don't need to like see text people can't read. So
of course not.
If we
Nobody
swap over
needs
here,
to read.
Nobody needs to read, especially not you or anything who definitely reads on his own time. I don't need to tell you that. And I definitely don't have a comment here from Queen requested to tell you, in quotes, Graven, learn to read your HUD.
Listen, all right? I am gamer. I'm a professional gamer now.
Oh,
okay?
yeah.
I'm professional.
Professional, right? You get paid.
The HUD, okay? I go by feel, okay? That's how the pros do it. I go right here. This is what I read.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I believe
know
that for sure.
in my heart what the game wants from me.
It's all instinct.
All instinct, yeah.
Easy.
I go by feel. My favorite streamer, I go by feel.
I go by feel. God.
Yeah.
Okay. let me peek through some of these. I got some good highlights. I have some good repeated questions.
I unintentionally self-owned. Sorry about that.
Yeah. Well, you're gonna have to. There is something. I think Kingdom Hearts 2. Like, I think you've gotten a lot better at it because, like, I think there's a lot of information usually on the screen for Kingdom Hearts that, like, you haven't been playing these games or games like them that much, and you got better at it.
That's just me being a lazy gamer, and often when I play games, I don't, I'm just sitting there going, I know how to play games and I know what I'm doing until I get stuck long enough to go, maybe I should look at
until you're hitting Axel with fire spells for like 5 minutes.
What is the game trying to tell me right now?
Maybe I assumed incorrectly.
Yeah. I'm just playing games, all right? We're having fun. Sometimes I'm not that great at it. It's part of part of the fun. We are wildly aware. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think Kingdom Hearts 2 will probably kick you more into gear into like just reading your HUD, because there's like a lot of fun interactive stuff that happens in like the menu that you're gonna have to contend with, because if you don't, you're gonna miss out on cool stuff the game is doing. So
Yeah,
I
mean, I'm learning, and the games are, we're building up to it, right? And
yeah,
so
yeah.
I've learned a couple of hard lessons, and now I'm ready.
Absolutely. Let me see. I'm looking.
Hits Larxene with lightning, hits Axel. I didn't know that they were Pokemon, okay?
I just love that
No
it
one
literally
told me
in
that they
big
were
green letters,
Pokemon,
it's like
actually.
recover, and you're just like, I don't know why they aren't dying. I'll just keep at it and not look at no intake of information, only kill, no take.
Yeah, that's just me, like panic fighting. Okay, relax. All right, we all do it.
Tell him, Niku. Yeah, I'll get you. I'm here to get you. Okay, let's see. Some of this stuff we kind of discussed already. Even if they're a little more specific. Because, like, a lot of people have questions about, like, if you have various memories about recording for Chain of Memories. And I know that, like, some of that memory was a little, because you were like, yeah, definitely, I did that in KH2, and I had to be like, you did not do that in Kingdom Hearts 2.
No. Well, we recorded 2 first, and then we recorded this, right?
Yes.
And you were the one who clarified that for me, because I certainly don't remember the order of things that specifically, but that's probably why I'm assuming too that they were done near, like, around the same time, maybe at the same time, definitely at a similar, like, close in. So
yeah, I'd be very curious how I mean, that's not,
I wonder if there's even a way if I could really figure out when my sessions were exactly. I don't even know how I would go about figuring that out. I have no idea, because I definitely don't have it written down anywhere, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I wouldn't imagine.
But
yeah,
but
so
yeah, I mean, for me, the specific,
stubs.
like I said, the only thing I really remember,
the
thing I remember most specifically is the Riku v Riku stuff. Just like working through that was something that was very memorable and challenging and satisfying. So we've talked a bunch about it, so I would end up just repeating a lot of that stuff, but but other than that, I mean, like I said, most of the games, not the first game and not the last game, but almost everything else in between was done at this one studio that's in Burbank, this really beautiful little recording studio. It's my favorite recording studio I've ever worked at. Really cozy, really lovely people that run it. And I've specifically not mentioned the name of the studio because I don't want to
that's fine.
call that out, right?
Yeah, of course.
For that reason, I don't know if it's known or not where we record it, so I don't want to mess with that. But but just like because all of my memories of a lot of these games are in the same booth, in the same place, run by the same people, it makes it harder to kind of pick them out and remember them in order and stuff,
Yeah. I don't know why your video and this, I think it's just Twitch. I don't think it's you. Your video quality dropped to like 240p. Like, it's crazy looking. And
on my side?
On my side, your camera is like super fuzzy, and like you are being censored. There is a censor filter.
Well, the next
happening.
time we do this, I want to get on with you the day before so I can help rebuild your setup so that I don't
thank
listen
you. That's such a great idea. I'll happily accept the help. Thank you so much. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Everything else looks fine, but like your video feed is just like
It's the original calm Graven. Yeah, that's right.
There we go. It's your
pixel
pixel
art.
portrait. Yeah, that's so nice. I'm gonna give it a minute and see if it just fixes, because sometimes that just happens. It's just Twitch. But like, if not, I'll just turn.
No, that's all
off
it
and
is,
on.
you guys. It's
It
is the internet throwing files back and forth.
At high speeds.
not well. Yeah.
Yeah. I
That's
do
all it
have a
is.
question that was specified that was like, you know, and some of this is like, even if a lot of these questions are similar, like, oh, you fixed, hooray! You just like popped right back into place. That's wonderful. Anyway, I have a question that was from Tennille a while ago that I was like, this is a good question. I'm going to save it in the talk for later. That was
Mhm.
just, as much as you can recall, what's it like experiencing the story versus what the voice directors told you? Because we know you get, you know, summations and context as best you can, but like, I guess now it's like, what does, like, if you can even remember how they had to describe something, and now like experiencing the game, I guess.
The story is never everything's done with like with with brevity. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
I would. That's
so
what I would imagine.
so
You
I'm
only
I'm
got so much
only
time in the day.
they don't sit me down when I get there and tell me like the whole story, you
Yeah,
know? So
yeah.
so like playing the game and experiencing the entire game, I just get everyone else's part of the story, and so my story in context makes sense in the broader context of the game. But when we record, I don't need any of that. I just need the
Mhm.
context of I only need to know what Riku knows when he says things. You know what I mean?
Which makes, yeah, that makes
So
sense.
so I'm only ever told like we watch the cutscene first. We'll watch
Mhm.
it in whatever state it's in. So if I'm like recording in the middle, then some characters will be in Japanese still, some will be in English. If I'm recording towards the end, and in some cases it changes throughout the day, right? Because
Yeah.
not everyone is not all characters are in all cutscenes at all times. So
Yes.
depending on all the different actors, like, maybe the early game is kind of more finished with different characters, and so that stuff's in more in English. But then the later game, it gets more and more in Japanese as we go.
Mhm.
That kind of stuff. So, um, we watch it as they have it in the state that it's in, with the Japanese Riku, and then they tell me what's going on if it's all in if there's whatever Japanese parts I don't understand, like I have like the subtitles, and we kind of talk about the context, and then if there's any context that relates directly to that scene that we're about to work on, they give
Yeah.
it to me then. So they go, okay,
Okay.
yeah, Mickey is saying this because earlier in the game, like this happened, and this happened with Mickey, and so now that's why, whatever. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
Yeah.
so I'm just kind of it's as simple as that, really. They just kind of give me the whatever immediate context is relevant to what I have to say, so that I have um the proper knowledge set, as much knowledge as Riku has in a given scene, so anything that Riku is not there for
Yeah.
is really not that important to tell
It's
me, because
kind
I
of
don't
not
have to
relevant.
consider it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's not relevant to me, like, doing Riku's performance.
Yeah.
Um so a lot of the broader context of the game's story is just completely new to me. It's left out entirely. Um you know, um and that's why things like the card combat and stuff, like I remember them telling me at
Mhm.
some point that the combat system was experimental, and like kind of like, I remember them saying that it was like this kind of weird new combat system for the game,
Yeah.
but not like I didn't get to try it. They didn't show me someone playing it. You know what I mean? I just go, okay, cool. The game has like a cool, like, new experimental combat thing in it. That sounds cool.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
And then we get into cutscenes, right? And I spend almost all of my time in the sessions just reviewing cutscenes, talking about direct context, and then we start working on one line at a time. And sometimes for broader speeches, and you can tell when you see, like, sometimes there's those, maybe it feels like artificial pacing where there's like gaps in the speeches, and a lot of that is just because that's how they kind of break it down. They like chunk out the speeches into parts so
Yeah.
that we
Yeah.
can fit it, you know what I mean? And we could fit smaller parts. Sometimes they give me a speech and they're like, just go for it. See how far you can get.
Okay.
And there have been times where I've done large speeches were one performance, or
Mhm.
and they were like, "Oh man, you did it. Like that's awesome." And they, they're excited about it. But in context, that's mostly because they're expecting that large speech to take longer, right? Because we're gonna break it up into parts and do it over the course of an hour or something. And instead, I
Yeah.
just nailed it. You know what I mean? And then we get to move on. So like, um, uh, that's kind of all there really is to say about it. I don't remember specific context that is given to me or left out having played the game, other than they just don't really bother telling me the stuff that's not relevant to what we're about to record.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that's kind of the strategy, of going through it. If there's something that Riku knows, I need to know it so that I
Yeah.
can
So that you can
couch
play
it
the
properly.
character.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. That's the whole reason you're there, is to play this guy. So you have to know what he knows.
I have
And
to know
that's
what he
about
knows.
it.
But like, in ReCom, Riku
Mhm.
doesn't know anything about what's happening to Sora, and so I don't need to know. You know what I mean?
You don't know what Sora's been up to. Like,
Yeah. And
That's
and
kinda
it's not
it.
necessary spending the time telling me about it, other than to say, they were like, "Oh, when you complete the game as Sora, you unlock the game as
Riku, yeah.
Riku, and then you play the game as Riku." And I remember being very excited about that, because not only was
course.
I for the first time voicing a playable character in a game, which was
Yeah.
another kind of distinct notch on my belt, so to speak, of like voice acting in video games, which I was always excited about. But I was like a secret character in a way. And so that also
You're the
felt
special
very
surprise.
cool and special, to me as a gamer. Like, oh man,
Mhm,
you have to
mhm.
unlock like all this extra content that I get to do, and it felt cooler,
Yeah. Well, it is the cool side of the pillow,
It's the cool side of the pillow
It's
for sure.
the cool side of the pillow. For sure. And it's so cool. Which I'm not saying as a joke. I just think it's so cool.
You can now play as Luigi. That's right.
Yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Tinavi. I am the Luigi of Kingdom Hearts for sure.
Congratulations.
That is, yeah.
The deuteragonist is the Luigi.
Absolutely.
Which is really funny because Riku's Japanese voice actor is the voice of Mario in the Japanese dub of the Mario movie.
Yes, I had heard this, and in the voice of a million other amazing things. He's one of the most distinguished voice actors.
Yeah.
In Japan, and I am very honored for my part to interpret his work into English in this way is it feels special.
Yeah.
And it's part of what makes it feel special is that I know that the Japanese voice actor has such an incredible body of work, has worked on tons of like anime projects that I love, and films, and has such a cool dynamic voice across the industry over there. So it's something I'm very proud of as well.
Yeah, it's
to be a part of that in some way.
It's interesting too because like I remember correctly.
I see ads, Queen. I see them.
Oh, okay.
We got ads in 2 minutes. They're not up yet.
That his I believe Riku was also like one of his first voice acting roles that he also started when he was young. And so Riku's like his special little guy, but like he happens to also be best friends with the guy who plays Sora. So they just are like best pals.
That's awesome.
It's really cute. Yeah.
That is perfect. That is
they really
amazingly
just works out that way. Like they have really goofy podcasts where they're like, we're talking about Gundam, and then they don't talk about Gundam at all. So it's pretty funny. But yeah, they're fun.
They have a power hour.
They have a power hour. They do.
Hell
and it's just like this where they don't talk about that thing they're supposed to.
That's amazing.
So, one day we can have a 4-way ADHD off in 2 different languages. That'll be exciting. As if I have any role in this whatsoever. I'm just like, I'm here too. Let's see. I had some let's see. I'm putting this out there because I have to time frame this out. So we're not just talking about, so we have questions, and then I have some story parallels with the Disney worlds that I wanted to explain. And then I have 2 very big, important, interlocked theories that everyone and their grandma needs you to know about so bad that people tell me I see, they're like, I sure hope he gets to learn about this. And I'm like, I know, you guys, I know. So I think I'm trying to, we're going through some questions, and I want to, you know, go through some more of those. But with the, you know, looming, like, the sleeping world theory, yeah, that one's happening now for some reason. No, I'll finally get to tell you about, more in depth about the necklace theory, which I know you know of already. Okay. And we very briefly kind of talked about it. I was like, we'll talk later with this, but, we have that one. And then we have, as many people are excited about, I don't like calling it a theory, but people refer to it as the Aitsu theory. And I don't call it a theory. Yeah, I figured you probably would have. It's not so much of a theory in that, like,
well, we can't get into it. We're an ad.
No, okay, no, but I will just,
you know,
it's just a fact of the script. That's all. That was the only thing I had to say. It's just a fact of the script, and there's a lot to be gleaned from it. So
okay.
And they're kind of interlocked. There's a lot to, like, go into there, but, you know, we've been having fun talking about stuff and looking at things and whatever. And then I went, oh boy, a lot of time has passed. Oops.
Yeah, well, of course.
Hey, you gave me the green light. You were like, we could go however long you want. And I was like, be careful. Be careful.
That's right. I did say that. And
you did say that.
It's okay.
Fantastic. Localization making people miss things. It's on you, Graven, says Pseudo. Yeah, okay. While they're kind of in ads, I need you to, you know, vamp a little bit on camera while I look at the questions, okay? I need you to look directly into the camera and look into people's souls really quick, locking them in place for 2 minutes. To me, you look like you're really looking, like, just above the camera. Don't do that.
It's uncomfy.
You're scaring me. Saving the most anticipated talking points for last. Yeah, I figure, like, there's a lot of stuff where people just have, like, basic questions to get through, and sometimes
it's all right. It's called the big finish, you know. We gotta, gotta save something real good.
It's called a
for
finale,
the end,
you guys. Come on.
Yeah, come on.
Come on.
That's what all the pros do.
Yeah, which we are, obviously. Duh. It's like some of these we kind of just talked about a little bit, and so I have to, like, judgment call if I'm like, is there enough difference here to talk about it, or is it this is okay. Are we still in ads?
Yeah, for another minute and 20.
Boo. Forget your ad revenue.
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
I'm sorry. Let me see. What do I got to pull up? I can buy time. Look at these. Look at these guys. Tsum Tsums is what they're called. They're little like, they're like little kind of beanbaggy almost, like little, they're
hacky sacks.
Kinda, yeah. You want to kick them around? So they're like, Tsum Tsums are like it's like a Disney thing where they were making these of, like, imagine a little guy shaped like a bean, but it's Mickey Mouse, right? There's also like a phone game of, like, Tsum Tsums where it's just kind of like a Connect for kind of you're dragging around making chains and stuff under like a time limit. It's fun. It's cute. But anyway, it's like a Disney thing. And so it was cool that they were like, guess what? We acknowledge your existence. What if we made Kingdom Hearts? And so we got Kingdom Hearts ones.
There's you know what I saw too at when I went to uh Hot Topic and I bought
Yes.
the rest of all I got like the little advent calendar and all that stuff
Yeah,
during the
yeah.
holiday. They had a shit, what are they called? The lounge fly bags, those little
Yeah.
backpacks.
Those
They
yeah.
had like a King Mickey one.
Oh, really? Did they?
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it
usually
was
I
a
just
King Mickey one, but
casually
it
end
was
up
a Kingdom
seeing
Hearts
these.
one
Yeah,
for
they do
sure.
have those.
And I was
Very much
like,
so.
yeah, that's kind of tight.
Yeah.
You know, like I'd never
Yeah.
seen, and I know that you guys are always like starved for official like Disney merch, you know,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
that is Kingdom Hearts or whatever. And that one, when I saw, I was just like, ooh, and then I was like, all right, well, like we don't collect those because they're really collectibles that pretend to
Yeah.
be bags, you know, but
Yeah.
um
I have like
I
one that I've used.
yeah, but I remember I had saw it in there and I was just like, "Ooh, that's cool." Like
That's pretty
I hadn't
sick. I
seen
don't know.
something that was so like trendy and kind of like official like that, you know?
Yeah, yeah. There is a Kingdom Hearts lounge fly they made this last year that was like more expensive, but it's basically the bag with the ears and everything, but it is that Kingdom Hearts 1 box art, that like really good one with the moon and the
With the
everything.
moon?
Yeah,
Oh.
and they just like made the bag with it, and like it was this nice, the stitching on like the ears was like this nice golden, and you could see like the clouds in the ears and stuff, and I was like, oh, it looks so cool. But at the time I was like, I don't have the money to spend on this. I don't need this. It's okay. I think
know.
Pseudo got it.
This bag that I will put hang on the wall and never
Yeah.
use, yeah.
But it looks tight. It looks cool. 'Cause I love that art. I was just like, oh, duh. I can't.
This bag that is slightly larger than a DOP kit.
Yeah. Yeah. This bag that is too small on my back, you know. I don't need it. I don't need it.
You could use it as your convention bag. Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh.
It was linked in my chat. So you can click it
Oh,
and
yeah.
see it if you want.
I was right. There it is. It's in the mod chat. The King
Yes.
Mickey.
Let me. Oh, this one. Okay, here. I'm putting the image just so you can see it really quick, because everybody knows. I'm putting this in mod chat. This is the one that I'm talking about, and it has like a
Ooh.
Kingdom Key like zipper.
That's dope.
Yeah, see, Pseudo has it, so. And it looks so good.
That is cool.
Yeah. And that's one that they did more recently, so it's just like, oh, are we getting cool stuff again? And then, you know,
Yeah.
well, we'll see.
The
But
King
that one's
Mickey
cool.
one is just like, you know, it's some colors and a nice picture of Mickey, and it's a simple one. But
Yeah,
that one is
yeah.
like, this one's got the extras on it.
Yeah, this one was like designed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool. It's
That's
cool. How are those ads?
We're done.
How
We're
about
good.
those dolphins?
Yeah.
The Formism Riku figure. Now hold on. This one? You mean this guy? Right here? This really cool figure?
But that's not a figure. That's a statue, right? That's
Well,
not
yes, it's a
posable?
statue. It is not posable, no. Figure is a catch-all term, but statue, yes, very much so.
Okay.
I0.
I am offended. I distinguish figures as posable. Okay. I grew up with action figures. Okay.
Listen.
They need
hey,
to be ready for action.
Listen. I'm sorry about that. I'm so sorry for offending your sensibilities, you know? I'm sorry.
All right. I feel better.
Okay. All right, you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. All right. Personally more of a statue person. I also, because whenever I pose figures, I set them like once, and then I'm like, good pose, puts them to where I look at it, and then I don't change it.
Yeah.
Which is why two of my giant figures are locked together, holding each other, and I'm like, I'm not taking them apart. So, You just give him the best pose and then you leave it. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, it's true. I also love the like we have a couple of choice little statues and stuff. I got Shauna for what was it? It was Shauna's birthday, or maybe it was for our anniversary. It was over the summer. I got Shauna the Free Ren and Fern like big statue that they made. And then we have
Mhm.
one I had last year. I had gotten I got Shauna this Yor and Anya from Spy Family of
Oh,
them
nice.
sitting down. Spy Family is like our little like that was like our theme for a while, you
Mhm.
know. It was like
That's cute.
the mom, the dad, and the little girl, you know.
Yeah.
Um and so I had I think I got that for Shauna on Mother's Day, uh like over like 24. Um but but yeah, we have like a couple of little like choice figures that we love, or statues rather.
Yeah. Oh, what was that? Excuse me. Hold on. What did you just call
Not posable. Yeah.
them? Now hold up. Pump the brakes. Excuse me.
I know. I offend myself.
Okay. All right. Okay, hold on. What was the question I picked out? Hold on. I had it and then I lost it. Sit there for just another moment. Oh, here's one that was like more than one person asked this. What did you
Mhm.
think about Sora's voice change? Were you aware about it for Chain of Memories specifically beforehand?
I knew that like I had heard through the community and stuff like the jokes about like Sora's puberty and stuff, you
Yeah.
know? And so like
Uh-huh.
I did know about it, but I wasn't like ready for it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
it
yeah.
hits pretty hard,
I remember
especially
I told
coming out
you
of Kingdom Hearts
myself.
1 and going right into ReCom, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh yeah, it's definitely, I will say, like the experience of having done Kingdom Hearts 1, and then if back in the day you had played Chain of Memories on the Game Boy, it's still like KH1, and then without going crazy into it, the way things are introduced in Kingdom Hearts 2, the voice change makes a lot of sense. You're like, actually, this is really applicable and this is kind of fun. But because, you know, Chain of Memories was voiced, like this Rechain of Memories was voiced after KH2, at this point, it had been like quite a few years between KH1 and now
Yeah.
Chain of Memories. So it's like an even bigger jump between
Yeah.
one to Chain.
The jump feels stark and
Yeah, it's a
and
little,
sudden and
you really
silly,
hit a
and so it's
wall.
I mean it's funny. I don't think it's a big
Yeah.
deal or anything. I know most of the community doesn't either.
No, it's very silly, but
But it
most
is
of the series
definitely
he
like
sounds like that. So
what I will say
yeah,
to Haley's credit, like his voice has an abrupt and noticeable change,
yeah,
but his but Sora is still very much present in the character. Like
yeah.
it's
Oh, for
Sora,
sure.
like the Sora character sensibility is not lost at all. And so
Yeah.
and that's what matters truly, you know? So like um it I don't think it's a big deal. I think it's funny to laugh
No.
about, you know,
Yeah,
and
it
like
is
joke
because it's
about.
like
But
inevitable, like wild little
yeah.
change.
Yeah,
But
it's in fun. It's fun to laugh about and stuff and
yeah,
joke. But Haley does such an excellent job with the character that and I
hmm
and that's and I think that's actually maybe even the best example of it, because the voice changes so drastically, but the character's intact. You know?
yeah. Oh, for sure. It's something where like I think like he does a great job like the whole time. Like there's not
Yeah.
really a game where you're like, wow, that sounds, you know. I think he just is good at it, you know.
No,
So
he's a wonderful actor. He
yeah,
always has been. And
yeah,
so
for sure.
um, you know, there and that it's a good example of it.
hmm
It's an easy to point to example because, like I said, the very sound of his voice is so distinctly different, is changed so drastically, but but the characterization of Sora is completely untouched
Yep.
and perfectly intact, and Sora feels consistent, and that shows that he's a great actor, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. I agree. I agree. I have another question where this is more than one person had asked. Were you given specific voice direction on how to make Riku and Repliku sound different, or was that mostly you going, I'll lean this way with this one and Riku
No, I
the
was
other
not
way?
given specific direction for that.
Nice.
I had a lot of freedom to um I had a lot of freedom in that in the performance there, in the distinction. That is to say, it was made clear to me that a distinction was important. It needed to be
Yes.
distinct. I was not told how to do that. I don't think anyone quite
Figure it
knew how to
out.
do it either.
Yeah.
Like, we all kind of figured it out together. That's also not to take full credit for it. Again, the process is very
Yeah, of
collaborative.
course.
And so we, the voice director, myself, the producers, we
Mhm.
kind of stepped through that together and figured it out and got to something that we were happy with, and I think in the end it came out really good um in this case. And
Yeah.
so yeah, I mean, it's I remember when they presented it to me, they kind of presented it to me like, sorry, you know what I mean? Like, this is gonna be
It's gonna
this is
become
thi-
weird
all
and
right. Are you
hard.
ready? Are you ready for this one? And I'm like, yeah. Like, what are you guys? Why do you guys look nervous? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
What's wrong?
and then we kind of like got into this part of the game, and I remember instantly going, ooh, okay, cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah,
for
yeah,
me,
yeah.
it was like challenge
Right.
accepted, you know?
Yeah,
And
yeah.
and so I was happy to lean into it and find a spot for them. But it was also, it was made clear that they didn't want me. What I was told not to do was
Yeah.
to do a voice for Repliku. Like, it had to
That
be
makes sense.
Riku. So
Yes.
I can't do something specific with my voice to distinguish
Yeah, you
them.
can't
I
just be
had to.
like, and this is my Repliku voice.
Yeah,
It's like you still had to
exactly.
sound like Riku, but you still had
I
to sound like a different Riku.
Exactly. It
Yeah.
had to be two different people with different motivations who have the
Yeah.
same voice.
Yep.
And so, like, there's different tones and attitudes that I applied to them, which I think comes
Yeah.
across consistently and works.
I think so.
And that was the way that I solved it. I was like, okay, I'm gonna, like, Repliku is, his anger is more spiteful. And
Yeah.
so I'm gonna
Yes.
have this kind of, this nastier undertone to it.
Mm-hmm.
And then, um Riku's anger is more maybe self-deprecating. It's more, like, and so, like, like, I leaned on those kind of differences to try to differentiate them across scenes where they
Mhm.
talk to each other. It's a bit easier when there's only one in a scene, and then you can just kind of be Riku and do the scene, but anyway, that's how that went. It was presented to me as like, okay, are you ready? Like, here's a big curveball. We're not quite sure how we're going to do this. And
Right.
then we kind of figured it out together,
Yeah. I mean, I think I think that's definitely the more interesting version of the events, of just being like, okay, we're gonna have to figure this out a little bit. And you were like, hell yeah, okay.
Yeah. I was totally
and you
down.
did
I
a
remember
great
being
job.
excited about it.
Yeah.
I was excited to do it. I thought it was a cool challenge. I
Mhm.
like, I like being challenged, so, like,
Yeah.
I was into it, and I think to their relief, I was like happy to kind of
Yeah.
like
Jump at the challenge.
shop it, you know
Yeah.
what I mean, and find something that kind of worked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think I really liked in stream, because like after you were seeing the scenes and you were really like, oh, I did it. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God it came out great, you know? But
Yeah.
like when you were talking about the differences between like, you know, when Riku's like angry, there's like a sadness, and like Repliku has like this righteous anger in there in a way that I was like, this is very like true and informative of their characters in a way that like, obviously you're the guy who had to play them so that there's some level of, you would know more than the average Joe, sort of, you know, but like it's it was just like something, as somebody who's looked at the material for way too long, I was like, it's true and it shows in everything. And you did, I feel like the fact that like you can pick up on it as well as just explain your own performance of it, being like, yeah, I did, and I kind of remember doing that in like this angle, and it really came across. That's great. And I'm just like, yes, yes.
Yeah, it's I mean, hindsight's
You're
2020,
right.
and so like watching it back, it's easier to kind of say, oh, this character's more like this and this character's more like that.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that the language that I use to describe the performances is kind of the had to be built up. Those decisions had to be made in real time, and it
Mm-hmm.
was decisions like that, like, okay, I'm gonna lean into the spite of, for Repliku, and I'm gonna lean into the more kind of self-deprecating sadness for regular
Yeah, yeah.
Riku. These are gonna be the kind of crutch points that will that will distinguish them, And so
Yes.
and so all that means is that I have to be careful not to cross over at any
Yeah,
point,
yeah. You have
across
like,
those
it's kind
lines.
of these like touching
Those were
points
the
of
lines
like,
in the sand, And so
yes,
as long as I kept them each on their side, on their distinctive side of that, then you end up with,
two different guys.
two sides of the same coin, which is
Yes,
what you're
for
going
sure.
for.
Absolutely. And it came across great. As you saw, as now you can see with your own
Yeah,
eyes.
it
We
did.
weren't
It
just
did.
blowing smoke, you know? It was like, it's really
I
good. And you're like, we'll see, guys. And we're like, no, no,
and
no,
the
it is
stuff
really good.
and the stuff that I like and the stuff that I inevitably won't like, I'll let you guys
Hmm.
know, and
Yeah.
it's all in good fun, and it's and that's
You'll tell
it,
us when we get there.
that's how it'll be. Yeah, in real time, I will be honest with you guys about
Yeah.
how things strike me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm so removed from a lot of it that it feels very. I feel like I do get to put fresh eyes on it at this point, which is unique for an actor going back to their own work. Like, it's you usually have to wait like long periods of time to revisit your work to kind of appreciate it. And that happens with a lot of my regular work too. Like, I've told you guys the story of like the premiere for Super 8. When I did Super 8,
Hmm.
I was like, at the premiere, I felt like I couldn't, like, I wanted to just shrink into my seat and like die. I was
Yeah.
just so like overwhelmed with the admittedly self-imposed like pressure
Hmm.
of like having to be in a film of that size and to have to be funny and like,
Right.
that kind of stuff. But then years later, a few years later, I watched Super 8 again and sighed complete relief because I was able to be removed enough from the performance and the pressure and the stress of it to then revisit it and go, oh, actually these specific moments work. And that's a relief, that makes you feel good about it again. And so like, and that's how it goes for a lot of your work in this industry as an actor. Lots of actors are very self-conscious about that kind of stuff. It's common,
Yeah.
and I'm not immune to it.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, I think anybody who creates something can be very self-conscious of the things they make, whether it's
Yeah,
art,
totally.
music, acting, anything. It's just making something. And I think it's, at least my own personal thing is just like, oh, with like my old stuff, I try not to look at it and be like, ugh, when I'm just like,
Yeah,
I had to get here somehow. These are just the
right.
steps, and I can see the good things in it.
And the good things and the bad things are
Yeah.
both equally informative of of
Yes.
the ability that you arrive at, like
Yep.
you need to make those mistakes somewhere, and you need to learn from the process, and that's inherently messy when you make art. And so like
Hmm.
that's and it takes a long time for you to come back around to have that kind of perspective for it where you're like, yeah, maybe this wasn't that great, but hey, I did my best at the time. And so
Yeah.
like, that's kind of that's where I found myself later in my career and in life. When I look at my work, I go, hey, I did my best. I know for
Mhm.
sure I did my best. And so like, sometimes it's not so great, but sometimes it is pretty great. And then you have to embrace that variation in that, over your journey.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's just a part of doing stuff and making things, and it's just important to not be hard on yourself when you see things that you're like, maybe I wouldn't do that now, maybe it's it doesn't really do anything if you're like making yourself feel bad about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not very constructive.
It's not constructive, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's heightened when you're, in an example like the one I gave for
Yeah.
the Super 8 premiere. Obviously, like at the movie premiere,
Yeah.
that's like all of that is concentrated. You
Yeah,
just
yes.
finished the movie a few months ago. It has not released to the wider public. You have that pressure still there at its peak. All the press is there.
Yes.
Steven Spielberg is there. You know what I mean? You're just like,
Spielberg is there.
So like, you just have like that kind of,
Yeah.
it is impossible, I would say, in that moment to kind of be objective with yourself. And so,
Yeah, for sure.
and time kind of heals all with that sort of stuff. So
Yeah, I think so. I mean, even Tennille was here, just like, it's hard to look objectively at your own art while you are still like in it. And I think like with time, then you are less in it. You can look at, you're like, oh yeah, I did that some time ago. And it like makes the distance makes it easier, but it's a little different when you're like, you are literally at the movie premiere. Steven Spielberg is there, that's all pretty, I think you're in it,
Yeah. It only heightens and makes all that self-inflicted pressure worse,
Yeah.
But it's and it's the same like when I watch like stuff when I watch we're doing the rewatch on our podcast for Seventh Heaven. We're watching the first season. I was 11 years old. Not all of my work in that first season is incredible by my standards today, but I was 11 and I was doing the best I could at the time. So like, I give myself that kind of grace, and I can, and then it means that when I do something that does impress me, it feels extra special,
Yeah. Feels like what a fun treat,
Yeah. When I
surprise.
manage to impress myself, even at that age, I go, wow, like I did good. I did know what I was doing. Check that out,
Dude, check this shit out. Look at me go. Look, I did it.
I mean, and it goes back, like, I did my first film, like when I was 8 years old. I did, a film that Look Who's Talking Now with John Travolta and stuff. And so like, when I watch that, I cringe, and, but I was 8. You know what I mean? Like I was so little. I was Lily's age. I was Lily's age now.
Right?
And so that all of that, you have to give yourself space to learn and grow and figure out the art and stuff.
It's true. Yes, I can't agree more. You cannot be cringe at 8. Also true. You're 8 years old.
Yeah.
Or you can't not be cringe at 8. But even then, you're 8 years old. Cut yourself some slack. Everybody's weird when they're 8,
Totally. But for a long time, through my teens and, stuff like that, I was extra hard on myself. And this is, of course, over the course of time where I'm recording Kingdom Hearts mostly.
Yeah.
I was 16 when we did the first game, and I was 19 or something when we did the second game. And so like I was, I was 16 to 20 years old. That's when you're like the most hard on yourself about things. And so that all informs why I never really took the time to like play through the games and spend time with them. I was just kind of like,
You were too
I don't
in
want to
it.
do that to myself, you know?
Yeah, you were still too
And
close
so
to the sun.
it's awesome now to be able to play them and not have that kind of extra layer of pressure, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and even enjoy them, which is, like, great. I think everyone's been so happy to see, like, not only is like, wow, it's Riku's voice actor playing Kingdom Hearts, but, like, you're having a good time and being like, wow, this is good. This is
That's true. Yeah, Trick also said not everyone's awkward years are played out for all to see.
Yes, very
And
true. You were in front of a camera for a long time.
wildly true for me.
Yes.
You know, I started Seventh Heaven when I was 11, and I did 22 episodes a year of that show until I was 21 years old. So from 11 to 21, if you could bracket the most awkward time of your life,
Yeah.
that's probably the bracket.
Yeah. And then
That
put
probably
it in front of a camera.
You know what I mean? And I was in front of a camera at minimum 9 months out of the year, from 11 to 21. So much, every single awful phase and haircut and attitude adjustment that I went through over that phase is there and will never go away. And that's part of, you know, being a kid actor particularly, but like, that's just something that, you know, and I guess kind of to button this, you know, to put a pin in it, you know, like, my very first kiss ever is on television. It's on camera. They even use the take.
Wow.
So like that, if you could imagine, right?
Yeah,
Like thinking back to like your very first kiss, the first kiss you ever had as a kid. My shit was at prime time television.
Oh,
so
my
like,
God.
you know, like that. And that's just, you know, like par for the course, you know, in being a kid actor and stuff. So like, you know, that's growing up out of an industry like that from the age that I was and stuff, becoming an adult actor and then looking back on it all, you kind of just you have to be able to kind of loosen up and have perspective about it and be like, you know.
Gotta cut
And that's
yourself
why
a
I
little bit of
always
slack.
say I did the best I could at the time.
Yep.
Because that is the one thing I could be sure of. That was always what I focused on, you know?
I mean, I think that's just probably one of the healthier takes to have on that kind of thing anyway. So
Yeah.
I think you're doing a swell job of, you know, handling that. Not everybody can, and even just a not on camera sense, you know, people just dealing with their own art and like the growth with that, whatever the art may be. But God, I can't fucking imagine. I cannot imagine.
You just made all your fans with social anxiety nauseous. Well, I'm sorry about that, but also,
why don't you think about the people next time?
that's a lot of the stuff that I've had to feel and go through and you know, trust me, no one knows better than me, you know?
Yeah, really.
It's like,
who else would know better?
I feel that in a serious way, you know? So, you know, it was, it's been a journey, you know? I've had like a long and crazy and successful and lucky career as an actor and I get to do these cool things like, you know, I got to be in this video game series and so like, you know, I just try to be appreciative of it all and also like not be too hard on myself now in hindsight, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Oop, hold on. Hair. Sorry, hair in my mouth. That was just suddenly like too stuck and I couldn't find it and it was yum. Anyway, yeah,
Emergency.
cat hair probably. Yeah.
Emergency.
Hold
Yeah,
on, everybody
sorry.
stop. I'm good. It's fine. I blame baby cat. Well, who else is shedding? Who else is busy lying on the floor next to the space heater toasting? Anyway, to wrap this back around even a little bit, to let's see. Let me get another question in here, and then we can.
We'll go to the theories.
Yeah, we can talk more about it because like a lot of the things that I wanted to go over without like there are, story things in the worlds that are like relevant and important even tie into it, like it's all just tied together in a way that's just like it's hard not to talk about each thing. So, I'm just going to have to organically feel out how to explain these things to you because I
Okay.
don't know what order I should even do that in. Let me see. I think there was one other question that I liked. Let me double check really quick. I feel like we kind of talked about that a little bit. I guess because this one kind of wraps a few different ones in, where it's just like, and this is just like game opinion. How did you perceive Sora's character in Chain of Memories compared to Kingdom Hearts 1, and do you think he's developed, and where do you think he's going?
I feel like in Chain, Sora's like, we're doubling down on who Sora is. I don't think that there's a big change. Like
we
Sora's
do see him
goal
get
set.
really angry, like for real angry for the first time.
Yes, but the way, but in context though, it's Sora getting angry in defense of his friends, and that's a very Sora kind of coded thing to do.
Yeah, I think that's
so
true.
like I don't feel like maybe it's unique and it hasn't happened before, but I don't feel like it's out of step with who he is. So I feel like maybe it's representative of the stakes of ReCom feeling raised. Like, so the first game, the way where, I mean, obviously in the first game, the world has been destroyed or whatever. And there's, the worlds are disappearing. It feels like stakes are high, I guess. But, there is a childlike wonder and kind of like, everything's going to be okay kind of, can-do attitude from Sora in the first game. In the second game, the goal set has kind of like come into focus. It's narrowed down to like, we're looking for Riku. I'm protecting my friends. It's a more personal kind of story. And so now you see a bit of defensive anger. You see, my brain immediately goes to that Sora moment of him like doubling down on his false memories still being important because he feels them and that makes them real. And so like I think it's just more of it's a smaller in scope story and goal set for Sora that kind of reinforces who we already knew he was. And so it'll be interesting to see in 2 if 2 broadens the scope back out, if Sora feels different. But like I said, even with Haley's change in his voice, Sora feels incredibly consistent to me as a character, and so I appreciate that. I don't think Sora. It's also like it's often said as an act, and among actors, this is common, and I'm even guilty of feeling this way, that I much rather would play supporting characters than lead characters, because often
the pressure of
lead
it is...
characters. Well, no, separate from the pressure, just as a developed character perspective, lead characters often have to be less characterized because they have to represent the broadest swath of people that have to relate to them. They have to have the highest of goals. They're held to the highest like moral standard, right? As the hero, that sort of thing. The hero is in a way the most boring character because they're the good guy who does the good thing. You know what I mean? And so among actors, you often hear them say like, "Oh, I'm a character actor" as a badge of honor. It's the thing I often say. Or I like to play villains, or I like to play, I like to play supporting roles because because their motivations don't have to be so cut and dry. They're not so clean cut as characters. They can make mistakes more freely because the weight of the audience is not riding on their back, right? So, but that's why I'll often say, like, oh, if I could pick a character to play in Kingdom Hearts, I still would pick Riku, because Riku is the character that has the struggle, that fails, that makes mistakes, that makes bad choices, that has to come around in the end, but maybe you think he might not get there. All of that nuance is more interesting and fun to play than a character who has the right goals from the beginning, who knows who he is and where he's going and what the right thing to do is, and then he does it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, I don't think that Sora is an uninteresting character by any stretch. I think Sora is still like really interesting and cool, but is definitely has the kind of hero trope around him where he is. What I think makes Sora interesting is that he leans, like, he kind of like over leans into the hero trope. Like, he is so dedicated to doing the right thing that he'll do the right thing even if it's a lie. Like that Sora moment, you know what I mean?
Yes, which
and
I
so
think
that
is a very defining
part of his charm, is that he's so defiantly good. Even when he doesn't have to be, or even when the premise is flawed, he still is dedicated to doing the right thing. And that's kind of what makes him a fun character, at least so far.
Yeah, I think there's especially as you move forward through the series, like, he has his own, like, subtleties and, like, character moments that are something that, if you're paying attention at all, you're like, oh, there's something going on under here a little bit, right? That, like, that you could miss if you're not paying attention. Not even like you really got to read between the lines. It's stuff where it's like, oh, here's a character beat where he reacts weirdly to something or whatever, and like there's more in there in a way that's really interesting as a character that I'm excited for you to see. And I think Chain of Memories is where, like, because it's like, it's literally the first game they got to do after the first game, you know what I mean? So they were like, okay, we can like take a step in a direction at all. And like, he is angry, but it's also like, I don't know, it's anger that's not just like, and I'm gonna save you. It's like anger, I'm lashing out at those around me kind of anger. And you're like, whoa, pump the brakes, little buddy, And it's
as
like,
he
what's
loses
going
his
on
memory, there are moments where he lashes out at like Goofy and
Take
Donald
a nap
and
for
stuff
all
like
I
that.
care.
Which that is the kind of that is a bit out of step with that with that characterization of him. It's true.
It's something where it's like, it's interesting. It's not like it's out of character, because you will see as more things unfold, right? Where you're like, oh, there's just, there's just a regular guy in there that has problems. But it's like, this is like the first like step in a direction where you're like, oh, sure, I thought the guy who was being so sweet, and he still is, but he's also so angry, and it's something that's kind of obviously touched on here. Contextually, it makes sense that he's really angry, right? But like, there's a whole series worth of going through his character to see that it's very interesting. But I guess that's for you to look forward to. However, to end that off.
I feel like we still have a lot to build out towards with Sora, and I think 2 is probably the stage that where Sora will take his major, like, will take a defining turn somehow, like 2 is where that stage is set,
Yeah, there's, it's gonna be cool. I'm excited for you to see things. KH2 is gonna be so sick. Okay, let's see. With that, I think I will
hit me. I want to get into the. I'm curious about these.
That's why I was gonna be like, I think I'm gonna leave that for the questions. I think that's fine. We're gonna leave that alone for now. Skim over. So let's see here. Might leave some of these worlds with. Well, maybe I'll start there. Okay. So I'm just gonna circle around these a little bit as we're talking about it, and then like I might pull some stuff up so we can look at it. But like, basically, Chain of Memories is an incredibly dense game. For some reason, this is probably going to be one of the longer we have to talk about the game streams, I feel like, than some of the others, because there's just a lot going on in Chain of Memories, in a way that, like, as a first pass through, you know, you're going to be like, yeah, this seems kind of cool, this seems fine, I'm picking up on, you know, things that are implied, I guess, but, like, when you have more, obviously, series knowledge, and you kind of look at it, and you're like, there's a lot in here. And it makes it very, very neat. Chain of Memories, beloved. I love Chain of Memories for both just, I like its story, I like its gameplay, and I like how much it has for me to chew on like a dog. So, it's also a game a lot of people don't get. Yes, that is true. It is something where people just go, huh, all right, and then they keep moving, and you're like, but there's so much here. But, I will start very plainly with the fact that, the Disney worlds within the game of Chain of Memories are all pretty, like, they're, like, textually, like, on Sora's side, because Riku's are, like, empty, right? For Sora, like, it's story-wise anyway, for Sora, a lot of the story that's happening in these worlds are all direct, reflections of his heart, and they make that pretty clear from, like, the get-go in Traverse Town, right? Sora is coming in and he's talking to, you know, the Traverse Town gang. Leon's there, Aerith, Yuffie, you know, Sid's hanging around, and like he's talking to them and they're like, why do I know your name? And he's like, I know you guys. What do you mean you don't know me? And like there's all of this weird, they're like, we've never met you, but like I know you. And they're kind of going through this, like, odd, like, they're setting the stage, basically, to be like, hey, the way that these worlds manifest, they are taken from your memories. Your heart is the one that's more or less crafting these storylines in these worlds.
My heart, Riku's or Sora's?
Sora's. It's Sora's. So, like, because Sora's, all of his, everything that happens in the Disney worlds for him, they all have, like, stories, right? And they all have really clear, like, story parallels, especially if you already know what's happening in Chain of Memories, where a lot of it is, like, they deviate from, like, the movie script. Like, sometimes they'll use it as, like, a loose scaffolding, and then they'll, like, deviate from that to, like, have some real clear, like, message. Like, it's always, like, the last end where they'll be like, all right, and now we're going to reflect on memories and how that can affect us as people, you know, right as you're, like, watching Sora in between worlds go, like, what's happening? So... the very first world you go into is Traverse Town, and you kind of have this back and forth as they're going, what's going on here? And the characters more or less come to the conclusion that they're like, huh, we know things, like, as people sort of, like, we know things we're not supposed to know. This is something crafted from your memories, and it's informing what we do, is, like, the conclusion that they come to about this. Like, literally, if that's true, then this town is just a figment of your mind, and so are we. And they talk about, like, you came here to find someone special to you, which is also, he came to find Riku. That's the whole point of why he showed up here, right? They're like, we're looking for Riku and King Mickey, you know, we need to find those guys. I have a feeling something's telling me that it's here. And so they pretty much set, like, first world. They're like, these worlds are created from your heart and your memories. You are affecting this. These are affecting the whatever's happening inside. So,
which is why they're fragmented, and they're and why they're presented. It gives story context to why they're all repeat worlds, and why they're fragmented in structure.
Yes,
Yeah.
it's something, yeah, it's very much like, oh, we're pulling these from your memories, right? But they're not like exact rehashes of like even what he did in Kingdom Hearts 1. These are all little like story through lines that are like direct commentary on like what's happening in the game.
Yeah.
And it's like very, when you already know that you're like, and Sora is coming to the castle. Naminé is messing with his memories and replacing things, and a lot of suddenly the world stories are like, and then, you know, I couldn't remember this thing, but then I thought I did, and like I made it up, you know, and stuff like that. And you're like, oh yeah, sure, okay. And it's really super interesting when you actually know, yeah, every world is a projection directly from Sora's heart. Deep Jungle detached from Chain of Memories forever. Nice going, Naminé. No more. You don't get to remember Deep Jungle.
Yes.
Tarzan is not here.
Naminé looked through the deep jungle memories and went,
Yeah, it was like, we don't need this. Woo! And tossed that one out. But like, for example, one of my favorite things is, especially if you're playing the worlds in order, sometimes they're like really pointed. And so when you go through Wonderland, particularly, they start to present, they're like, the Cheshire Cat is like, try too hard to remember and your memory might lie to you. And he kind of, you know, speaks more poetic, other stuff very similar to it. But like, eventually when the Queen of Hearts finds them, Alice is like, oh, of course you told us to do this thing, remember? And like, it's just lying to her, basically. It's like, don't you remember when you asked us to do this thing? And
yeah,
it's
she plants it.
She plants it in, yeah. And so like, it was like, oh, the queen would never admit she forgot. So instead she remembered something that didn't happen, and she ended up fooling herself, is like the line. I have the screenshot. And what happens immediately after that scene happens, like, you finish that world and you walk out, and then that is the first time that like Sora starts to like, the Naminé memories start showing up. Like, that's when he starts going, he's just like, oh yeah, he's like, who was that other girl? Like, it's like immediate, right? Where he's getting this like supplanted, suggested like memory planted into him. And a lot of the worlds are like this. It's super interesting. That they're all very much just reflections on like, this is under this premise. It's like, it is Sora's heart. And a lot of it is, aren't you trying to find Riku, buddy? What about Riku? We're looking for Riku. And then the other ones are like, and your memories, something bad is happening. And that's like the Disney World stories over and over are like various like variations of this. And it's really interesting, especially when considering the greater context of the things that I will be explaining, like Aitsu and the necklace theory, especially. But it's like all kind of a part of it. As you know, it's like the Disney worlds are trying to warn him about what's happening to him. But it is all pretty like direct in that, like, when you know what's happening at all, you're like, oh, okay, like in Olympus, Cloud is fighting to get his memories back. Like, he just doesn't have his memories anymore. And Sora's like, well, sometimes the tiniest thing can make you remember you forgot years ago. If it's an important memory, there's no way it could ever be gone forever. And they like start setting the stage of being like, there was this memory you had, little baby, and it was so, so important you didn't remember until you started forgetting everything else, right? This special memory with Naminé.
Yeah. Each world kind of sets a new seed to build on the Naminé narrative.
Yeah, very much so. Looking through my little list. Kind of jumping around a little bit. There's also one that is very, very, I think is very interesting, is the fact that, like, when you go to Halloween Town, the whole thing that happens in Halloween Town is that there is this element of, like, true memories. When you unlock your true memories that are locked deep within your heart. Things that you can't recall now, you know, but they're your real memories. And I think what is it? Dr. Finkelstein, like, makes a potion or something that is, that, like, it's supposed to, like, unlock your true memories. Oogie Boogie gets his hands on it, and then he, like, eats it. And then he starts to freak out. He's like scared. And they're like, whoa, my God. They're like, he was like terrified of like essentially what his true memories were. And he, like, you know, everything falls apart. You like fight him, you win or whatever and stuff. And they're like, wow, that was crazy and really scary. Like, he basically like had a breakdown after he like unlocked his true memories.
Unlocked his own memories, yeah.
Yeah. And then like, shortly after that, you have like, oh, hey, like, Sora finally, like, remembers Namine's name, right? And after he gets her name, he immediately, like, we get a gear shift into him being super angry. Like, that's when he's, like, he suddenly is, like, really protective, and, it's, like, after, like, because he talks to Larxene, and she's really, like, baiting it out of him. Like, she's really just playing with her food, right? And it's like she's really just trying to like poke and prod to get him to remember. It was like, oh, what's her name? Oh, you don't even remember her name. And he finally like kind of gets it out and he's like, oh, Namine. And then after that, he's just like, I'll kill you. He gets like really, really mad. And from then on, he's like very kind of like grumpy and aggressive. In a way, again, it's just super interesting, but, like, also makes sense. He's like, I need to protect Namine, this person I just remembered is so important to me. And then a lot of these other worlds very much reflect, like, he thinks he's talking to Riku the whole time as he's, like, interacting with Repliku, right? He thinks it's Riku the whole time until the end when he finds out it's not the case, right? And so there's a lot of these where like he's coming in and he's had this kind of, you know, he's getting messed with. He's like, yeah, I definitely have to go save Namine, who I've totally known this whole time. While he came to find Riku, that was his original goal. And then as he's like finding Repliku, and Repliku's like, I don't even want to see you. I don't want to see you. Namine doesn't want to see you. Don't talk to me. And a lot of these worlds are very quickly like, about like, oh boy, Hollow Bastion is a really strong one, because it's a whole original narrative about Belle and Beast, as like Beast is like, Belle, I came here to save you, and she's like, don't talk to me, don't save you, I didn't ask to be saved. And she's like trying desperately to like push him away, and he's just like, I'm gonna do it anyway. Because he has a really good line too that I really like, where he was just like, before you, like, I was very selfish and mean and all of this stuff, but like knowing you changed me as a person. But so like, I know you don't want me to like to save her and everything, but he was like, consider this my final selfish act, which I'm just like, that's a great line. That's a wonderful line. But like, he's trying to like save her, and she's desperately trying to, like, push him away, because in this little drama play on the stage, you know, Maleficent is, like, that's what she wants. Like, she wants, like, Belle's, like, shining heart, like, full of love for Beast. It's very, again, the telenovela is, you know, but, like, she's like, yeah, I want that. And Belle is like, I won't give that to you, so I'm going to try and hurt Beast to keep him away from me.
Going to push him away, yeah.
Yeah,
I remember that sequence for sure.
Yeah, and so, like, this is all happening. And remember, once again, this is all... Sora's heart is, like, making these little plays basically happen.
Yeah, and it's all a reflection of the broader story of Namine's manipulation on Sora directly.
Yeah, and the thing is, this happens very... Like, that doesn't... like happen with Namine per se, as far as like I'm going to save you, and she's like, no, don't save me, didn't happen. As much as he came, it's like he's having these, he's running into Repliku, and he's like, I came all of this way to save you, and he's like, I didn't ask for you to save me, you know. He's like, I don't want to see you, I don't want anything to do with you. And he's like chasing after Riku, and he's like, I won't let you push me away, is like another line that he has, because he's just kind of doggedly pursuing him to be like, let's just save Namine together. I came here to find you. And he's just like, no, don't talk to me. And it's after you have these scenes where like Repliku is really like trying to, he's like, don't Leave me alone. You always worm your way into my heart, he yells.
That's right.
Stuff like
Classic.
that. And then Sora's
line.
heart is like, but I came here to save you. And she's like, no, don't save, like, I don't want you to save me. I didn't ask for you to save me, you know, and the whole time it's because she cared about him. And it's this very, like, they have, like, exact lines. Like, they're very much, like, lines with these scenes with Repliku and lines with these scenes with Belle are, like, one-to-one situations.
It didn't, I didn't notice at the time that the Belle and Beast interaction is basically a retreading of Sora Repliku. It's interesting.
It is.
And all of that feeds into the manipulation from the top down from Naminé.
Oh, for sure.
And how they're trying to like kind of lead Sora to feel a certain way so that they can manipulate him and take the Keyblade from him or control him or whatever they plan on doing with him in the end, right? But it is cool. I love the like, you know, like I said, the philosophy of the game is often vague and squishy, right? So that it can be interpreted, but it is fun to see how all the pieces are there for a good interpretation and, you know, and a coherent like narrative, you know, it's all there.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to dig into with Chain of Memories, especially. Also, it being brought up that like in the Japanese version, the lines are exactly the same. Like it is an exact like echo of like their argument that they had. Where like, you know, sometimes there's just things get a little changed when you bring it over into English or whatever. But I feel like somebody said something.
Well, we're in ads now too, just so you know.
That's fair. Well, I'm here to tell you that because things are kind of out of order because you went to 100 Acre Wood the second you saw it.
I did.
And you did. And like, I can't blame you.
I did,
you know?
And I'm not sorry. Okay?
And I'm not going to make you feel bad for it, okay? I would have done the same thing.
Impossible.
But otherwise...
Impossible to feel bad about.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. You're so valid.
I feel no shame for my love of the 100 Acre Woods. None. All right? I love it. I love it.
He just
for
loves
me,
his time
it
with Pooh
is
Bear.
the
It's true.
peak Disney World nostalgia. I don't even know why. I think I just love that, like, because I did love that movie as a kid.
Yeah.
But like in my house, remember, I'm the oldest of 5 kids.
Right.
I got 2 sisters and 2 brothers that are all younger than me. We're all a couple years apart, going all the way down. And like, so Disney movie, like every single Disney movie that existed was like in heavy rotation in our house when I was a kid, my whole life practically, you know, because one of us was the right age for every single one of them, basically. So like, you know, I did love the Winnie the Pooh movies. I think it's just because the nature of the 100 Acre Woods theme being a non-violent zone is just such a respite, you know?
Yeah.
In the context of the game. And I love that they use it as such. They use it as like a way to kind of get away from the combat and like engage with the game in a different way. I just kind of love that decision. And it's such a cozy and like, and I feel like it's such a good game design decision for, in the context of the Disney worlds, you know?
Yeah.
To use one world as kind of like a breather world, you know? I love that call, and I instantly kind of like felt drawn to it, you know? And it is just a classic. Like Winnie the Pooh is just cozy.
Yeah. It's Winnie
such a
the
cozy
Pooh.
character.
Who doesn't
you know?
love Winnie the Pooh to some extent, right? Like, it's Winnie the Pooh.
Yeah.
Are we still in ads? I don't know.
Yeah, we're in ads for another minute. 1 minute.
Okay.
And then I'm curious about um
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Aitsu. Did I
Yeah,
say that right?
you did.
And then what's the other one? Necklace theory, right?
Yes, yes, they're all kind of
The necklace we've talked
related. I
about a
think
bit
I
before.
just a little bit, like a just general summation, but there's a lot that goes into it. Also, Gabby's TLDR, Sora was very, very upset about how angry Riku was with him, couldn't understand it, and his heart twisted a special tale about how Riku was pushing Beast Sora away.
Bell
Riku still loves him
Riku.
so much, for sure, for sure. He has to have a reason, obviously. He wouldn't be that mean to me. Right, guys? Going through the cutscenes a little bit too, again, was so like anytime like he thinks it's Riku and like Riku is like Repliku is being so aggro at him, you know what I mean? He's so nasty. And like Sora is like so crestfallen about it like the whole time. Like he just walks and he's just walking into the next room and he's just like like it's so like, and they're like, "Are you okay, dude?" And he's like, I don't know. Like he's just so upset about it. It's funny.
Well, I mean,
it is funny to
Repliku
me.
lets him have it,
Oh, for sure.
which is bad enough, but then like it's always a little worse coming from your bestie, you know?
Yeah, exactly. Like he was like, I think also like this perspective of, you know, Riku really kind of like turns around at the end of KH1 just being like he does what he can to help the situation and they close the door and he's locked away and all of this stuff. Novel version.
We're back from ads, by the way.
Wonderful.
I saw someone say Aitsu is it's time for a Japanese grammar lesson. I think I know what this is now, actually, because I've heard the whispers about this stuff.
I think
mostly because of my my clip that I made in and again with the whole, just for context, you know, with shipping and all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I do not consider myself a shipper of anything. I do not invest my heart into that part of the game so seriously. I like to joke about it and laugh about it, and I love that interpretation of the game, but I don't, it is not central to the way I view the games or anything like that. So,
and that's fair.
You know, some people get upset about it. Some people get very defensive about it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it all kind of, as I've made it, particularly like Suriku kind of like coded clips and stuff.
Well, people being in the pocket of big Suriku like you are.
Yes. Well, clearly I have a sponsorship to worry about. And so there's that, right? And you can't take my sponsorship money from me,
but the camera and, you know.
But I did it because I made the clip where I called out the game when the game, I forgot what it was, and then they said, you know, she something whatever, and I was like, her name is Riku. Yes, her name is Riku. And I just like, and that's where I got a lot of this Aitsu like commentary or whatever, where people, so I had seen some of this. I think that's the underlying thing, right? That the grammatical context of that scene is not gendered in the way that it is in English. Right?
Yep.
Okay. I know where we're at with that then. And I think that's really great, by the way. I don't think that first of all, it makes these different interpretations of the relationships in the game valid, first of all, because the original context of the game is not an English game, it's a Japanese game, and that is the original version of the game that is to be interpreted into these other languages and cultures, right? But like but I love how it's still kind of just, even in its original form, it's even more open to interpretation, right? To have it kind of both ways. I think that's a good thing. And anyway, I'll let you explain it to me, like, you know, give me some context for it and stuff, because I don't pretend to know the details about the meanings and stuff, but I just wanted to kind of couch it in the sense that, like,
that you'd
I
seen
look
some
at
things about
all
it,
of I look at all of this kind of relationship meta commentary and stuff for
Mhm.
funsies, and not I don't take it seriously. I'm not like obsessed with it or swear by it or anything. It's just we're just
Yeah.
playing the games and we're having fun with these characters, and you know, given the context that I'm a part of one of these characters, to
Mhm.
me makes it fun to play with and joke around
Yeah, of
about,
course.
and not to be uh it's not life or death, it's for me it's not a
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
crazy serious thing. That's all.
Yes. And I understand. Don't worry about it. I think it's it's
I know
still
you
fun
get
to
I know you
I know
know that
that.
I
I
don't
know.
feel that way.
I'm just like I rest assured it's like understood, and we're having a conversation as well as everybody here is like listening in and stuff. But I know sometimes it's just also like disclaimer, guys, just don't take it too seriously, okay? It's not like a
Yeah,
statement on anything. I'm having fun. It
exactly.
is kind of a
And I
thing.
and I see through the comments and making the content and stuff that some people do take it quite seriously and
Mhm.
get upset one way or the other about like jokes that I've made and stuff. And I'm not. It's not that serious for me. Is all I want to reiterate to the community at large, that like
Yeah.
I'm perfectly happy with however you interpret the games. As someone who is part of making the series, I look at it as a positive that there's so many interpretive camps
Mhm.
for the game. That means that it's enjoyed by a broader swath of people and that there's more ways to enjoy it. And I totally think that's a good thing in the end, that people kind of like, are free to take the what they think the game means and play with that.
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot to dig into with that. And it is funny because it's like we are only 2 games in. There is a lot
Yeah.
more for like characters, character motivations, character interactions, yada yada yada, that like are still to pass, right? But uh I forgot what larger point I was going to make. I
Oh,
lost it. I
sorry.
lost the point. No, it's fine. I was sitting there and I was just like, oh, well, um, I'm just glad you are a very funny man. I am glad too for that. Okay. I think people just want to be listened to mostly. It's just special and fun for queer fans to have discussions like this and to be like not ridiculed about it. I think, yeah,
Yeah. And
very
and
much
I
so.
think that, and I don't want my community to be like hyper fixated on one interpretation or the other. I don't think
Hmm.
that is the opposite of having fun with it. And you know what I mean? Like that's not what I intend.
Yeah.
So, I've seen people feel that like, and that is exactly why we have that like big Sariku joke in our community, that I
Hmm.
have this sponsorship or something.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's,
Yeah.
we, that we are also laughing about that in good faith when I'm playing the games and making the content. It's we're
Hmm.
just having fun and with it, and with the different interpretations and the different corners of the community. It is not that serious,
Yeah.
obviously, and that we can just um
And everyone
laugh
can,
together as
everyone
friends
can
and
enjoy it
have
how they
fun playing the
want,
games. Yeah.
and
And the people who don't interpret it that way, you know, that's what we are
yeah.
laughing at ourselves as much as we are laughing at anyone else's interpretation. It's all just we're just playing around.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's fun as well to just like, you know, take whatever like I what's the phrase I'm thinking of? Media analysis, right? And like it's fun to just like take a story, talk about it, discuss it and what this can mean. And that also includes queer readings, which are often not allowed the space to have, whether one is going like, oh, it's totally gonna happen, or like you're just engaging with it to be like, I can read this here, and it's meaningful to me. And like it's just important
Yeah,
to like have the space to let people do that regardless of how one feels about it. And I think
totally.
most people are like just happy to be able to talk about it and it not be made to feel bad. You know what I
No.
mean?
And the way I see it is that I I think there is a total valid kind of queer coded interpretation of it, in the same way
Oh
that
yeah.
the like kind of more traditional interpretation is can be there and read obviously in you know, and it doesn't matter. I think that the story
Coexist.
I think the story and the fandom is better for it being
Yeah.
wide enough to allow for the different interpretations to exist. That is a well-crafted, you know, fan space, you know, to give
Yeah.
people some elbow room with that stuff.
Yep.
But you know, but I have received criticism that I am clearly on the take with Big Suriku, and to that I say yes, I am, and I'm not
Yeah.
ashamed. They offered me more money.
Exactly.
So
We pay better. I don't know what to tell you.
Where's the check? Where's the check?
I'll get it.
Sokai,
Listen, I'll get it.
Big
Yeah,
Sokai, where is it?
Yeah, no, you got it. Where is it, you guys?
You know, I'm getting the bag. That's right. That's right.
Get that
Suriku
bag.
brought the bag. You know.
Yeah, it did.
That's all I'm saying. Such a dumbass.
I
All right.
know, it's fine.
I'm
I just
sorry.
love seeing everybody going like, you know. It's
But,
just funny.
But anyway,
Yeah.
so what is the context of the Aitsu like thing?
Okay,
That
so
I know that in the Japanese that's the word that's used in the
Yes.
in certain contexts.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. It's been percolating in my mind as we've been talking about like where to directionally go. So all of everything you just
Thanks for
set
the bit,
aside,
Spooky.
all of everything you
Here's
just
your check, sir.
Here's your
Thanks.
check. There you go. Put
Yeah.
the money on
See?
the table. Big Sokai silent. Weird. Anyway, so all of everything you set aside, I am here to tell you a general summation about how the memory used to manipulate Sora, as well as Repliku, right, is a memory shared by the two of them, Riku and Sora, and how that a lot of what Naminé is replacing in both of their respective roles is actually memories of each other, and that this is reflected as well within the script when they use really male-leaning ambiguous pronouns to refer to who this special person is supposed to be, in a
Right.
way that's supposed to leave the door open in a way that you're like, that doesn't actually make sense if it's supposed to be about Kairi. That's weird.
I think on
to
its
say.
face, it even in the English version of the game, on its face, like we walk into the castle,
Yeah.
we're not looking for Kairi, we're looking for Riku.
Yes.
And so then it's like this special person that you're looking for is Riku. It's Riku,
Yes,
clearly.
It's iterated
And so
several times.
That's why it's kind of funny to me that the game pretends that it's Kairi when it's when contextually we're leading towards a Riku interpretation.
Yes.
You know, even if it's not a romantic interpretation, it's still like it still has that like, you know, Riku's his best friend at the very least, and that's makes him a special person. You know what I mean? And so you're looking for this special person. It's Riku, and so I like that. And it's and I understand that contextually, you make it Kairi so that it can become Naminé, and Naminé can replace Kairi in that equation by changing her wig. And so
swapping them out really quick.
You know, so I get like it, but it all it's there's a sleight of hand to it there for sure.
Yes. Yeah. Really quick. It's like, you know, on the stage when they like pull, it's like a pull away like costume, and then suddenly, you know. But yes, no, you saying that is like, this is something I say a lot of the time, where like there's actually a lot, even just strictly in the English like translation of the game, and just from what you can see, you can get this, you know. And because I always remember one of the things, and this was like, I cannot stress when we speak about shipping, right? And it's just like, yeah, it's not like something that you're like, wow, I'm coming in looking for a ship, you know. It's just kind of like, Sure, that can be fun, I guess. You know, that's been me most like my whole life, where I was like, I don't really, you know, if it presents itself to me or it's something the story's trying to tell, I'm like, cool, just convince me of your story. I'm down, right? Just tell me your story. Let's go, you know, let's go for it. And I went through Kingdom Hearts, no skin in the game, no horse in this race. I was just like, I am just here to finally form my own opinion about this series. And then I came out the other side where I was like, they like spoon fed this to me, and I don't know how else to like this. I cannot express how much you don't know that's like coming down the pipe. And I said this the first time where I was just like, you're making these jokes and making these calls playing the first game. And I was like, you're right. I agree with you. But I was like, you have no idea how crazy this gets. And it's like Chain of Memories is really dense with it in a way that you're like, there's so much to like look at and think about. And then Kingdom Hearts 2 happens and people start going, hold on a second. And then every other game after that happens and everyone's like, and it's like genuinely a really common interpretation that people, especially playing the series for the first time, come out of it not even just being like a, haha, they forgot about the girl, so it's super gay. A lot of people going, guys, I don't think they're messing around, actually. And so, like, we're just at the tip of the iceberg. And I'm very excited to tell you about it, even just for the sake of,
like your middle school distillation of the straight argument, though.
Yeah.
That's excellent.
That's
haha, they forgot about the girl that's super gay.
Yeah, that's because that is
it's very funny.
That's about like, because people say that about various shonen all the time. Like Naruto is a great example that they're like, it was so misogynistic it became just like earnestly gay, you know what I mean? Where they're like, they treat the girls so bad that the only people that matter are like, and it's like Sasuke and Naruto, and they care about each other the most in the world, you know? And it's just like, it really ridiculous. And I'm like, there are plenty of examples like that. And I'm like, Kingdom Hearts, while it has elements of being like, well, Kairi was here and then we and then we move on, you know, that exists. But the rest of everything is just like, okay, now we're just going to tell a compelling story about how these two are the people they care about the absolute most. Sora and Riku. Also, Mickey Mouse is here. He's always the third guy.
Yeah. Because it is
it's Sormiku.
Soriki Mouse.
Soriki Mouse,
is now where I live, okay? I'm gonna take the Soriki Mouse money now.
Oh, okay. Which is also me, by the way, because I drew that picture.
So that's right. You were there first. That's true.
Yeah. It's still
you're ahead
me,
of the
don't worry.
game, Niku.
Yeah. But anyway, it's truly like going through this game, and like I said, I didn't have any horse in this race, and there's a lot of stuff in this game that I remember stood out to me in a way that I was like, huh, that doesn't line up with, like, if it is supposed to be surface level, that it's like, and Naminé replaced Kairi, and then that's all there was to it. And I was like, well, that doesn't make sense, because, like, this whole key memory, this is important. The Aitsu and the necklace theory are all kind of, so I'm just gonna talk about it all together, right?
Sure, yeah.
But, like, the keystone of, like, what all of this is this meteor shower memory. The one that both Sora and, like, Repliku will recall, that they're like, yeah, there was a meteor shower when we were little, and Naminé was so scared, and, you know, she said, what if a meteor hits the island? And it's like, I'll hit it back, you know, and stuff, and, like, I promise to protect you. And then she's like, I will give you this charm, you know, like, this is for you, like, for our promise, kind of a thing. And so they have the charm. And this is the base foundation of, like, what becomes the necklace, in this case, Sora's necklace. So if you will recall that in the very, like, KH1, I brought up an interview that it was, like, Nomura talking about designing Oblivion. And he was like, yeah, we originally had plans that Riku was going to give Sora a charm, just like Kairi did. And that's why Oblivion's keychain is his necklace. And this is something that came out way later because it had never been translated. And
which
so that
suggests that Sora's necklace as a gift from Riku, which would have been during the meteor shower.
Yes, but the other one of the other key components of this is the fact that, very importantly, is very clearly stated in Kingdom Hearts 1 that Kairi showed up on the islands on the night of the meteor shower. She showed up with the meteor shower, basically. They did not know her. She did not exist for them for this big important meteor shower that did happen while they were children. So, because like they have their memory talking about it, being like, oh yeah, did you hear? There was like a girl who showed up on the night of the meteor shower.
She was a meteor.
She was a meteor. Yeah. She flew in. She came in because she had been like sent out by Ansem, you know, just being like, oh, she's gonna find stuff for me because she might be a princess of heart, really important. Go. Shoots like a 4-year-old into space or whatever. But, like, anyway, she showed up with the meteor shower. So that's one thing where I remember being like, but I thought she came with the meteor shower. She couldn't have been here for this memory, right? Which leaves very few other... Oh, hello, thank you. I have the remainder of a drink in the fridge. And I will take... Yeah, that one. I have food. It's, cabbage and sausage. Cabbage, sausage, onion, and potato. That Canary so kindly brought me.
Lovely.
Mm-hmm. Anyway. Okay. So, anyway, Kairi wasn't present for the meteor shower. Important keynote, right? And that kind of leaves okay, who other two people could have been witnessing the meteor shower, and why do you both remember this? You know what I mean? Thank you.
You're very welcome.
This will perk me up.
Yeah, there are two people who remember this memory of two
Neither
people
of them are Kairi. But it's something where you're like, okay, sure, yeah, I can see that, right?
No, it's
but
cool.
Like,
I love that the interpretation is... It certainly feels valid in the sense that the pieces are there in the games and in the lore around the series that give it a proper through line. And so, like,
yes.
I think that's cool, honestly. I think it's really cool that there's this kind of alt interpretation, only considered alt because clearly the main stream interpretation is just the, you know, is Kairi, right? So like that, but again, all of that room for interpretation strengthens the fandom. It gives people stuff to chew on. It lets people see themselves in the characters, which is always really important. You know, I think it's fun and funny to joke about and to like have fun with. It's part of what makes the series so fun, especially when you know, Sora and Riku are laying it on thick. You know,
I have more. I am not done.
I'm not surprised, honestly, but like, you know, like that's kind of like and I fully expect this. I don't expect at some point the games to kind of sweep this under the rug. I think this is like this kind of loose interpretation of the characters and their relationships is done intentionally so that, you know, the fandom can have these kind of discussions and interpretations and stuff. That's what it feels to me, intentionally designed as such. So even if one or the other interpretation is not correct in the concrete way, you know?
Yeah. I think it's something that at the end of the day, nobody can take your interpretation away from you. I think it's an important, you know, distinction of like, however one feels about it. But boy, I got like 6 more bullets in this chamber. I just happen to have a pause.
So funny.
Listen, so that's just basic foundation stuff of like this meteor shower memory.
Sure.
this is also something that you will come to find as you go through the series. This may, to some extent, like, I have more points and things to bring up where it gets to a point where you're like, I am not left to interpret this many other, if any, other ways than how it's being presented. But, things like this are so very of the caliber of twists and setting breadcrumbs that the series has pulled. They pull later in the series as well. There's stuff where, like, they have setups for, like, mysteries and things that, like, there is this exact level of, like, hey, if you're paying attention, maybe this doesn't match up. And if you know what you're talking about, you just may figure it out. Nomura loves making puzzles. He loves making little things like this. For the 20th anniversary, he had, like, a message written out, and everyone was like, nice message. And then he was like, immediately, he was like, nobody noticed the secret message I put in the thing. Like, nobody figured out my secret message. And then everyone was going
instantly mad that the internet didn't internet all over his message.
They were like, oh, okay. And then they immediately did. And, like, within the hour, people had figured out the coded message in his message, because he loves he's crazy. This is something where you're like, does this sound too
crazy?
He's crazy.
And that further kind of validates the idea, not that one or the other of these interpretations are the most valid or correct in a concrete way, but that the fact that it's interpretable is the point, that it's canon, that it's intended to be, and it's intentionally interpretable.
Yeah.
And I like that kind of lore, you know, where you can get in there and
you can chew on it and be
you
like,
can
what's
get in there and
going
fight
on
about
in
it a
here?
little bit, you know, of course, in a loving way. But, you know, you gotta, you have some, you know, you can pick a side. You can kind of decide which parts of these are more important to you, that, like, it can be weighted differently as you get all the information.
Oh, yeah. And with that said, it's just so funny. Like, there keep being so many, like, yeah, and there's all this stuff. Now, wait. There is more. So, let me, there are, where do I start with this? Two things, right? We have Aitsu, which is very much like a pronoun that because Japanese is different, right? Like, how there are so many different ways that you can, like, address, like, other people, and there are different ways that you can refer, like, sure, we can refer to ourselves different way, but it's a lot more rigid, where, like, there are multiple different ways to refer to yourself as, like, I, me, in a feminine way, in a masculine way, in a whatever, where we just say I and me, and it's just anything, right? So stuff is, you know, things are just different. It's a different language. So that's why we have to have, like, a slight, like, Japanese grammar lesson. And so this is my general summation, but I would like to put this out there, okay? I'm going to give this to the people because I think it's just important to credit where credit is due. The Aitsu, like, essay was largely spearheaded by a pal, Scherzo. Like, I said I was gonna go look it up, and then it's like Scherzo, like Scherzo Notte, I think, like Italian Scherzo. Anyway, had spearheaded this largely, and then with a lot of people from, they call themselves the Suriku Ultimania, but they had put together a very big PDF that was like, we're just gonna explain this, basically. And so it is just a, like, very long document that if what I talk about is interesting to you, please feel free to check out this
is
very
where you
exhaustive.
Go next.
Yeah, this is where, like, and I say this, and I have not personally read through the whole thing because it's really long and I have ADHD. I can't do it. But I know this subject very well because I've written it in a shorter form, or I've read it in a shorter form. I also understand just enough of the language to be like, I can explain this even just from my own offhand. It's a novel. But anyway, I'm putting this link in. This is the link that was given to me to share to others. It is a Google Drive, but it has the PDF if you want to go read it. And it's titled, it's like that person is what it is, how a pronoun revealed the heart of a story. But it's a very extensively like researched and like documented like it's neat. It's cool. People are really smart and they take time to really make, isn't it like 200 pages? It's like,
turns out people are really smart. And
they are.
And they figure
and they
shit
have
out.
the patience to make it. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
It's like
true.
300, there are screenshots in it, but like it is like 360 pages. It really is like a dissertation. It is a huge,
360 pages?
yeah, it's a lot. Like I said, it's very extensive, and I have not personally made my way through it. So that's my one disclaimer. But if you want something to chew on, read that. It's still
Report
very
back
well
on Monday. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not reading this shit.
No, and I'm not asking you to. That's why I'm just gonna generally explain it to you. But Aitsu, all right, Aitsu as a word is
as a word.
As a word, it is like a pronoun, something you would call somebody else, and it is definitely on the harsher side, a little rude. You know, it's a little rude, and it's definitely gendered in the way that it leans masculine, in the same way that, say, you could, a group of people, doesn't matter who's in it, you could say, hey guys, right? And it's like women, men, doesn't matter. You can be like, hey guys, how's it going?
Sure.
But if you were to be like,
it's used
well, that
neutrally,
guy,
but the word has a masculine
it does. It has a
connotation.
masculine lean to it, yes.
Right.
And it's something that, like, you know, but if you were ever to say like that guy, that dude, you know, you can call anybody dude, but you say that dude and you're going to assume, you know, of like a man, right? So it's that's about where this leans, right? Is like people can use Aitsu to refer to women. It is really funny in a casual sense. I've just come across videos because I'll be like, I'm studying Japanese, and they'll be like, all right, words you don't use. Don't call people Aitsu. They're like, do not, especially women. And they're like, a lot of male friends will call each other this, and like a lot of it is like there's a familiarity, there can be like a playful rudeness, and like you know the person, it's like, okay, it's not crazy, but it's still not something that you would want to just call a girl Aitsu, because people are gonna be upset. And so it makes its usage like saying this fucking guy. Yeah, kinda. Yeah,
Me,
it has.
who regularly calls my mom dude.
Yeah. Look, I call people dude all the time. I call my mom dude. Like, it's just like, dude, check this out. You know,
I call my daughter dude.
Yeah,
all the
it's
time.
like,
what's up, dude?
Yeah, what's up, dude? You know, it's something that you can use for people. It's just, I think the larger point is that there's like not a proper translation of this word in like the English language. You know what I mean? There isn't like, it's kind of hard because it's not like they're just saying, hey asshole, you know what I mean? But they are just like, it does have an aggression to it, like a rudeness to it that's like not necessarily appropriate in all
there's
situations.
a brashness to it.
Yeah. And that's just something that we don't exactly have over here. So it's a little difficult. But this is used very pointedly in some scenes, especially in Chain of Memories. Very often, you know, we are led to be like, Sora is remembering Naminé, his friend Naminé, right? And very notably, when you are going into the worlds and you go into Destiny Islands, the whole scene that plays in Destiny Islands is you show up and Waka and Tidus and Selphie, they're all there and they're like, hey Sora, what's going on? And he's like, huh? What? And they're like, oh, I know. It's like, oh, he's always a zombie when, and I'm gonna put like parentheses, this person, when this special person, right? He's always a zombie when the special person is on his mind. In English, it's translated just pretty straightforward, like, oh, he's always a zombie when she's on his mind. And it's not exactly what one would say there, because it's something that, what happens is that they refer to this person, they're like, he is always a zombie, more or less, when Aitsu is on his mind. And it's something that would be really out of pocket if they're calling Naminé or even Kairi about it, right? Like, it's something where you're like,
Right.
what are you saying? Especially if it were to come from like Selfie.
It would be what, like, it would be kind
It's
of
fighting
backhanded.
words. Yeah, it's definitely, it's a
Yeah.
bit fighting words is how people, yeah, you're thinking about.
You're thinking about that bitch?
Yeah, yes, basically that's how it comes across, and that it's like, that's a weird
funny.
thing to say. Another thing that's no,
That's funny, yeah.
it is
No, I
funny.
get like the context, the nuance of the context is like super interesting, and it's cool that and it doesn't, it's not surprising to me that this stuff is kind of, you know, reinterpreted, rejigged for English in like a specific way.
Yeah.
You know, that's to be expected, I think,
Yeah.
given the context and stuff, you know.
Mhm.
But I love how consistent it is.
Yeah.
The need to shift a little bit.
Just a little bit. Just something. With this scene too, it's really funny. I'll have to pull it up because like to like further this point of this scene, because after this scene too is like they're basically kind of like badgering him about like, oh, this person that you care, like, oh, you're always fucking head in the clouds, you know, when you're thinking about this person, right? And then it's after they're like, okay, well, like, go get him, slugger, you know, and they're like, we'll just, you know, go find him. And then when you go from that scene, the next thing you do is you find Riku. And like that is the next cutscene. Is you're like, all right, I'm running around in Destiny Islands again, you know, gameplay part, and then you find the next cutscene and you find Riku, and Sora's kind of confused about it. And that one turns into like, oh, he's like, oh right, Naminé, like you have to protect her and whatever, and he's like, yeah, okay, sure, which is just even in English, I was just like, why is it we go find Riku first, and then it has nothing to do with like whatever they were talking about? But it like in the original script, it's very much like a, you know, oh, you're always zombie on your mind when you're thinking about that guy, and you're like, what?
Yeah.
Hello?
And then you turn around and
then
and
Riku's
Riku's
there, and
standing
it's like,
there.
who else would it be, right? You know, it's so something.
That's funny.
It's really something. But what's extra funny, especially because there's always like a little bit of wiggle room of being like, well, I don't speak Japanese, I don't, you know, but like, who knows if this person like actually knows enough to talk about this, and you know, there's a bit of that like wiggle room of ignorance and being like, well, maybe it doesn't mean this or that, but like there's this really great shot of like how the comments people are making. So there's kind of, I wouldn't say it's a YouTube equivalent exactly because Japan still uses YouTube, but there is a video site called Niku. And that was where a lot of people would upload videos. And I only bring this up because like when you would comment on the side, it would kind of function like a live chat and it'll like stream across the screen. And so this is one of those videos where people are like reacting to the video as it's happening, and you see the comments on the screen, right? And it's great because this is people seeing Chain of Memories. This is like an old video, right? The Niku video broke me. It's so hilarious because you watch these comments streaming across the screen after like Selfie is like, that bitch, you know? And you're like, whoa. And it's a bunch of comments going like, I don't think a girl would use Aitsu. And like other people being like, well, it's clearly about Riku. Who could it be other than Riku? It's Riku, haha. Like, it's just everyone going like, that was a weird pull. It has to be Riku.
Everyone making the same joke I did. And
yeah,
you know,
it's But even more so in that the script is like kind of not giving you room to think otherwise. It's definitely a moment of going like, why would you choose what? That your words mean something, and you know, I'm not saying that as if they don't know what they're doing. It's just something where you're like, okay, what are you trying to tell me here? Like, what else can this be read as? And it's very funny. In the document, you can see the screenshot. It is very funny to look at. Because it's like several like screenshots of just comments streaming across of people being like, oh, it has to be Riku, right? Like, over and over.
Undiscoveries, thanks so much for the resub. Thank you, Soul. 6 months. What a sub anniversary.
Dude, 6 months? Hell yeah. Hold on, I gotta see if I can find the shot really quick in this way too long document. That really goes into depth, like, a lot. It explains the pronouns, it explains just the language in general. But it's something where, like, if I'm just to summarize it, like, I think it's not anything I've ever, like, because some people will be like, well, it's a bad translation then. I don't think it's a bad translation. I think it was, like, 2004 when the game came out, and, like, it's not like it was super common. It's not like it was super common to use, like, gender-neutral pronouns to refer to someone, more like it is now. Like, I think as far as the intention goes, which is usually this is what you do when you localize, right? Is like you're trying to get the feeling and the intention of the scene, not the word-for-word dialogue. Unless,
yeah, the word for word is not the highest importance. It's the intention and it's the subtext that you want to make sure is there.
It's like what is the point of the scene and what is the information they're trying to deliver and how. And if that information is this person is mean, but they're hiding something, like, you have to convey that versus the exact wordage that was used. Because it's not a one-to-one. It never is. Two languages don't have one-to-ones like that. So this is one of those things where it's just, like, functionally, it is there to be like, oh, yeah, they're, like, teasing him about this person who's supposed to be really important to him in a way that's familiar to all of us. But then use a really pointedly weird, like, it's even emphasized because it uses a different, this is not exactly correct, but like a different font essentially. Japanese has hiragana and then it has katakana, and katakana, it's the same, it's like an alphabet, it's just like phonetic sounds, a, I, U, A, O, ka, ki, ku, ke, ko, and then they're like, here's a in hiragana, and then here it is again in katakana, but now it looks a little different. And so it's like, imagine it's like a different font, essentially. That's how I'm summarizing it. Katakana is used for foreign words or, like, emphasis sometimes. So, like, example, a character who is a robot. A character who is a robot who speaks really stiff and he talks like this, and it might be written out in katakana to convey that stiffness or the foreign,
the change in tone.
Yeah, and so, like, it'll be like, oh, this guy is talking in a very forced and strange way, and, you know, that usually would get translated to, like, all caps or something in English. It's right. You know, it's a way that you kind of have to, like, interpret it.
Sure, it's a visual cue. That can be used in a myriad of ways to kind of, like, to interpret what you're reading.
Yeah. And so it's something that's just like, oh, it has, like, an added emphasis of, usually the feeling is that, like, it's a little forced is how that comes across. And it is something like, it's just like, this is weird. Why is it like this? And they do, where everything else is written out normalized. Yeah, italicized text, maybe bold or anything that's just, like, emphasis on word. Sure. And you go,
well, and you could do that. You can italicize, bold, underline, or caps lock a message for emphasis, right? And all of those technically are interchangeable, even though there's many different ways to do it. And so, or you can use them in the same text, and you can assign them their own meaning so they can be used differently. Like, you know, that's, I get that, where, like, the, you know, the fact that it was used was intentional.
Yeah.
You have to kind of suss out the intended meaning for its use. It's not cut and dry. Yeah.
Yeah. It's something where, like, so that being the, you know, that said, it's basically, everything's normal, and then Aisu is written in katakana in a way that's, like, a very pointed, like, it's not just like, we just decided to use this strange pronoun. It's like, and boom, look at this word. Okay, anyway, moving on. And you're like, what? Huh? What is that? What do you mean? And so this is the I would say the key is that it's like there is a pronoun that is used, a word that's used, especially in really pointed scenes, as well as most of the game when it refers to when Namine's talking about, like, this person that is so special to you. In English, it's a very simple, like, we are going to, like, oh, well, clearly it's supposed to be Kyrie or whatever, right? And so it's always like a she, a her, you know, the whole time. Where, like, in Japanese, it's always just, like, that person. And the only time they get more specific, really, is when they're like, Aitsu, and you're like, that doesn't make me think of Kyrie for any reason, and especially when it's like bolted and italicized, you know, you're like, huh? Yeah. Sora's reaction makes more sense with that context as well. It's true, because like the way he reacts to what they're saying to him when they're like, you're thinking about Aitsu, aren't you? And he's like, what? Who? Huh? As well as there is, and this is where I'm gonna get into something else. This is, you know, I'm digging into it. You're getting the whole spiel, all right?
Okay.
It's what the people want. They demand this of me, okay? You can't see it. There's a firing squad off screen, and they're waiting for me to stop. If I stop before I'm done, it's over. So
we need you, Niku. Please continue.
Yes. Anyway, Anoko, or her name. I can't like read any of chat because it'll just like make me go off. Like I'll lose place of like my explanation. Anyway, so it's in other examples, basically they commonly will just be like, okay, that person, or if they're referring to like ambiguously like that girl and it's Namine, like there's a different word for it. Like there is like just genuinely a different word to say it, like as somebody brought up, was like Ano.
Are there times where they are more specifically referring to Kyrie and or Namine and they do use different words?
2 seconds, hold on.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yes. I was waiting because it's like, it's one of those things where I'm like, I'm trying to remember. And like I said, I did not read the whole 360-page document. Forgive me. So, I was waiting. I was like, somebody's going to answer it. I'm just going to have to buy time. And then, yes. They usually are called Anoko. Larkson uses pretty strongly gendered language for Namine. Ano, like, ko means, like, child. But, like, it has, like, a feminine lean. So if you're usually just to say, like, oh, that girl we know. Like, Ano is kind of like girl, that girl. Right? Yeah, so exactly. Yeah. Anoko, Anohito. Hito just means, like, person.
So whenever the interpretation is free of Riku being a possible interpretation, the word chosen is not as ambiguous.
Yes, it's usually...
And then when there is a possibility that it could be interpreted as Riku, the word has it's ambiguous enough to suggest that that's a valid interpretation.
Yeah. Yes, that is... You are correct.
Yeah, well, that's all of this really underlines for me, not again, which one is correct, because I think that is not the point. I think the point is intentionally making it interpretable across, you know, these the people who write these stories and who and these characters and who know these, you know, that these you know, these are not words that are chosen like flippantly, right? Like all of this stuff is carefully chosen for this reason. And so I think that it's done in a way to make it to open up the interpretation for these kind of discussions, you know?
It's basically it's something where like when I look at it like functionally, where it's just, oh no, you're like 4 pixels again. Don't worry about that. When I look at it like functionally again, it's something where the intention of this like strange, real, like like it just like standout thing where they were using this in this really charged like scene of like, I don't know why else you would read it, like what are you saying to me, that like this usage of Aitu is very like out of place and very like strongly pointed, but it's still just enough that it's supposed to make you pause. It's supposed to make you go, well, that doesn't line up, as well as many other things, like the genuine like fact of like, well, it couldn't have been Kairi in the memory. She showed up on the night of the meteor shower. Like, they make a point of, like, expressing that in the first game multiple times. There's just, like, little things, like, they're not that little. They're just like, oh, these are things that if you know stuff, you can go like, oh, that's strange. That makes me think that maybe this is left open to be, like, they could revisit it later and, like, to do whatever they want to do with it, whatever direction they want to take, because like there's a lot here that's still to be addressed, even like in the overarching story, like stuff that has happened in Chain of Memories. There are other things that have been opened and closed in this series that come after Chain of Memories started, finished, wrapped up very cleanly. And Chain of Memories is still this, like, open door of, like, stuff they have yet to address. And when you have something that's like, oh, we made this weird scene where we left this really open, and you have that, like, end scene where it's just like, Sora, you know, I can never erase the memory of this person who's so important to you, which in this scene, often in English, he's like, oh, she's your light, yada yada. Doesn't use she, it's very like, this person is your light. They are very important to you. And he started to try to remember. And it's like, oh, my friends, you know. And then he's like, oh, no, try again. And he thinks harder. And then, like, Riku shows up. And you look at Riku, and then the camera, like, suddenly, like, yanks away in a really weird way. And then it's like, Kairi, right there, look at Kairi. And you're like, I remember seeing it for the first time, and I was like, why would you direct a scene like that? Unless you were trying to, like, that, it stood out to me as so strange, because it's like, you had to animate that, you know what I mean? Like, that was something that you have to, like, do something about. And again, this was way before I was on any kind of, I was just like, well, that stands out to me as somebody who's done any kind of work in any kind of, like, art and animation, that I'm like, well, that seems like a deliberate camera movement, I would say. Very interesting to me.
It is deliberate.
Yeah, it is.
It seems clear to me, like I said, that the context in Japanese is left deliberately ambiguous.
Yeah.
With the specific intention of underscoring not just Sora's relationship to Kairi, but Sora's relationship to Riku as equally important at the very least. And then it seems to me that the localization effort is equally as intentional to kind of like to erase some ambiguity and make it more straightforward.
Yes, yeah, and that's something I don't fault anybody for. It was 2004, you know what I mean? It's something where it's like, so often is it the case that, like, you know, Japanese can be ambiguous in how, like, it just is structurally, right? And so sometimes it's just like, depending on who's ever at the helm, you're just kind of like, okay, I have to make decisions. Translation and localization, you gotta make decisions about how to, like, convey this.
Totally.
And so it's something where it's just like, yeah, you know, sometimes you make a decision and you go, well, you know, it's clearly like they show Kairi at the end. We're just gonna, like, make this a little more streamlined, right? And just kind of hammer that out. And even doing that, I remember it was enough that I was just like, that's weird. Some of this doesn't line up, but, like, not gonna let it ruin my day, and just kind of moved on, right? But it is something where it's just like, the case of Aizu, which, again, what I am describing is still rather general, and if you want, you can go read the document that goes much, much more into detail about it. But, like, it is genuinely, like, the script...
So much homework.
Look, some people, they want something to read. This is what they want to engage with, and I'm like, here you go. You know, I think if you want to read it, there it is. Graven, write us a 10-page essay due Monday.
So much homework.
I will be reading the 360-page document when I'm not sick. Yeah. I mean, unless you need something to do. Don't forget Sora calling Repliku Aitu at the end. Okay, yes, that is also very true. So many little pieces, and we've been doing this for 7 hours. So like, I'm trying to. I'm so sorry.
And we have another ad break in 2.5 minutes.
Then I'm gonna go. Yeah, there is like the usage of like, okay, we have this whole scene with, you know, using Aitu, and you're like, that's really strange and pointed. I don't know why you said it like that, unless. And later, when after Repliku has finally kind of gotten, he got like memory blasted by, not remember he's like drooling face down on the floor. And he got kind of like reset, and he was just like, okay, fine, it's all lies, but this is all I know. And Sora's like, yeah, me too, you know. And so anyway, they're kind of better standing. Repliku goes to leave, and Sora's just like, hey, you know, where are you, Riku, where are you going? Like, just because like these are fake, like these are yours though, like you can do whatever you want. Because again, another great Sora moment of being like, it doesn't matter, you have your own memories, you're your own person. Right. And as he's just like, yeah, okay, like trying not to be upset about it, but he's like leaving. And when that happens in English, he's just like, Riku, as he, you know, he's like sadly, like, you know, he calls his name. In Japanese, he just says Aitu. Like, he just mutters Aitu and like directly calls him this. And not like that way that's like, oh, why he's being so rude. It was just like, oh, we're applying it directly to somebody now. Like, it's very...
Sure, yeah, it's pointed, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. In a way that's just like, oh, sure, okay, message received, you know, like, thing that we aren't usually calling people anyway, but we used it here in a way that didn't suit any other character but Riku. And then later we have a scene that's like, and then we just call him that directly. Even if it is Repliku, it's like it's still, you know, the application. That fucking guy, frowny face. Is it also in katakana? I believe so. I think I had the scene. Oh yeah, I did. Hold on a second. I can look at it directly. Not that it matters too much, but... there's no font on this. Like, they took out the subtitles, so I couldn't tell you if it's written in, katakana or not, but boy, howdy. So there's that. Everybody's like, and don't forget to tell him this, and don't forget to tell him that. And I'm like, okay, firing squad, sure. Okay, no problem. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He'll know in the end.
yeah. So like, you have the most general understanding of like the Aitu thing. Now, there you go. That's it. Like,
there it is.
The overall.
I mean, I love it. I love that. I love how in depth and like I love to the extent to which all this stuff. I mean, the fact that there's this long like essay written about it in such great detail is incredible. And I love the passion that the community is like kind of gone through to sift through all of this and really make the case, you know?
Yeah.
It's awesome. And it's still, it's the again, the key thing for me that seems true, if I could land on a true thing to sit on, it's that the ambiguity is intentional.
Yeah.
And in the same way that I find the lack of ambiguity in the translation to be intentional, you know, and that's more of a reflection on the time it was made and the culture that it comes from and the culture that it was interpreted for in that time, you know? So like that all of this makes perfect sense to me, you know, like that it's, and again, I think the fact that there's some ambiguity to the original, again, doesn't mean that one interpretation is capital C correct and the other one is then not correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It just gives it the room that it needs to be interpreted by a broader audience. And and I think that's part of the reason why the series gets so much love and attention from the fandom, because there is all of this wonderful room for interpretation, you know? And I find it enjoyable. I mean, obviously, right? Because when I'm playing through the game, when I see that kind of when I see that subtext in Sora and
Right.
Riku's relationship, I
Uh-huh.
like to call it out and laugh about it and
Mhm.
and embrace it as part of my playthrough and um it's just important for me that that everyone knows that I'm not like, you know, trying to be exclusionary towards their
Right.
version of the
Right, right, right.
story and stuff, that's not important to me at all. That
Yeah.
what's I want everyone to have their version of the story and love it, and your favorite version of the story is the one that matters to you. You know
Uh-huh.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's what's important, you know? Um and that the best art is designed that way for the most people to kind of get the most out of it, you know?
Mhm.
Um but
Yeah.
it's
I
so
think
funny how
go ahead.
the extent to which
Uh-huh.
all of this subtext has been muddied, you know? It's so good.
Yeah, there's like one other larger thing that I haven't even touched on, and this one's I feel like gonna be a little more brief. I will one comment on that's being said here that's like, no matter what is canon in the end, it doesn't seem like Nomura would be the type to specifically shoot down anyone's ship. And all I want to bring up is that there was an interview where somebody brought up a ship, a different ship completely, to the man himself, being like, it seems like these characters over here, not getting into it yet, but like it's these characters, it's like it seems like there was something there and that maybe you guys were forced like to not do that. And he answered it really and this is like 2015. It's still uncommon type response to get, especially from a creator, being like, he was like, oh, that's not what we intended, but like, you know, it's like, I think that's great. I don't want to like I don't want to stop anybody's like interpretation or anything. Like I see that, but like that's not what we went for. That's all. And it was something that was so like really chill in a way that like, especially because it was about a gay ship, that was like, that's not that common. And it was a really like, he was so nice about it in a way that I'm like, I think that he would probably just be a completely nice guy about it either way. I don't think he's out here to like
No, but I mean that's
ruin
it,
people,
and that
you
that
know.
tracks given
Mhm.
given the idea that it feels like it's left open with intention, you know, that this it's all the ambiguity is
Yeah.
part of the way they built out the story um for that reason, and that's what someone
Yeah.
would say if that was their intention. You know what I mean? Like, oh, well, that's not. I like that's a cool interpretation, and you can have it. You know what I mean? Like, it's
Yeah. Yeah.
I I feel like that's the right way to go, generally speaking. Just with with um like character driven artwork, stories
Yeah.
in general. But obviously historically that's not always been the case that
Yeah.
that creators are happy with reinterpretations of
Yeah. There are definitely
their
some
canon, their
notable
precious
people who have made
canon,
huge
right?
stinks
So
about that. Yeah.
so there's but I think that rigidity um is less interesting. It makes for a less
Yeah.
interesting fandom. I like the fact that there's so much stuff in the Kingdom Hearts fandom for people to argue about and wrestle with and stuff. I always just want to underline that everyone can feel however they feel, and
Mhm.
that it's not life or death, and no one needs to be upset. You know what I
Yeah.
mean about
Of
different
course.
interpretations. I
Yeah.
like that. I like to, but I enjoy the fact that there's so much there to discuss and to chew on and
Mhm.
to interpret and reinterpret. It makes it more fun. Um, yeah.
Yes. Yes. Sorry, somebody being like, it's like he said, absolutely not in the most diplomatic way possible. There are other times where he's like, it's very funny. The man is very silly in that, like, there are so often he's like, oh, I don't know, that's up to interpretation. And then, like, weird things where he's like, no, that's not how it went. You're like, okay, sure. Genuinely something that happens. I'm not explaining because it'll be way funnier later. Like a character who is bald, and then he's like, I saw people incorrectly assuming he went bald with age. And so I had to correct them. And we were like, I guess. Bald by choice was like, he really needed to get that across. And we were like, okay.
Don't you ever misinterpret my baldness, chat.
Yeah, you choose to be bald.
I made this call.
Yeah. This is
with
on
a
your
full head
terms.
of hair. It was full and it was glorious. It was long and it was luscious.
Yep.
And then I shaved it because I wanted to. And that's it. That's all you need to know.
Yep.
Okay? Don't come at me with your interpretations. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Nomura's all for it, so. Oh boy. What was I gonna... Oh, right. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to think of so I can like wrap this up, right, in any capacity. There's so much. And we spent so much time yucking around and having a good time, and then I was like, oops, wait, I have stuff I have to talk about. And now I feel like this is what happened last time when I was just like, wait, I have shit I have to tell you. Hold on. Right. And then it like we stopped.
Rapid fire at the end.
Yeah, at the end where I'd be like, and this and this and this and this. Okay. You know, let me go. So listen. There are novels for Kingdom Hearts. There are light novels, which are more so a category of like, they are not full novels. They are not full books as much as they are retellings. Usually with like there are things that you can explore in a novel that like the game couldn't afford to, you know, like sometimes you can get characters' inner thoughts
with
in the novel. With
extended context and stuff?
Yes, exactly.
Are they canon?
They are considered secondary canon in the fact that like some things
canon.
Yeah, so what that means...
Is that a nice way of saying not canon?
No, listen to me. So
curious.
they're considered secondary canon in the way that there are some things for the sake of brevity they don't address or do. So like consider in the first game, right, we go to Olympus. In the novel, they just didn't do that, okay? And spoilers in any capacity, Olympus shows up again, right? And suddenly the novels have to address this at all. I'm sorry, you don't know when it's coming, but it's coming sometime. And this example, I know, I'm so sorry. I know Olympus was your favorite, but... So anyway, example, in the first one, they simply don't address Olympus at all, right? They're just like, we are telling a more brief story, but like we offer character insights and other perspectives and other context for things, right? In a later novel, they suddenly go, ah, shit, we have to address Olympus. And so then they have to go, all right, now we have to treat this like it's the first time. We've got to catch it up to speed. We're here for the first time, whatever, let's go. And so things like that are like, oops, this conflicts with like the game canon, right? It's like, yes, Sora still went to Olympus in KH1. I'm sorry, even if the novel simply just didn't go over it because I guess they just elected not to, right? And that's where it's considered secondary canon in the way that there are some things that like if the game conflicts with it, the game...
It was totally canon until they messed up and now it's secondary canon.
Yeah. From the get-go, from the first novel. That's just like one of the most poignant example I can think of, because most otherwise they're pretty like, and then we have all the things that happened, but like there's just some stuff where it was like, well, I'm just telling a really brief, you know, I'm telling a retelling of KH1, etc., you know. We don't need every detail, and then he saw Phil, you know. So that's why they're called secondary canon. Otherwise, the person who writes them, who happens to be my Twitter mutual, by the way. And
I don't know what that means.
As in, we both follow each other on Twitter. Not that I'm really active on Twitter at all, but that's why it's a mutual.
I overthought that phrase. I thought it was maybe like a thing, like a title or something on Twitter.
No. It's just funny. It's just like, oh yeah, I follow her on Twitter, and then like she follows me too.
I know very little about the Twitter sphere.
That's kind of crazy. I mean, we've interacted like a couple times, but nothing crazy. I was like, you know, here's a picture, and I'm like, I like that thing in the picture, and she's like, It's like nothing. It's just funny to think about. Anyway, she's written all of the novels. She also has written for the games pretty explicitly. Some people don't like what she writes, and most of those people are joyless with no whimsy. But she's written like for the games multiple times, and there's like a character, a very well-loved character that people adore, that she very directly had a hand in like crafting. Like, she's very much a part of the games and has written other explicitly like, this is canon material, like this is to be taken on its face. That's why it's like these are like secondary canon, because they're supposed to be, and they're good insights. And then, there just happen to be some flub ups here and there where it's just like, that didn't happen in the game like that. That's okay. And that's it. Like, that's literally all that means. So, yes, they are canon, just barring that it doesn't accidentally conflict with the game in that way. Anyway, she's fun. She's funny. But these novels have a lot of really interesting insight, and they're honestly just super fascinating because they are chock full of stuff. And Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't have too much. It has some stuff, but it was very much like okay, I'm just writing a light novel. And then Chain of Memories was like, hold on, let me start cooking. And it's like full of stuff. It's like we get full like perspective from like Repliku experiencing Riku's memories being shoved into him, and like how he is like there looking at it, and he's just like, it's super interesting. And it's like he's there.
I feel a little violated.
Yeah, and it's like he's there like experiencing this, and there's like this disconnect where like people are like, hey Riku, and he's like, oh, I guess that's me, right? I'm Riku, and he's like, it's something where it's like, you are trying to brainwash somebody who isn't Riku into being Riku. And so he's like having Riku's memories implanted into him, and like she just wrote out the experience of him like going through the memories, and it's just like, what on earth is, oh my god. But we get a lot of stuff from Sora's perspective, and how, like, when he's getting confused and memory stuff is just getting strange. And the same thing with, like, Riku, you get, like, his own perspective as he's, like, going through the worlds and stuff. And boy, wouldn't you know it, so much of it, and his internal reflections are about Sora. Wow, a big shocker.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I am
shocked.
seeing how shocked you are. It's kind of crazy. I need you to calm down, okay?
Yeah.
I need you to take a breath.
I don't know how to feel about this. So I need time.
And it's something that I remember reading, like, people's, because we didn't have them in English for a while, and so people would do fan translations, and I remember reading them, and I was like, this is, like, really gay? And then I was like, but when it comes out in English, I'm sure they'll tone it down or whatever. And then they didn't. And so it's there's a lot in these, and I'm not sure we have all the time in the world for it, because like I have like selected ones. It's just getting late, and I think I can tell we're both even just a little tired, but
these books are chain, so these are chain like adjacent, or it's like the retelling of Chain with more context?
It is basically retelling of Chain of Memories with more context.
Oh, okay.
Like fully. It's
and there's
literally
one of these for each game?
Yep. More or less. There are like a couple little mobile, there's like a mobile game they don't have one for, and like Melody of Memory doesn't have one.
Chain Plus, yeah.
Yeah, basically. It's literally just Chain of Memories, and it's just like, all right, we're writing out Chain of Memories, and like we just get to have character exploration. Yes, there was one for KH3. I know, because I own all of them. They are right here next to me. Oh yeah, in my server, for anybody interested, on, what is it, Saturdays, I think? People get together and read the novels together in book club, so that's really fun. And people have been good about, like, recording past readings for book club, so you can just kind of watch them for yourself, which is really cool.
Your own audiobook.
Yeah, almost. More or less. It's fun. Everybody gets their own little character assigned, and they get to, like, read it. There is a Union Cross novel. I know because I have that one too. There's a lot of like really interesting information just in these novels. and there's a lot of really telling ones where you're just like, oh, okay, don't. Oh yeah, okay. I will talk about that one specifically because it is to do with Aitsu.
I saw the comment.
Yeah. So there is an excerpt that like is literally, it's the Destiny Islands, like they're talking and like, you're thinking about that guy, you know, they're talking about like this person. And so the novels treat it like this, right? And it's just like, but Selphie, looking like she'd reached a conclusion all on her own, took a step closer to Sora and stared up into his face. I know, you're thinking about her again. Sora's eyebrows went up a little. Her? Who? Does Selphie mean... Yeah. Does Selphie mean... And then it's like, oh, I get it. Tidus added with a smug grin. Yeah, he's a total zombie when she's on his mind. And it's like, that would explain why he's acting all funny to us. Waka nodded knowingly. Selphie leaned over to whisper, I bet you want us to take a hike so you two can be alone, huh? And Sora, I guess so, Sora mumbled, rather uncertain. And then his own thoughts of being like, her, they must mean Naminé. But what about Riku? And that's just straight text. Like, that's literally what it says. And when you consider it's like in the Japanese novel, it makes more sense when they're like, oh, Aitsu, this person, right? And he's like, who? Huh? And then like later he's like, this person, they must be Naminé. He's like, but what about like, but Riku? Like, you know, he's like literally like puzzling through it as it's happening. And it's just like plain text. Her name is Riku.
Her name is Riku. I was right all along.
That's why I can't. You said this, and I was like, I can't explain. Like, it's like you are joking, but also you have no idea.
Yeah, it's funny.
It is really funny. It was something that I was like blindsided by when I was like going and reading, because there are. Now hold on. Because we're just talking about the novels a little bit. Interviews, I put that in there. Novel readings, which we so handily went through and highlighted several of these. So I have to find... There's also one that's so good. I love this one. That is basically... Did these both get highlighted? I hope so. I want to just read it. Goopy B.O.B. There's Goofies in her thoughts. That's always pretty cool. Where is the one with the drawing? Hold on, I have to find it really quick. Oh yeah, there's also, and I love this one. Where Riku is remembering when Destiny Islands fell to darkness, KH1, classic stuff, and you know, he's out there on the island, and like, you know, he's like, we can go to the outside world, you know, it's just like, I'm not afraid of the darkness. Then he does the classic, the Riku hand pose, right? The one, and Sora's like reaching for him and everything. And like, when this was happening, we get this like Riku's perspective on this, and it drives me insane. So I'm going to let's see here. What if I made you read it, Mr. Voice of Riku Kingdom Hearts? Would you like to read it out loud?
No, I want you to
want me to
read it to me.
Okay.
I'm
learning. You're learning. Okay. You're scared. No. Okay. Let's see. Where do I start? It's like a long quote. Okay. It's this whole sorry, they put the whole like page and then highlighted parts of it, and I'm like, wait, but like the whole page. The novels are so insane. They are insane. So let's see. When the storm came, I went out to the little islet to make sure the raft didn't float away. I was running through the driving rain trying to get to the inlet, and then I noticed that a great big door had appeared in front of our secret spot. What's a door doing there? I thought, and just then someone whispered to me, You want to see other worlds, don't you? I turned, and a man in a black cloak was standing there. The door will soon open. You have nothing to fear. There is no need to fear the darkness. Now go, Riku. I never hesitated. Nothing could hold back my longing to see the outside world. Riku! Kairi must have come to the islet with the raft in mind, too. She came running up to me. And there's like a mumbling, like he can't make it out. And it's like, Heart. And it's like clearly supposed to be like Princess of Heart or whatever. The man in the cloak said something, but I couldn't hear it over the pounding waves. He was looking at Kairi. And now I know what it was he said. A Princess of Heart. Riku, the raft will get washed away. Never mind the raft, Kairi. There's another way to go to the outside world. Huh? She stared at me, looking confused. What about Sora? Right. Because Kairi would only think of Sora. But I was the same way. When Sora and I were together, we could go anywhere. I really believed that. And then, with Kairi, who had to know something about the outside world, together there was nowhere we couldn't go. Sora and Kairi can come too, can't they? I said to the man in the black cloak. He nodded silently. Then he seemed to vanish into the door. Hey, Riku, what was that about? It was raining so hard by then, I could hardly make out Kairi's expression. Kairi, you wait here by the door. I'll go get Sora. And she calls after him. Just, Riku, wait! I ignored her protest and started to run to get Sora. That's where I was going. Sora! Sora! Hey, Sora! We can leave this world right now! He came worrying about the raft too. I found him soon. Where's Kairi? I thought she was with you! The first thing he said to me was about her. The door has opened, I told him. Riku? He stopped in his tracks. He was looking at me strangely, too. The door is open, Sora. Now we can go to the outside world. Sora was only ever thinking about Kairi, and Kairi was only ever thinking about Sora. But now, that would change. Kairi's coming with us, I shouted. Once we step through, we might not be able to come back. But this might be our only chance. We can't let fear stop us. I'm not afraid of the darkness. I reached out my hand for him. Come on, Sora. Let's go. Riku? He looked just a little bit nervous as he tried to take my hand. I had no idea what was happening around me right then. I never even glanced at it. All I cared about was that Sora was right there and I was reaching for him. How do we feel about that?
Stopping there? That's the cliffhanger?
It's just, the follow is just like, just a little bit more, and he would make it. Sora is the following line. The moment I called his name, that was when I noticed the darkness swirling around me. Darkness was covering my body, but there was no need to be afraid of it. And then, covered in darkness, everything went dark. And the next thing I knew, I was standing in Hollow Bastion. And that's the end of the excerpt. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that so fun?
I love I think the relationship functions so well as a like a love triangle of some description, you know.
It's like love
so
triangle, but
have...
Sora's in the middle.
Yeah.
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 Genuine.
I don't have like a. I'm not mad at that at all. But But or even that you could think that that there's a relationship that the dynamic between the three of them is fluid in a way, and they kind of like they all kind of like shift in their positions and feelings to each other. But to me, it seems
it's supposed to be like messy.
It seems
They're
intentional
young,
that Sora is central, and that he clearly has like a love for and a need to protect Kairi, but then also clearly has a love for and a need to be with Riku, and that and that's what makes it fun to flesh out in any sort of way you want. You know what I mean? Like that is clearly in the text of the novel there. I think it's in my opinion, it's pretty it's pretty clear in the games as well. That
Yeah,
that
I think
that
so.
ambiguity in that relationship
Uh-huh.
is all there for you to think about. Um, and it's funny to hear the scene from the first. This is all scenes from the very first game, right? Like
Yeah, and this is
where
like
the island, the
he's like
door is
reflecting
opened,
on it. Yeah.
and now they're going to go through the door and they get separated. And to hear the kind of internal monologue of jealousy is telling and accurate, right? Like, I
Yeah.
mean, it's
Yeah.
it doesn't seem that far-fetched from the scene in the game to me. When you're
It-
reading through it,
Absolutely.
I'm revisiting the scene in the game, and it feels very one-to-one to me,
Mhm.
in both the actions that are there, but also in the emotional content of like what Riku's going through in real time, Um so it's so funny how it's how the novels like kind of lean in and flesh it out.
I have one other that like I think about this one all the time because I'm like, what else are you trying? What is this? It drives me crazy. It's so interesting. So I have one, and it's a lot shorter. I have this, right? And so this is and I went to find it because that was initially what I was looking for, and then I did find it down the line. And okay, there. Making sure it was the fixed one. So let's see. This one is in the perspective of like Repliku. This is like a memory that he's having. Like this is something that he's like. This is something he's doing, and then later there's one where it's Riku. So this one is from Repliku. Namine sat on a sandy beach, drawing pictures. Sora and himself and Kairi grinned up from her sketchbook. "How come you're not in the picture, Namine?" said the boy, peering at the page. "Because I can't see my own face." Oh. The boy thought that was kind of sad. "Of course, Namine can't see herself when she's together with us, laughing. That's just the way it is. But how about I draw you then?" "Huh?" The boy picked up Namine's crayons and started drawing. He started drawing himself and Namine smiling, a great big shining sun over their heads. "We were always laughing together, the two of us. We were happy. How's this?" The boy showed her the sketchbook page, where he'd drawn their laughing faces. It wasn't anywhere near as good as Namine's drawing, but she smiled sweetly. "Thanks, Riku." Okay. Repliku, right? Then later, there's just this Riku, and so it was dusky inside the mansion. I also think it's interesting that they refer to Repliku as the boy, and then Riku as Riku, usually. But it was dusky inside the mansion. Riku couldn't sense or smell the presence of anyone. Is this really the place? Riku climbed some stairs.
ReCom.
Definitely, Riku climbed some stairs from the hall to a second floor and entered a room deep at the end of a corridor. The room was white, resemblant of those marble halls. There was no one here either. Riku stared at a piece of paper that was stuck to the wall. Sora and Riku's smiling faces were drawn there on what looked like white paper torn from a sketchbook. Who drew this? Riku reached out and touched the picture, and that instant, light shot from it. And then that's just like, it's specifically like, Repliku draws this picture, and he's like, "It's me and Namine smiling. Just the two of us, just smiling." And then, like, they just are like, okay, anyway, later, Riku's like, "I found a picture. It's just me and Sora smiling." "What is this?" And then he touches it, and it's like, so it's, so there's that one's really fun. That I really love to be like, okay, I have eyes and can read. I don't know, like there's even more than this, but I'm keeping it. I gotta scale it back. You know what I mean? Like, this is something where it's like I could just unload all of this stuff on you for like 400 hours, but there's a point where it's like I gotta get up from my chair. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. And
Yeah.
I think
I think
it's
you
funny
got
that
the message. You know?
the novels have again all of this. Yeah, I mean the novels are. It's I've been talking about how the game has this ambiguity, and then the translation it kind of loses some of that ambiguity, and it feels
Hmm.
intentional. But the novels also lose some of the ambiguity, but in the other
But in the other
direction.
direction, by
Yeah.
talking, like making
Um,
explicit parallels all the time, and you're just like,
Yeah,
oh,
well, it feels like the novels just kind of more directly address
yes,
the um the ambiguity of the relationship in a
yeah,
more kind of direct way.
yes,
So I still think that the relationship itself has this ambiguity, but the novels just deal with
for
it
sure.
more honestly, that there's that it's more complicated than a kind of straightforward um
Yeah, it's something too where
mainstream
like I
interpretation or
think
whatever. Yeah.
there's always like, there's just a more freedom, I suppose, in just being like, we can write kind of what we want or explore things in like a novel that maybe we couldn't do in a game in 2004. You know what I mean? However they want to do it or whatever they're exploring or however, like it's still true. Like to this day, there are no, there's no like canon couple in Kingdom Hearts. It's something where it's just like you can just be doing whatever, but like there is a certain point where like, and this is like my experience is like I am a queer person talking about like, wow, this shit's really gay, and some people really don't like that. And it's something where I'm like, there is a certain threshold we're crossing where it's just like you calling me crazy for like seeing this is like you sound crazy. I don't know what else to say to you. Where I'm just like, am I just supposed to like close my eyes? Like they're spoon feeding me. I'm like lying down. I'm like, stop. I'm like the Grinch in the chair and they're like trying to feed me pudding. And I'm like, the whole time. I'm tired, Grandpa. And like that's
The
that's
Grinch
just like
reference, it's definitely January. We just had a
Yeah.
Christmas.
Look, this is something that comes up enough. One of my friends will often go, it's like, this is not pudding. And they're like, "God, what is it?" It's just something referenced enough that it's up there. Even if it weren't January. This is not pudding. Then what is it? But it's something where it's just like, we can all talk about our things and just have a perfectly open discussion. I just, we don't have to be mean about it and shutting things down, it's just like, I just want to talk about the literal text in the novel and everything else. I think it's worth discussing, but this is part of,
No,
this
it's
is like
cool.
one thing that makes, just one aspect that makes everybody crazy.
It's so great, like to have all of this extra content, extra context that surrounds the games that are I think the funniest thing today was secondary canon. Was that the
Yeah, I mean, that's just technically what it's called, and that it's like, it is canon until like there is something that just conflicts otherwise, in the way that it's like, yeah, Sora went to Hercules. I'm sorry, that's not like being removed from canon. You know what I mean? Otherwise,
that is a funny term. I've never heard anything referred to as like secondary canon or whatever. But
yeah, that is the
it's
term I saw somebody generally use to describe it once, because people have this issue with like Star Wars novels. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, people are trying to find
bigger,
their tiers
bigger
of
fandoms will have this problem just because of how many different hands are in the pot.
Yeah,
Too many
exactly.
cooks in the kitchen.
Yep.
So someone's toes are getting stepped on eventually. Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. And so that's like when people discussing this, because I was also trying to figure it out, but it's like everything that this person has written is like in every capacity considered canon, and there's nothing to lead us otherwise other than people trying to like split hairs in a weird way, because like she literally like wrote for the games, wrote the novels for the games, and has continued to work on the series ever since. And I'm like, I don't know why I wouldn't consider this canon, you guys.
Yeah.
But I do think he went to Olympus in KH1, you know? I think that was wrong. It's the one time I'm electing not to believe the novels, is I think he went and saw Hercules. Also, yeah, novels are available to purchase, also able to be checked out from your local library, and if not, you can always request them. Use your local library. Wonderful resource for
local
everyone.
Library, shout out.
Libraries are important. My grandma worked and retired in a library. And my buddy Cloudcaster, who is in here, also works at a library and is the one who was like, don't forget, you can check your library. And so here's your friendly reminder. Your local library is great. Give them your business, and by business, I mean utilize them at all. I work library.
Use the services or risk its loss, its disappearance.
Yeah, basically. Do it, please, for the sake of everyone. But yes, for anybody interested, the novels are available and around. You can get digital copies of the novels to read. KH2 novel, insane. That shit goes crazy. And that's one where I'm like, I have to make sure we have time so I can talk about it. But at least this time I don't have to explain Japanese like grammar lessons and other stuff, you know. It's just like I think there's even like the minutia of the necklace theory that like I didn't quite go into, but like it is just that shared memory that they have, you know, being this meteor shower memory, and they're kind of the only two who could have seen it. And there are other things that refer to the fact that, like, hey, the nominee can't make new memories. She can only alter ones that are there. And they take Riku's memory and put it in Repliku, and then he's like, this meteor shower! And they're using both of them. And so it's just like, guys, I can do math. Who else could it have been? You know, what else do you need from me? As well as I think somewhere in the novel they refer to that like charm as like a pendant, and like Riku, like Repliku is like my necklace, you know, and you're like, all right, sure. Okay. And there's a lot of other details and other things that are like stuff that are completely out of the further game stuff that I'm obviously not going to get into, where like the novels literally describe the charm as the necklace. Also, Steam Whistler 2 here in the chat, that my buddy Steam is the person who not that other people hadn't theorized this in the past, you know, here and there, but Steam really was like, I think I'm onto something, and then like wrote a lot about it, just being like, this is making me think that, like, you know, Riku gave him the necklace, and like all of these things kind of connect together. And then after making all these posts that were like talking about it, and then they were like, by the way, we translated these comments on like the art in one of the old Ultimanias, and then it was like, we were gonna have Riku give him the charm. And it was like, great, awesome, just completely reverse engineered like this as like a theory. And then it was like, yeah, we meant to do that from the beginning, and you're just like, hope that pays off one day. But all of that said, thank you to Steam, who has written a lot of this, and it's also how I found them, and then we became friends in the first place. So I am putting their link in the chat. That is a master post of just, this is how they, you know, if you want to read more about it and more in depth than any of the evidence that like Steam has found.
Theory.
For the necklace theory, there is that. And earlier I had linked the Aitsu document. I'll put that in again, just for the people who want something to chew on. They want to read it. And if you want to read the novels, they're out there. You can get them physically. You can get them digitally. You can go to your library. There's so much to chew on. And I feel
there's so much Kingdom Hearts stuff to get.
There is
also
so
like,
much.
I gotta get these novels. I need these mangas. I gotta get these. I gotta get the statues.
You gotta
I
get
need
the
some
statues.
Keyblades.
Dude, you
There's
need
so
this
many
Riku.
things that that I now want to get. But I tell you what, I got a pretty gnarly little charm set myself now. Thank you, Hot Topic.
Yeah, thanks, Hot
Appreciate
Topic.
the accessibility of getting some cool Kingdom Hearts merch.
New video idea. Can you live off of KH merch? Yes. I think I feel like I could have done this.
I think we've done it. I think what I want to know, Niku.
Yeah.
I think what I want to know is,
yeah.
is there any specific context looking forward now that I may have missed?
Yes.
Like we're about
Let's
to next
cap
week,
off with that.
a week from right now.
A week.
we will
Everybody a
be-
reminder.
We will be playing Kingdom Hearts 2. I will be playing for the first time.
Next
So,
Wednesday.
stepping into Kingdom Hearts 2, I mean, I have all the context that I need, right? Like, and
I mean,
is there anything going into the next game that you guys want to tell me or that I should know?
I am skimming.
Or even reading
really
the
quick.
novels to us. That's a whole nother series, Picante.
Look, you
That's
can't.
a whole like.
You cannot escape at some point. I will just be like, you get to read this excerpt of Riku. You have to. You're obligated. You are off the hook for now because it was mostly in the context of I am explaining things to you, but there's a whole monologue I'm thinking about later that happens in Dream Drop Distance, and it's and you're gonna have fun reading it for the rest of us. But let's see. I don't think that there are interesting like interview stuff, but like I can't think of anything
Tylona,
that like
I did see the secret ending. We did.
Yes.
We did indeed. And my viewing of it is on the VOD channel here, in the Kingdom Hearts 1 playlist. I think it's called Secret Ending.
Yeah.
But I did do it. I went back and did it after we grinded the rest of the game, the content.
Ground
Ground the game?
ground out the game, I guess.
After we had the grind.
Yeah. I don't think I can, because like, you know, you've been playing, like the fact that you played Chain of Memories at all before going into KH2 gives you a lot of things, like a lot of context a lot of people did not have going into that game, because people would be like, either they didn't know it existed as a game in general, or, you know, they just didn't have a Game Boy to play it on. That was a very common experience. Now, not the experience. Most people are playing things in order, yada yada. Yeah, I went from 1 to 2. Yeah, most people did, to be fair. No longer the case. But I think, like, the opening of, like,
And that's
KH2...
normal. Like,
yeah.
there's plenty of Zelda games on handheld that I missed. And,
Yeah.
you know, they're games that I've always said I would go back and check out and play and stuff, but haven't because they're on handhelds that I can't be bothered to deal with, honestly, just like just playing them on the old hardware and stuff. So I mean, that makes sense. You know, it's nice that you guys have a lot of it remastered. I hope they do like complete the collection to be playable all in one place. You know what I mean? Like that I think is the hope anyway, you know, that they'll actually like complete the set on Steam or wherever.
That would be really nice. I'm hoping. That would be really convenient, because we just have those like few sparing games that, like, because they were mobile games on the phone, you know, they sit in a weird kind of limbo. So that'll be interesting when we get there and I have to like decide how to dole these out to you. But it'll, you know, maybe, who knows, by the time we get there, maybe they'll finally like have something. I hope, I pray. I think, like, all I could say is, like, KH2 is really good, and it definitely starts with, like, mysterious circumstances in a way that, like, obviously just, you know, if you just embrace it and let it just kind of play its story out, you're gonna be like, wow, okay. You know, or where otherwise people go in and they go, who's this? What's happening? You know, and it's just like, just let it happen.
The beginning is
experience
iconic.
it.
Nice.
It
So
is.
it starts
it is.
strong. It has a strong
Yeah.
start.
Oh yeah, it's
Starts off
very
with a
much,
bang.
very much so. Also, the intro to KH2, much like KH1, is another Utada banger. It's so good. But just, you know, be aware
So
for
be ready
copyright.
to split my VOD.
Yeah, exactly. You're gonna be ready.
I'll have to
And
split my VOD, okay? I'm
yeah.
sorry to everyone on YouTube. It's I learned that lesson, and I don't need to learn it twice.
Yeah, so this is my warning to you, as well as just really look at this intro with your eyes, because it is so packed full with like really cool symbolism and imagery. Like, it's just like the music is banging, and you're gonna want to go like you always do. Don't take your eyes off the screen. Don't you do it. Don't you look away. Dance, but like, I need you to.
Son of a...
You could do this. You can do. I need you to like not lock eyes with me. You know what I mean? I need you to look at the screen, or
Yes.
I'm going to come to your house in a bad way.
All right. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Yeah.
You'll have to remind me closer in.
When
okay?
when we're
It's like,
close, and I'm gonna be like,
I'm
don't
gonna-
forget. Don't take your
Yeah.
eyes off the screen.
I will easily, you know, I could be swayed. You know, you're gonna have to remind me closer to the
Oh
time.
yeah,
Dance
that, or I'll just.
responsibly.
Yeah, it's that, or it's like I just make you watch it again later. It's just, and the thing is, it whips so hard, you're gonna be like, maybe I will look at it again. Maybe I'll go see it because it like looks so cool or whatever. And then you watch it for like the 40th time, like I did before I ever played Kingdom Hearts, because it was the first video I ever saw on YouTube. Isn't that fun?
The first one.
The first video I ever, I discovered YouTube because somebody, this was on DeviantArt, and somebody had been like, I'm so excited for Kingdom Hearts 2, and I was like, I don't know anything about it. I am in middle school. And then they were like, it's the intro, and they posted it, and I was like, what is this website with videos on it? And then they were like, it's called YouTube. And then I went to YouTube, and then I watched that dancing skeleton puppet like everybody else. And that was the first thing I ever, that's how I discovered like YouTube. I did not have good internet, and I was not on the internet very much, so.
Video I ever watched is, geez.
I have that memory
Dancing
for some
skeleton.
reason. Dude, there it is. There's the dancing skeleton. That's the
There it
one that
is.
everybody watched. I love that dancing skeleton. So that was my experience with YouTube, and like the first time I like really ran into it was somebody posting like the Kingdom Hearts 2 intro, and I was like, this music is so, you know. So that's gonna be your experience. You're gonna watch it 30 times.
Kingdom Hearts 2 came out. Yeah, me too.
Yeah. I was, to be fair, I was in like late middle school. Like, you're not that much, you're 6 years older than me. It's not that crazy, okay? And that's just a
middle
big,
school to college.
yeah, it's a
sounds
big
like a
gap.
bigger,
It sounds
you know,
big, but like, you know,
6
years
years makes it sound closer than middle
Yeah.
school to college. Jeez.
Yes, it that, because, well, when you're young, everything is 4 million light years away because you've been on
That's
the
true,
planet for
yeah.
like 10 years. You know what I mean?
That's right. Yeah.
So
It's
yeah, it
always
sounds a
like,
lot worse.
Yeah, it's easier to double your time here when you've only been here a few years. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So that's just how it goes. But in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big of an age difference, actually. So, sorry, I was reading
in first
Trick's
grade,
message.
I win. It's amazing.
I was in first grade.
Oh my God.
Little babies, that's okay.
Aw.
Oh, so sweet. I think I was
Niku-
like 11 when it came out. Anyway, not KH2, KH1. Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's wrap this shit up, huh? Let's be done with this. I would
Thank
love
you,
to go to
Niku,
the bathroom.
for the mega yap. As
The mega
usual.
yap,
Like
yeah.
the supreme. I hope everyone has enjoyed the Niku ReCom Recap Power Hour
Uh-huh.
with Niku
Yeah.
Tsune.
Uh-huh.
We've been here for an entire day, a full
Yeah.
work shift. We've been
Oh,
here,
yeah.
yapping about all this stuff. I hope you guys have enjoyed. Thank you,
Mm-hmm.
Niku, for being my spirit guide through the
Yeah.
realm.
Absolutely. No problem. I put you in my big Sariku pocket and I walked you through the veil, the fog, you know. I feel like I
It's
could
been
have
a
been
lot
a
of
little
fun.
more concise, but, you know, time
No,
gets away from us.
The day has been designated. We will have a designated day for our yap post game, and
Mm-hmm.
and I have fun shooting the shit with you and going through the
Yeah.
game and the lore and all the cool like extra content, like the novels and the manga and
Oh, yeah.
all of the like community context and all this
Mm-hmm.
stuff. I mean, I feel like there's so much more to it all than I've ever knew was even there, or you know what I mean? Even knowing
Yeah.
that the game had a big following,
Mm-hmm. There's a
and
lot
so
going on back there.
it's so cool to like to get a window into it and see,
Mm-hmm.
and I appreciate you and the community and everybody who's so passionate about it, who loves the series so much.
The deluxe spa
and
package,
who's
yeah.
chosen to spend some of their internet time hanging out here with me.
Yeah. I mean, I
Thank
just
you
like
guys
hanging
very,
out
very much.
anyway. You know, I just like
Yeah.
shooting the shit. Like, that's part of the problem is they're like, well, we're just going to talk about nothing for an hour, you know? And then we're like, I guess we got to get to work. So I just enjoyed, hanging out anyway, regardless of how much I get out to you actually. But
Yeah, I enjoy it too. It's always fun. And we will do it many more times
Mhm.
to come.
yeah,
But
that's for
but
sure.
this will be the second
Mhm.
annual. Well, the last one was last year, wasn't it? The second annual will
Technically,
probably.
yeah.
I mean, I don't think it'll take us a year to get through two.
No, it won't take us a year to get through two, but we'll make some
Puppy Love's here.
distance.
What's up, pup?
Hi, puppy. Hi, puppy, and your terrible walk on. I can't hear, but I know. I know it. Yeah, a few months,
but,
and that's just gonna be because it's spaced out. But
Our biannual.
our biannual,
Mega
maybe.
bi-
I feel like with this next year, we'll at least get. Maybe we'll get
Disco!
like 2 finished, and then we'll start a third, depending on the
Disco?
pace.
Yeah, we'll get 2 finished for sure.
Some games
I
are
know it
shorter
won't
than
take
others,
me
you know.
a year to get through 2, but
No.
but I feel like we'll spend a lot of time because even when we finish 2, well, like I'm not going to be as I'm not going to quickly. I don't plan on at least as quickly moving from 2 to the next one.
Mhm.
Like once we're kind of like story complete, like I think because 2 is so popular and has so much content, we'll probably
Yeah.
spend some more time once I'm done with the actual story, staying on 2 for a while and doing more stuff before we like move on to
There's
the
a lot
next
of
one or whatever.
fun extracurricular stuff to do in 2 as well.
Yeah, I
so.
want to, you know me, I want to get into that
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
too and check out all the content and stuff. So we'll be sure to do all of that.
Mhm.
Yeah, next week, you guys, it's gonna be here before you know it. We'll be
Yeah.
sitting here jamming out to the
Exactly a week.
to the song and we'll be getting
And looking
into
at it
a whole
with your
new game.
eyes.
I will be watching intently
Yeah.
during the entire song.
Yep. You'll be so good,
Definitely.
and you'll remember everything that you see because it'll look cool as hell. So you better look at it.
Definitely.
Okay. Not dismissing him starting KH2 for nothing. Yeah, everybody exactly a week. Probably 1 p.m. Most likely Wednesday next week. Okay? It'll be good.
Yeah.
Very
we're both
excited.
at cons this weekend, right? Do
Yeah,
you want to
yeah,
tell
I'm-
everyone about where you're gonna be?
Oh, if anybody in the Portland area, Oregon, if you will. I am going to Fan Expo this weekend. Canary and I will be selling our Kingdom Hearts goodies at that con. So come buy it. Come
Nice.
and buy that. You can get one of these. You can get one of these. Sora's face. And that's all I have in front of me. But there's more than that, I promise. And then you're going to your con.
That's right. I will be in Albuquerque, New Mexico for Albuquerque Comic-Con. I don't think I've ever been to Albuquerque before, or New Mexico at all, actually. And so this will be my first time in New Mexico. I'm looking forward to that. And I know some people in the community are going to come out and say what's up. I look forward to seeing you guys, saying what's up, hanging out. And yeah, I'm excited to get going. 2026, there's going to be lots of conventions for me to hit. I already have a whole bunch of them lined up. There's more possibly coming in all the time, even. And by the way, I did reach out to Lucas about the other one, Niku, as well. So that's
that's good.
done.
That's good.
As
I set up your vacations for you.
Yes, thank you kindly. As things are confirmed, I will let everyone know as usual, and then you guys can get details about the places that I will be traveling to for appearances in the sub club on our Discord, where the community is hanging whenever we're not here. So
yeah. We all
we made
shuffle
it.
into
8
the other
hours.
room.
Yeah, we definitely crossed 8 hours just now.
Yeah.
Niku, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you very much for the
Absolutely.
ReCom recap.
Yep.
We're
I hope
going
you
to,
had a good time. And now
it
at
was
your
a lot.
con, when people come up and they're like, "Oh my god, the necklace theory," you go, "I know about that."
And I go hold my beer, and then I
yeah. And then you
and then I take
you explain Japanese pronouns.
Hell yeah. That'll be lots of fun. I but geez,
anyway,
I mean, it feels like we just finished our recom, like extracurriculars and stuff,
Yeah.
and 2 felt like it was a long time away, but it's just a week. It's gonna be
Just
here
a
before
week.
you know it.
Christmas, just a week away.
I know.
Oh boy.
I know. It's gonna be here before you know it, and then we'll be on to the next game. So
Just a week.
thank you, Niku. I'm gonna let
Yep.
you go, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a sign off and stuff, and I'm gonna go eat.
Please go eat.
and
I didn't finish my
call it.
food at all. I was too busy talking. I was like, this is not now. No, I can't do this. So you need to go eat at least.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna
Yeah.
get off here and go do that tomorrow.
A raid,
I
right? As
am streaming tomorrow. We're
Uh-huh.
gonna play some blueprints. I might split tomorrow with blueprints and hightail, because I do want to crack back into hightail before too long. I'm still very excited about that. I had a lot of fun playing hightail yesterday. I hope you guys did too. And yeah, I will see you guys there. So Niku,
Yep.
I'll check you later. I'm gonna let you go, and I'm gonna sign off.
I will do the same thing. Okay,
All
have
right,
fun
Niku.
signing off. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye, everybody.
Later, Niku. Bye.
There we go. Let me head over here for a second. Hi, everybody. Welcome to my stream. Oreo, I saw you bringing up the point. I did see. I do not want it to seem like I was ignoring you completely. There was no real good time to bring that up at that point. And it was so clear that this had ran way over time that I was like, you know what? This is okay. Because there were other interviews and things that I can remember that I like, you know what? I didn't have time to bring this up. I didn't have time to bring up. I mean, if I did have time, it was poorly allotted time to bring up, Riku is, we don't know what Riku is yet, kind of a thing. We don't have blah, 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 blah. So, like, I feel like I could feel, like, halfway through, my energy crashed suddenly, and I was having a lot of trouble with, like, trying just to remember words. Having notes helped a lot. Next time if you need someone to direct and talk in your ear. I've had, like, 400 people, like, offer to do that. And sometimes it's just like, you know, Graven is saying something that I'm like, that's interesting, and I want to let him just talk. I want to let him just finish what he's saying. And then, you know, sometimes it just goes places, and that's just how it is. It's more like, I don't want to be like, okay, anyway, whatever you're saying. So this question, you know, this could be good to bring up during the dark. There's so much information too, that it's something where I'm like, I really don't want to overwhelm you with it in the way that, like, so much of this is like, we have had so much time to let this kind of information percolate and you know, really consolidate in our brains, that, like, when you try to unpack that to somebody, it is way, way more. It's so much more than you'd expect. And, usually in the conversation, stuff just comes up anyway. It's true. And it's like, there's something where, like, if I want to talk about Riku, because there were a lot of questions that we had too that were just, like, kind of non-questions I had to go around. And so sometimes people are just asking, they want him to know stuff so bad, and I get it. But sometimes it's not always, like, think about how you were scratching your head and it made Graven scratch his head. That's funny. Shit, I read that and I lost my place. It really is. Monkey see, monkey do. I can't wait. I'm gonna... Let me see. Next week, okay? It'll be good.
Yeah. We're both
It really is, just, like, immediately. That's really funny. Anyway, there was just a lot more at a point where I just had to make, like, a judgment call of being like, I am going to give you the broad strokes of this. There is so much to read into it. There are so many interviews. There's so much to, like, there's so much, like, evidence to look into. There's so much to the novels. There's, like, so much out there. And, like, I think he was enjoying it. I just think that there's some extent of being like, I need to play safe with this because people read into everything I do more than anybody else, because he's literally the guy who voices Riku. So I was like, okay, I'll at least give you this stuff, and we're just going to be like, wow, that's crazy. Okay, now you know about it, and we're going to move on. If you're revealing the...
Who's shooting at us?
Hi! Hey everybody, I was signing off. Thanks for coming back really suddenly. I was literally just talking about, guys, I haven't seen you in stream in so long. Wow. Oh, now Graven has a subscription. Thanks. Thank you, Pseudo. I was like, I have to sign off, but first I have to say something. And then I kept going a little bit. But anyway, I think we did the best with what we could. I know that there were some things people really wanted me to say that, like, I didn't quite get to, but like I was saying, I had to make a judgment call of going, this is enough. That's fine. Because, and now that you're all here, you can, hear my quick statement. I'll let you sign up. Thank you, Graven. It was fun. Now go eat your food. The sign-off hype train. Yeah, thank you. We're at a solid level 1 so far. Oh my god, I lost my point. See, this is how I know I was like, I'm losing. Oh my god. Ugh. Like, I know, look, buddy, I know I'm white, but like... Anyway, it was good. It's a lot of information. More can be learned in time. That's exactly. That's what I think, is that, I was saying earlier that everything that we know is a lot that has percolated over time. There's a lot that we already know and kind of take for granted, and then when you try to unpack that, it's literally like a can of the spring worms, you know? And I'm like, okay, time to broad strokes it, you know? So it's what you gotta do. We still had fun. We still got to talk about stuff. We got to hear so many of Graven's thoughts about, like, the game and ringworms, spring-loaded worms, snake in a can, puppy. Anyway, I think moving forward, some things can be saved for later, and some things can be brought up more readily. I could talk about KH all day. So could I. Absolutely. And I did I'm trying to, I just passed it. 8 hours! Technically, I started a little later than Graven, so now I, too, have 8 hours. I also, my stream is 8 hours. My recording is 7 hours and 50 because I paused it when I went to the bathroom. We can talk about Kingdom Hearts because we are insane. It's so close to a hype train level 2, you guys. It's like this it's 96%. Who's got like 2 pennies or whatever? I don't know how much it would take, but you got 10 seconds to do it. Oh my god, Pseudo! Yay! Hour 8! Woohoo! Alright, I got 2 pennies from Puppy! Yippee! Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Enjoy your subs. Blakeub. Lovely. Wonderful. No, I appreciate it. I'm glad everybody had fun. I'm glad that I can do a sufficient job in explaining the games or just details and things that people need. I'm glad that people just enjoy listening to it. You know, I say this as somebody who is also, thank you, Kitty, for the 5 bits. And thank you, Gabby, for the some bits. How many did you send me? Some. 75 bits from Pseudo! 1 work Aitsu. Who knows? I don't know. Some amount of bits. And it's going off. And it's going off so much. But, like, as I was going to say is, like, as somebody who is a fan and has trouble having the patience or listening to other people who don't know what the hell they're talking about, you know, I hopefully strive to be the person who's not that guy. I would like to, you know, I'm coming in with the knowledge I hope appropriate to talk about something and not make somebody super mad, which is less of a fear of being mad and more just like, I want us all to have fun. You know, it's Kingdom Hearts is a series that is so hard to, if you do not know the level of, like, anybody having knowledge on, like, you don't know where they stand or, like, how much they know. It is so hard to listen to people talk about it. Work. Unfortunately, some people will be mad. It's like, whatever. Yeah, but that said, I'm just saying, like, to the Kingdom Hearts heads, to the people who know what they're talking about, hearing me talk about it, I hope is a good time. And I think it is. I'd like to think that historically it's been proven that people like to listen to me talk about it. So thank you, Claude, for the bits. I forgot Taisetsu no Hito. Look, Taisetsu no Hito is not a can of worms I'm opening until way later. It all has to be contextual, because otherwise it's just white noise. When you explain something to someone, it has to be contextual. S-O-R-A-K-U. Oh, it's Soraku, right, because it's Riku's love for Sora. Duh. Can't believe I forgot about her name is Riku until the convo started happening. Oh yeah, KH is up for interpretation, even if you know what you know for sure. It's something where it's just like, sometimes people are just like they're with their whole chest just factually incorrect information, and you're like, and you take psychic damage. Like, it hurts, you know? So I just, you know, that's the one thing where I'm like, I sure hope that everybody had fun, that I'm entertaining. I'm confident that it is good and that it's fine because people like to show up for it, but Soriki, Sormiku. Pseudo with another gift, this one to my partner. Uplifted Max. Another gift to Game Watch Josh. Thank you, everybody. I have goofy little emotes. I hope you enjoy them. Yeah, Dream Drop would also be good to break up the Power Hour topics. That's the thing. It's like, I'll probably have to go in with like a plan. I did consider making a PowerPoint, but amongst everything I was doing for the holidays, I did not end up doing that. I had to travel. I had to host. I also was, I don't know, tired. I couldn't have done this without the help of Gabby, without the help of Tennille, without the help of Chi, beloved Chi, and Rosie, who also organized some other stuff for me. And it's like, I could not have done that without their assistance, because even if I know all of this stuff, sometimes it's overwhelming to go and fetch all of it and put it in like a, you know, a convincing, nice, easy to read way, even if it's just for my own reference. So, but I need you to know, and I think it's better that I'm saving this for later, okay? This is the bit I'm telling you guys now, okay? You have to hold me to it. I really want to make a PowerPoint, like a little slideshow, that's like a quiz on character names, and somewhere in there is, I'm also just going to put Miku. I'm just gonna put Miku, and I'm gonna let him flounder about it, okay? Hatsune Miku. It's just gonna be like, and here's Luxeus, and then like here's Hainer, and then here's Hatsune Miku. You know, it's just gonna be like, all right, who is this? Like, this is my plan. And I thought about doing that for this one, but we have so many more characters once we hit KH2 that I think it will be better if I do it then. Yeah. It could be the, that's what I thought. I was gonna be like the Miku that Nomura drew. I had that thought. And then I heard you say my name and bolted up. Love the emotes. I'm glad. Apollo, what color? Apollo, what color? Blue. No, Apollo. Sea green. And then we start the Miku interpretation fight. Shrock. Yeah. Metal. Anyway. I think it would be good to help condense these talks to less time because you both just look tired at the end. I love long yaps though. See, here's the thing. Now that we're out of that where I'm like, I feel bad. I'm like, I'm really putting all of this stuff on you. I can keep talking about it. I am perfectly capable of continuing to talk about Kingdom Hearts because I don't have to explain it to somebody who's being inundated with new information. You know what I mean? This is also, I can just talk and like, I don't have to pause to like wait for somebody else to talk. Not as if that's a bad thing. I can just say whatever I want to you guys and there's nothing you can fucking do about it because you can't stop me. So, it's easy for me to just go meh, 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 for like 400 years. Because I have the momentum and I can do whatever I want. I am speaking into a camera. Anything, it's just to save Graven. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think we still had fun. And there was a point where, like, we were just kind of talking about Chain of Memories and having a good conversation. And there was a point I had realized, I was like, we have spent 3 to 4 hours talking, still on subject, talking about what we meant to, you know, Chain of Memories and everything. And I realized I haven't addressed the questions and I haven't addressed the other stuff and I haven't addressed all of that. So I was like, I need to start to veer over to do this. And so, you know, I was like, damn, I should have started doing this earlier, but it was just like good organic conversation. I feel like, I don't think it was a bad thing. I just think it's something where like, we're just prone to talking to each other. Granted, we let that first hour just be whatever. He never did finish his summary of Riku side. Well, we kind of talked about it, and then we talked about like the road to dawn, and it's okay. I poked everybody. Everybody had to just deal with it, and they couldn't stop me. You can't stop me. I can just keep doing it. But like, he had insightful stuff to say. He wanted to talk about it. Like the fact that he immediately went into being like, this scene with Sora was like my favorite scene for him because it was just so Sora, you know, and like he had thoughts about it. I'm like, this is what we're here for. This is the post-game discussion. So I got a warning to send this message and I ignored it. I'm glad you did. Vancouver and T was very crucial. Look, like we said, we're like people, because there were so many people who were like, I'm not gonna make it on time, I'm gonna miss it, and so I was like, well, it's okay, we can just buy some time, talk about whatever, you know what I mean? It's fine. And that's when it was like, and the ads happened, and I was like, okay, now we're gonna pivot. Like, we're gonna start talking about it. Like, that was like, that wasn't an accident, you know what I mean? I was like, we can talk a little bit, we can warm up, and then go forward. It's, you know, because that was like, when I was asking, it was like, how about the ads? Okay, it's been like an hour, now it's time to do that. Catch me up. Are people claiming you forgot to mention something or what? Oh, no, not really. There were some other things I know people requested me to talk about, and then I opted not to. I kind of had to prioritize what I had. I wanted to make him aware of the novels. The manga was secondary. That was just like, here's the art. This is from the manga, you know. But I wanted him to be aware of the novels. I wanted him to have the most broad strokes of, like, the necklace theory, which is, like, pretty straightforward in the fact that you're like, there is, you know, the theory that Riku gave him his necklace. Chain of Memories provides the context of which he would have probably given him his necklace. And then Aitsu is just like, they use this in a really pointed way that it kind of doesn't leave room for anybody else but Riku. There you go. Now he knows these things. You know what I mean? So now people can be satisfied that he knows, because these things are going to come up in his comments. People are going to bring it up to him at con, you know, all of this stuff. And I'm satisfied enough with that. You know what I mean? Because, like, a lot of this stuff, there is so much in the novels, but you know, there's so much that, like, I can't just expect him to sit through me reading a book to him the whole time. When a lot of this is, like, I sought it out because I wanted to read it and I wanted to know. Niku thinks a lot about these things. I do think a lot about these things. And it's something where it's just like, I do think it's really important at the end of the day to not wear somebody out. And, like, Graven is, like, good at listening, and I think he has the energy for it, but I was also like, I don't want to push it. You know what I mean? I'm not even worried as if he couldn't call it and be like, okay, I need to leave or something. But I just didn't want it to be, like, so and inundating, like, of so much information that it wasn't, there's a point where you're just not absorbing it anymore, you know? He was curious to hear the rest of the section you started. Well, yeah. Leave them wanting more. Exactly. Very concerned when he started to look like he was going to crash. I think there was just a point where, like, we both just kind of, like, I had lost energy. And then he had lost energy, because part of that is, like, we were doing it for, like, 5 hours. And right now I feel okay, because I also had a little bit of a drinky. So that helps. But, like, you know, that only lasts for so long. I love looking at the concept art. It's so good. I also like looking at the concept art. That's my favorite Red Bull. I know. Every time I see it, I think Pseudo likes this one, and then I get it. A friend recommended me the stream. Only got into Kingdom Hearts recently, and I learned so much. Thank you. Dude, Skeleton Greens, love the name, and also you're welcome. I am happy to provide. There is so much here for anybody who is genuinely curious about the novels. This is not necessarily to promote my Discord, but it is there. And within the Discord, I have many materials available for people to peruse. So, like, you know, if you want aid in helping, we have book club. You know, we have a lot to, like, help you find the novels if you need to. What novel is the book club on currently? At the strawberry. This is the strawberry apricot one. That is that a sub Discord, or there's just a link? I don't have it attached to, like, subscriptions. If you go down below, you should be able to find it, but it is just free to join. So it's generally a public Discord. We talk a lot about Kingdom Hearts and a lot about Suriku especially. So if you want to find a space where we all talk about it and take things seriously about it in discussion, that's the place for you. Okay? So, feel free to come join my Discord for fun and to find the novels if you're curious. But I love this stream so much. I'm so glad, Game Watch Josh. We'll be done with days in, like, 3 weeks, I think. We'll do a run. Oh, the days in the novel. I see. Do a run on Saturday and then a rerun on Sunday. So if people can't make it Saturday, Sunday is also an option. I'm okay. Yeah, it is getting late for people, and I wasn't lying when I said I had to go to the bathroom. Oh, my recording made it over 8 hours. There we go. Now I can close that book. That said, I am truly so excited to see Graven start KH2. I can't wait for some of the reveals, some of the worlds, some of the just like I'm just excited like what joy it is to see someone experience a thing you love for the first time. So, you know, I'm glad that we can do this. I'm glad that we can talk about it, that I can tell him about, are you going to raid tonight? I'll raid. I'll be good. But like, I'm glad that I can tell him about these things and that he's like so welcoming of like the fandom and like the stuff that we want to talk about, you know? I think that as much as he's, you know, trying to be very neutral and play it safe, like I think he's having a good time. Like, you know, I think he's enjoying, open to Suriku at all. And like, there's a lot of it where it's like, I think he definitely sees everything we're talking about. But like I said, a lot of people take things he says very seriously. So it's something where it's like, yeah, but anybody can interpret it any way they want, of course, you know, and it's just like, yeah, they sure can. You're so right, Queen. And Queen, not the person, Queen, the rhetorical. Okay, do you guys think he'll clock that it's Riku in the beginning? You'll see Soul. Yeah, I think he'll be able to go, wait a second, you know, and then anyway, go off, rhetorical queen, woohoo. Gotta be professional at all times to a certain extent. Yeah, exactly. I'm a huge Sokai, and I have been since Cage 2 came out. But for sure, I'm open to others' thoughts, and it's valid. Both ways in my eyes, I could totally see it going either way. See, and I think that's fine. I think what most people get kind of, and this is just like, I want it to be so clear that like, I think that what most people like get up in arms with is that so often is the case that like, especially when it's like a gay ship, they're often faced with like, and I say this as somebody who has experienced it, that like very often in these kind of fandom spaces that like people still think it's okay to like be homophobic about the way they disagree with you, right? So like it's something where it's just like, well, because of course gay things don't happen, or people are just more outright like actually mean and bigoted to people. And that's obviously, this is clarification, not everybody. It's that like queer people experience this very often, and so it's people usually having to be like, hey, please listen to me. I want to talk about the thing I see, you know, and are usually greeted with some kind of resistance, right? And so people like fight to be listened to or talked to, like taken seriously as they talk about it. And I think it's something where it's just like, in a perfect world, we're all sitting here just being like, I see it this way. And the other person is going, well, I see it this way. And like, I appreciate that you're coming in here being like, I love this, but like, I totally see it. And I'm like, thank you. That's all I want. I'm not trying to convince you. I just want to talk about what I'm seeing, what like, why is all of this here in the novel? Why is all of that there? And it's like, even if in the craziest outcome that it's like, and then Sora and Riku kiss on the mouth on screen or whatever, and if people were still like, I like Sokai though, I'd be like, dude, hell yeah. I want you to be happy, because it's like, that's not going to stop anybody. You know what I mean? Just because, you know, Naruto has a family with a wife and kids he doesn't see doesn't mean people stopped shipping Sasunaru, you know what I mean? It's all about, like, you should be able to engage with media and, like, do what you want, you know? It's important to, like, allow people that space. So usually when I'm being like, hey, let's talk about this, you know, I'm like, look at this thing. Dragging Naruto, it's just like a perfect example, okay? The dinosaurs and the aliens and the absent father and the, you know, it's just, come on. And I don't say this as like, as if I hate it. I'm just like, it's crazy over there. But anyway, it's something where it's just like, I'm usually just trying to be like, please, like, I just want to make the space for being able to talk about this kind of thing. I just want to look at it and like, just to be, you know, not just like, humored or entertained to be like, oh, sure, yeah, okay, I guess you can see it that way, you know? I'm just like, there's are we not looking at the same thing? Can we just talk about it? It's insane over there. Who the hell is still defending the Naruto guy? I mean, Naruto the guy. I don't know. Not my circus, not my monkeys. Goku has a wife and child, but is, of course, asexual. Absolutely. That guy is, like, he made children, and he's, like, never kissed a woman on the mouth. You know what I mean? That's just the reality. of the situation. You can also simply be ace and like still engage in any kind of like it's a spectrum, you know what I mean? And sometimes you're like, yeah, I can engage in some kind of sex of any kind with my partner or whatever. Like you can have that. Or sometimes you can be like, I like to look at this or engage with it, but I don't like to be with other people just by myself. That's also a spectrum. Many people, you can be ace and have children. You can be ace and have a partner. You can be Aero and have a partner. You can be any of these things. Goku is ace and Mexican. Oh, Jesus. It's true. Goku belongs to Mexico, you guys. You could be ace and have a Gohan. Exactly. I hate how all media acts like we don't have any form of romantic or sexual relationships. Well, that usually people conflate being ace with being like, you are also like not interested in romance. Like you're completely devoid of like wanting a relationship. And for some people, they are ace and Aero. But like that's, that people aren't always familiar with the Aero part. And so it's like people just have like they just need to learn more. It just needs to be more readily available. So, horny aces rise! Horny aces arise! I think some people are just afraid of queer analysis in media, and I think that's true. I agree with you, and like, it usually comes from different places, but all of it is like, if you are afraid of, or you're trying to shoot it down, is usually like, kind of homophobic. In the way that like, sometimes you can do like a little homophobia, you know what I mean? Where you're not out here trying to be like, I'm going to be a bigot, you're just like, there's internalized issues that you're like, why am I fighting against this? What am I doing? It doesn't change. Like, you can do something racist, while you're actively being like, well, I'm not racist, but you still like reinforce something that just continues the racism. And like, it's the same thing with the homophobia. Like, you can just do these things and you just kind of slowly unlearn to be like, why do I give so much of a shit about that? Actually, all I'm doing is holding other people back for some reason I've never analyzed before. It's the same across the board. What are people saying? I can't stop thinking about this guy. Called Sora the real hero and Riku a fucking loser in my comments today. Damn, what's it like to not read? I swear I could see the wheels turning behind Graven's eyes. His face when Niku was reading. There's a point where I was like, guys, I don't know how else that one can, I am reading this excerpt of Riku being like, he only, like, she only thinks of Sora, but it's like, but I'm the same way, and it's just like, me and Sora together, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's something where you're like, you guys, if you want to play it safe and be like, yeah, that could be read any other way. It's like, if you know anybody and you know how to tell a story, it's like, I don't know. Yeah, there's only kind of one way to kind of read this. Like, it's clear that, like, regardless of how the feelings may land, Sora is like very much the centerpiece of like Riku's frustrations and difficulties and his messy feelings and everything, and like the reason why he fell to darkness and like what this darkness is. It's love triangle. He's obviously in a tough spot as a popular content creator. Yeah, and that's something where it's just like, I said love triangle, but like Sora's in the middle, and then he was just like, yeah! And I understand having to not take sides and stuff, but like, it is funny when you're just faced with it, and you're like, don't know what else I'm supposed to read from that, but sure. In that moment it clicked. I mean, when official materials refer to Riku's messy feelings towards Sora, like, it's a losing battle, you guys. It's something where it's like, I don't know how many other ways they can describe this without, like, eventually being like, yeah, gay, homotron, 9,000. Craven, I'm not taking sides. That's the thing. It's just like, regardless of like what's said, it's just like Graven is a little sweetie heart pookie pie that I love to hang out with, and we have fun. Almost gets out of his seat in agreement. Yeah. From the perspective of playing all the games, it's something where like I think the more you get into it, the more you're like, yeah, I can't pretend anything otherwise. But yeah, the what is Sora to you? There's also later with like Nominate describing like, oh, Riku's memories are all tangled up here as well with like Sora's stuff, and it was just like, yeah, but also like, you know, because like I had to, for Riku, like I had to get that memory, and it's like emphasized and like not elaborated upon, and you're like, whoa, what big special memory was that? I don't know, was it like the meteor shower, like the pivotal memory? Is it the My favorite part was Graven slowly realizing how less and less ambiguous it got as he went on. I know, because like he kept pausing to be like, yeah, that's really cool, the interpretation. I was like, no, you don't understand. I have a gun loaded with like several hundred bullets, and I can't even show all of them to you. And it's very much like there is no room for interpretation past a certain point. It's just like the text. And that's why I sit there going like, I just want more of this story, you know? They were described by 20th century historians as good friends who lived together and never married. Yeah. They were also buried together in ways that one would interpret as being, having, you know, it's like matrimony, like, oh, wow, they buried together with their stuff and they're holding hands, and also their skeletons are kissing, like it. Homies, you ever have a whole game dream drop about you and your guy? Wrote all over my 358 book when Naminé was talking about Riku's memories. Queen, my queen, I love you. Hi. Like the Pompeii lovers cuddled in bed. Yeah, like that. Love that for them. So Riku. Anime Las Vegas has posted about how Graven is going to be there, and they use the cage the gay played scene. I love that. Aw, Pseudo gave another gift, this time for Tennille. Thank you, Pseudo. I really appreciate it. Genuinely, for real, especially after we've just had expenses recently, but hopefully the con this weekend will help curb some of that, and any support I get from the stream helps a lot too. So today's stream is brought to you by Pseudo. Link now, a little off topic. Oh yeah, to show the announcement. And he doesn't even know. He doesn't even know what's coming down the pipe. It's coming. It's so ready. Pseudo, stop. Pseudo, you just said. Enjoy your subscription, Trick. A big part of him going, yeah, it can be up to interpretation, is that most of the time it kind of is. However, KH is so unique. Like, Graven, we aren't kidding. It's insane over here. That, yes, exactly. Like, that's what I was saying when I was just like, there are the examples of, you know, something is so misogynistic it's gay because they can't fucking be asked to do anything with the women in their story, and so all you're left with is, like, this incredibly rich relationship between two men, you know what I mean? And so it's like, naturally people are probably going to gravitate towards the more developed characters anyway, but like, that exists. And then there's Kingdom Hearts, which I'm not saying there aren't shades of, and then Kairi exists, and then the rest of the series goes and then they just like don't look at her, you know what I mean? That happens, but then the rest of it is like, we are sincerely pursuing like the showing of their relationship and how much they mean to each other, and like how this goes above and beyond like every other example of relationships and people's like feelings towards each other that the series has shown thus far. There is a point where it's just like, I don't know how else to interpret this because they don't give you the space to. I love Destiny trio, Sora, Riku, and Miki. At some point, you can't say he's lost his hair this way. He's just bald. Yeah. Anyway. Is this the announcement? It is. Oh, they used the beach scene. I love that. And then, yep, there's the gay blade scene. It's just like, there's nothing else. What else do you do? All of their scenes are about each other. Anyway, look. Listen, I gotta actually beach scene into Gayblade. Somebody knows what they're about, so whoever's making those. Oh boy. Anyway, we're everywhere. It's like I was telling him, I was like, it's a very common interpretation. Most people go through the series and they don't even bat an eye about it. They're like, yeah, those two are super gay. Like, those ones more than any of the other ones. There's something here. And he's gonna start seeing that it does not, the gas pedal does not let up. The end of the KH2 novel and everything to do with Riku. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. He is about to see how much this goes both ways. It's so silly. Everything with, like, Sora's perspective in KH2 is just like... How else? What? Honey. Gayblade is shit you do with, like, a close friend in high school and you're making OCs who are matching and in love, and then eventually you're in love with your friend. That's those blades to me. Please someone understand this. No, I know exactly what you mean. No, I'm not gay. I'm just an ally. I just care a lot about it, you know? Dude, the best was when a streamer I watched wasn't Sariku at first, and then she got to the end of KH2 and she was like, I love them. They are so gay. They need to kiss. They put a Palpu fruit on it. They did. He doesn't even know. He doesn't have any fucking idea. The shit that's coming down the pipe. Dude, I was just sitting here and then I was getting the Grinch pudding shoved in my mouth by the end of it. With like, oh, Sariku, you know, and I'm like, It's true, and that's about to be his ass. He thinks he can get away, but he can't. Big Sariku is big. In my pocket, expansive. Anyway, could that be your walk-on? What, me going, that one? No, I'm not non-binary. I'm just making my profile a character with the flag because it's my headcanon, me at 12. The Grink? Was the Grink there? Was the Grink? Was the Grink there? This is not pudding. Then what is it? That's like my impression of my friend doing the impression. My favorite Tui song? My favorite is 3 minutes clapping. I thought you should know. Is the Grink in the profile with us? Dude, the fudge judge. Yeah, exactly. And they're like just shoving it in. One of my good friends was visiting and he had just never seen the live action Grinch. And we very immediately pivoted into making him watch the live action Grinch, so... DDD drives me insane. It's literally gay person dessert. Disgusting. I love that movie. You mean Queen's freak? Yes. Queen's husband? Seb? Recoded is almost more gay than Dream Drop. Almost. Dream Drop, it just has... It's gayer by Riku having more screen time. And Dream Drop was for the anniversary, and then it had the special case of Sora and Riku in a heart, just like the KH2 cover, and I'm gonna have to show him that they put him in the heart. Put Sora Riku in the heart. Who the fuck's that? I don't fucking know. You're keeping me up. Can you please call my boss and tell him I'm sick? Yeah. I'll do that for you. I'm sorry, now that I'm just like talking to you guys, I'm like, oh, I got my energy back. I had my drinky and I haven't streamed in so long. It's just fun to talk to everyone. I could just stream again soon. Today's Wednesday. Thursday, I have to get ready for my con. But after that, I might be able to find time just to have some, but I'm obviously not going to be contending with, I'm seated to watch Graven play Kingdom Hearts 2, so. We miss you, Niku. I know. Well, look, after, like, I have a con this weekend, and I have a trip next month. That's just gonna be a fun little snow trip. Otherwise, oh, here's a fun announcement for all of you, in case anybody who's listening. Canary and I got into SoccerCon, which is in Seattle. For anybody remotely in the Northwest, you know what SoccerCon is. It is the biggest con in the region. And Canary and I are going to be tabling there. So come see us at SoccerCon. And we'll have Kingdom Hearts. I'm going to try and have some new stuff ready for it. I'm going to try and have maybe my Timeless River chain and charm and lanyard, and maybe some like stickers. I'm going to see. I have a product coming down the pipeline that we're making a small amount of to see how well. I believe I told you guys about it before. It's my Jiminy's Journal sticker book. And so I'm going to see how that gets printed. And then past that, you know, also if you pay Niku, I will do more balloon animals. That's also true. My partner DCS will make more balloon animals if you pay me money. Can't afford to go to West Coast cons. They're too far away. I'm so sorry. Well, I want to try to get to other cons, but like, you know, of course we have to apply the cons that are right near us because that just makes it easier. So those ones take priority and they're cheaper to go to. The Timeless River one. I still need to get the Pride Lands one. Well, I got plenty of them. I will be at San Diego Comic-Con, but I'm not selling there. But I will be there. Yes, Claude will also be there with me. You can come to Colorado. I miss you. I will come back to Colorado. I have to. I'm in San Diego. I'll try and say hi. That would be great. Yeah, my partner got a table at San Diego Comic-Con, and I will simply be there. If people want me to bring stuff, I could probably do that too, but, you're also in San Diego? Well, damn, we should hang out just for a small time. You know, come talk to me. I would love that. You'll find that I am exactly the same off stream as I am on stream. There's really no filter here. So, will Niku be at Texas Furry Fiesta with you? Oh, no, unfortunately no, but there are other people who have priorities going to furry cons over me, who are people who are actually furries who would want to go. And I don't want to take that spot away from them, so. What Colorado con would you be at? I don't know. There are smaller ones. I know Nandus Con still exists. I used to go to that one when I lived in Colorado, so. And then there's also the Colorado Fur Con. There's a lot of options, that's the thing. If you are in my Discord at all, feel free to suggest cons to me, especially ones, if I could still apply to them, I will. Me and Canary always apply together. We're kind of just like a joint little, you know, if you're getting one of us, you're getting both of us. So expect that, I suppose. Come to the con, I'm running out of my house. Okay. Oh, for a DS for Graven, I think the only one that fits a capture card is the Fat DS. 3DS can't play GBA games. Yeah, that's the thing, is like, I said this, and then I was like, I had a moment where I was like, I know that it does not play Game Boy Advance games, but I am having a lot of self-doubt suddenly. Like, I was just like, and I couldn't recall enough, but that would definitely save him having to have multiple hardware. But like having a GameCube with a Game Boy reader, I have one. Like, you know, that's also a very viable option and probably easier. Because I feel like playing on the 3DS is easier on your thumbs because you actually have like a joystick of any kind. But we'll see. The guy's not hurting in money. I'll figure it out. If you guys want conventions to buy new secret thing, definitely tell Niku. I will say, Canary finished her Roxas standee. Ones that match, you know, these. So they'll be like this big. So there's going to be a Roxas as well. Canary just finished drawing it. And I think it's gonna go up for pre-order. But we're just going to also order like a small amount. There we go. Canary Witch, Big Cartel. There is the link. You can see it. It's also gonna have a sticker if you want it. So you guys can see. Let's see here. There we go. Canary's Roxas. You see him? He's gonna be a standee. Boom. Boom, like this. He's gonna be tall like this. This standee right there. Look at that art. Doesn't it look good? Doesn't it look cute? Hey, you guys, just wanted to say thank you. I ordered some charms and prints from you and Canary for my birthday last month, and I love them all so much. Aw, I'm so glad. Thank you for buying them. I appreciate that. Canary needs suggestions and sponsors for the next characters to make into standees. I know Vanitas was being floated around, but we'll just have to see. I say Axel. Axel is also probably a really strong contender. I'm gonna close all that stuff really quick. Aqua, yeah, the most popular ones. Who would have thought? Okay, listen. It's 10 p.m. It's been about an hour or an hour and a half. It's been like 8 hours and 30 minutes. I think I'm going to call it because I have to pee like a racehorse. Okay, so I think this is a good time to stop. I vote Canary makes a Puce Donald standee. I think, all right. Anyway, so I shoot Seb with a gun, and then I go to the bathroom. And I think that I'll try and fit some streams in somewhere else, even if just to talk. You know, just to have fun. I can tell you, I'll try to aim for a stream after con, so I can tell you any stories about it. I can tell you any stories about my going to, you know, Vancouver. Like, I have things that happen and I have stories to tell and I like to talk about it. So like maybe I'll try to do that. So I'll try and fit that in after the weekend before Graven's KH2 starts. So Monday or Tuesday I'll stream again, okay? All right? Okay. Now let's do a raid. Let's get that going. Raid channel. Who's going right now? Do we have any suggestions? Okay, Chi is good. Great. Let's send this over to Chi. Our good friend Chi, who again, I couldn't have done what I did without Chi helping. There we go. He's playing Hightail. Let's get this bread. Playing with Tricks. Let's scare the shit out of him. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. We're ready to raid. All right, everybody. It's been fun. Thank you for hanging out with me for 8 fucking hours. I will see you later. Bye-bye. See ya. Goodbye.